Hunter x Hunter, Achieving Immortality. Chapter 101. Yokiksen, with years of investment from gangs all over the world. It is already a world-renowned city, and every September 9 St is the venue for the world auction. Gangs all over the world will put the treasures they have collected into Yokiksen auction. The combined strength of gangs from all over the world is extremely outstanding in terms of human, material, and financial resources, not to mention their fighting power. Every year Lucci would purchase the Yokiksen's World Auction catalog book and buy some items at the auction. It is either related to the word God or to cultivation. As long as it can be noticed by Lucci, it can also be found at Yokiksen's auction. It can be said that Yokiksen's auction is all-encompassing. And as Yokiksen becomes more famous, people from all over the world will choose to go to Yokiksen if they have good things to sell. In the anime, the Phantom Troop attacked an underground auction, an auction that is unique to gangs all over the world. Generally speaking, these auctions are held to curry favor with the 10 old men, and some mafia families will compete to raise the price. The Phantom Troop is not strong enough to buy up all the auction items. If they dare to do so, they will be making enemies with the whole world. There is still some time before the Yokiksen auction, so Julia reports to Lucci in advance. It seems that there are a lot of things in the ruins of this ancient kingdom. Julia nodded and continued to talk about the information she had learned. This time, the excavation was carried out by the 10 old men, who joined forces with various mafia families. Among them were professional hunters and professionals related to the ruins. Things like tomb robbing are actually not uncommon among gangster families. Julia didn't know much information, but it was clear enough. That is, this ancient relic is very dangerous and a lot of manpower was lost. Ruins are never safe. Most of the ruins that have been excavated are tombs of ancient nobles, and they must contain mechanisms and traps. These are relatively good tombs of nobles of high status, or even the tombs of descendants of a kingdom. Then there must be the existence of thoughts after death, and some special curses. Various strange methods are used, and many people die in every investigation. Of course, generally speaking, the gains will be huge. Dengxia is the name of a country that Lucci has never heard of. In the ancient kingdoms of this world, basically any small city can be called a kingdom. The value depends on the strength. Those who are truly powerful will never perish, but will survive forever. Lucci thought of the other mental tools of the Kaken Empire. It can endow its offspring with unique mind beasts, but judging from the plot of the comics, it seems to have a very powerful side effect, which is to restrict the X-Oath. They will let their offspring do this in the form of grazing, and they will be unable to escape. Lucci was very satisfied with the news, and thought he would have to save money next. There is too much action in Sky Arena, and money is spent like water. Lucci already has such an industry, why does he still need to save money? It is really at the Yokiksen auction, if it is an auction for the inheritance of the god character. That's really not good enough. Ordinary people would definitely look down on these, but those who can look down on them are not ordinary people, they are all wealthy and powerful. Judging from Lucci's previous experience, they were either an organization that had done extensive research on the word God, or they were simply people from the 5 major countries. There are also some wealthy tycoons and world-renowned companies. These are all Lucci's competitors. There are some things that many people can see the value of. It will be difficult for Lucci to compete with it. Although the Sky Arena has developed very well, it is still quite a distance away from competing with these old forces. After telling Lucci the news, Julia said goodbye and left. There's not enough money. Lucci couldn't help but sigh. If you want to compete with it, if you compare the values, I am afraid that even 100 billion is still not enough. It seems that more action is needed. Lucci thought of the blood jade bees and blood orchids he obtained when he took the hunter exam. They were absolutely priceless. And now Lucci is going to ask Master Netero about the matter of Gourmet Hunter. The Sky Arena is getting better and better, but Lucci wants even better. Then the Gourmet Hunter is definitely an unavoidable link. Now the medicinal foods in the Sky Arena that maintain the human body and promote auxiliary cultivation will be great if they can be cooked by the Gourmet Hunters. Can the effect be further improved? Even Lucci wants to uncover the secrets of the Gourmet Hunter. If it is possible to create mind alternative food, then refining pills and medicines may not be impossible. When he saw Netero, Lucci asked questions directly to the point. He knew that there was a Gourmet Hunter in the Hunter Association who had followed Netero through the Dark Continent. After hearing Lucci's idea, Netero praised him. Your idea is very good. If you have a Gourmet Hunter to help you practice, it will be of great help to your martial arts practice. Netero had to admire Lucci. Ordinary martial artists who want to improve their martial arts skills either study hard or find fellow practitioners to communicate and exchange ideas. Few people would focus on the auxiliary cultivation of external ways. The development of martial arts, if some martial arts training did not require the assistance of drugs, otherwise there would be dangers or hidden injuries, and some things might not have developed. And Lucci is vigorously moving in this direction. It can be said that it is using external methods to maximize one's potential. For example, if a person who has no talent for martial arts simply relies on his own practice, then he may only be an ordinary person when he grows old. But with the various outside methods prepared by Lucci, the results were completely different. At least in Netero's eyes, if one has the help of these outsiders in practicing, then even a person with mediocre martial arts skills can reach the 200th level. Your idea is good, but you can't cook anything just by thinking about it. The ability of a food hunter lies more in discovering ingredients and the possibility of producing your own food under special circumstances. Netero said this. Gourmet hunter is a rare hunter profession, according to the association's standards for gourmet hunters. The first step is to discover a new ingredient, and then the ability to produce your own dishes, which is similar to the ability to directly materialize food. The latter ability is more used in team applications. As for cooking, even a food hunter cannot make it 100% correctly, and most of the time it depends on luck. According to Netero, it's just a bit idealistic. Chapter 102. Lucci learned some information about the gourmet hunter from Netero. The concept of cooking that he focuses on is very idealistic. If it is just a matter of injecting thoughts into the ingredients, then a gourmet hunter can do it easily, but the food cooked in that way will also have thoughts attached to it. But it will not be considered as cooking by food hunters. Only when one injects heart and soul into the cooking process, causing some qualitative change in the food, will they consider it as mindful cooking. Generally speaking, this kind of situation is hard to come by. Once this kind of food is prepared, it will have magical effects, but of course the specific effects are uncertain. It has something to do with the intention at that time. Judging from some of the mind cooking that Netero has seen, most of them have the effect of curing diseases and saving lives. A small number can help assist in cultivation. And you don't have to be a gourmet hunter to be able to cook psychic food. Some chefs can cook special psychic food under certain circumstances, even if they don't have psychic abilities. Lucci felt that this was not a problem. As long as there were more people, miracles would always appear. He could then summarize based on the miracles that appeared and figure out the rules behind them. Treat it with a scientific attitude of letting go. Lucci was about to have a deep talk with Netero. But suddenly I felt that Julia was borrowing energy. Considering that Julia had just left the Sky Arena not long ago, what happened? My gaze shifted involuntarily. The contract mark cannot allow Lucci to control the other party's life and death. But it is also enough for Lucci to do many things. He can observe the other party's situation through the contract mark and perform fixed-point teleportation. According to Lucci's understanding, it is an enhanced version of the Flying Thunder God mark. The sudden borrowing of energy could only mean something had happened. And on a road, a car accident happened. To be precise, the vehicle rolled over and slid. Next to the highway is a park, from which various roaring sounds can be heard. Sister! Sister! At this time, Eva on the other side had completely lost her mind. She was holding a cross in her hand and continuously using her power on a body next to her. Don't waste your energy, now you need to hurry up and save your master, cough cough. Eve had never expected to encounter such a situation. They have been Julia's bodyguards for more than 10 years, and have encountered many secret guards and attacks during this period. But since they mastered the power of consciousness, they have never been ordinary people, and no one has ever been able to succeed. But today they encountered the strongest assassin. The other party first launched a sneak attack from the park, causing their car to overturn. Eva quickly escaped from the car with Julia. But just after escaping, he was subjected to a heart-wrenching incident. Eve didn't even have time to activate her abilities before her heart was stolen and crushed. As for Eva, because she was in the driving seat and was not overly vigilant, she escaped from the car a little late. Of course, it also saved her from the killer's attacks. The one who attacked them was, of course, Silva Zaldik. After Eva got out of the car, she found her sister lying on the ground, and immediately used her ability to save her sister. But Eve's heart was taken out and crushed, and Eve's ability was not enough to directly grow a heart. The best we can do now is delay Eve's death, but we can't save her at all. As for Julia, she immediately hid in the woods of the park. There were quite a few people around, but they didn't know what had happened. However, they called the hospital and the police. Eve wants Eva to help Julia. But Eva was not at all worried about her sister. She was completely panicked. She knew very well that if she let go, her sister would die. Eva, you can't save me, I will go help, Julia, sister. Eve said anxiously. Julia is no longer called Master. Ever since Julia rescued them from their orphanage, they have completely regarded Julia as a family member. The same thing happened with Julia. They are not exactly bodyguards. No. No. I don't want you to leave. Eva said stubbornly. Of course she was also worried about Julia, but she couldn't let go of her own sister. Although that might leave her both unprotected. In the park forest, Julia fell to the ground vomiting blood. Of course, her energy remained unchanged. For a female gang leader, you're pretty good. Sheba praised Julia Conrad. Julia didn't get far before she was caught up by Silva. Facing the killers from the Zaldik family, she couldn't escape far. In other words, it was because Lucci's mind energy was faster, otherwise Julia would have died by now. Of course, even with her powerful mental energy, Julia was not able to completely defend against Silva's attack. The reason is that Julia's use of mindfulness is too poor. Even if one borrows mental energy, it is still unknown whether one can exert sufficient strength. Julia has been an user for too short a time, and she is the mayor and head of the Conrad family. She had no time to practice at all, she had too many things to do. Who hired you to kill me? Julia asked. Try to stall for your time. If it was Lord Lucci, there might be a chance to save me. Julia had this thought in mind. No need to delay. Silva's hands turned into sharp claws. The Zaldik family's ability to use bones, combined with their mind, made their attack powerful. He kept his eyes focused, looking for Julia's weak points. The contract for lending mental energy does not mean unlimited borrowing. Regardless of whether Lucci has so much mental energy, he himself also needs to bear the consequences. A person can only borrow or lend a maximum of twice his own mental energy. If he borrows or lends more, his body will not be able to bear it. Julia herself is not strong, but she is able to rely on borrowed thoughts to block several fatal attacks, which is already pretty good. I don't know if it's a unique habit, but Sheba still goes straight for the heart, with a bit of the meaning of a heart-digging demon. Faced with the fierce attack, Julia couldn't dodge at all. I was thinking to myself, am I really going to die here? Having been able to reach this point step by step, facing the possibility of death, Julia was not afraid enough to close her eyes. It was as if I was watching my own death. It seemed that Sheba was about to succeed. Suddenly a person appeared next to Julia. Of course it can only be Lucci. Just kick it out directly. Silva didn't expect someone to appear in this way, and was kicked away by Lucci. It knocked down several trees. Sheba Zaldik. Chapter 103. Lucci looked at the young Silva Zaldik in front of him and called out his name. The reason they could recognize each other, besides their silver hair, was mainly because of the similarity in their clothes. When Lucci was looking at Silva, Silva also recognized Lucci. As long as the famous figures in the Sky Arena come to the Sky Arena and pay a little attention, they will know Lucci from various channels. This can be considered a disadvantage of being famous. For some hunters, hiding their own information is a compulsory course. But he just took a quick look, and after Sheba stood up, he immediately took action again. He did not give up the mission just because of Lucci's appearance. A lot of information throughout the city of Kerry is telling others how powerful Lucci is. As the new generation of the Zaldik family, Silva Zaldik also has his own pride. Without actually fighting, who knows the details? But after a brief fight, Silva Zaldik realized that he could not be a match for the man in front of him. Every attack was repelled by Lucci, who even stood still without moving. Just by swinging the long whip of mental energy, he was forced to dodge. Seeing that he could not kill Julia, Silva jumped a few times and disappeared into the park forest. He did not give up the mission goal. As an assassin, he still had other opportunities, and Lucci could not always protect Julia. A very decisive choice. Seeing Silva's choice, Lucci didn't show much emotion. Lucci did not choose to chase after them. When he saw these familiar people appear, he would unconsciously give them some face. It would also be interesting for Lucci to watch these familiar people appear one by one. It is also one of his pleasures in this world. Survived. Julia breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time she had faced death since becoming the head of the Conrad family. If Lucci hadn't arrived in time, she would probably have died. Even the Zaldik family has been invited. It seems that the other party is really out of options. With the appearance of Silva, it is not difficult to guess who hired the other party. He is a killer from the Zaldik family. Julia, who had just come to her senses, immediately felt something was wrong when she heard the name of the Zaldik family. This family is too famous in the killer world. And so far, there is rarely any news about the failure of the Zaldik family's mission. The danger was not over. Lord Lucci. Julia consciously wanted to ask Lucci for help. Being targeted by the Zaldik family, Julia believed that there was no other way except for Lucci to save her. I can't protect you forever. It looks like I'll have to pay a lot of money. Being employed by the Zaldik family is not cheap. Just like Lucci said, he couldn't protect Julia forever. Of course, he could also choose to kill Silva, which is not difficult to do with his strength, but this choice may not necessarily eliminate the mission of the Zaldik family. New killers may be sent, and they will also become enemies with the Zaldik family. Lucci is confident in his current strength. Even if he cannot win, no one can stop him if he wants to run. But he also doesn't want his plans to be disrupted because of the Zaldik family. The best way is to get rid of the employer. As long as the employer dies, the commission will naturally be cancelled. Soon a large group of police arrived. As the mayor, anything that happened to Julia was a big deal in the city of Kerry. Along with the police came a large group of Conrad family members. Julia hurried to check on Eve and Eva, because when she escaped, she had no time to find out about the two sisters. Eve was not dead yet, but her consciousness was already unclear. As for Eva, she was still working hard to maintain her abilities. Her ability was limited by such serious injuries, and every moment of persistence would be a burden to her. Eve. Seeing Eve lying on the ground, Julia immediately ran over and shouted. Unfortunately, Eve was no longer able to respond to Julia at this time. Such a large wound on her chest explained her condition. After seeing this, Lucci had to admit that the assassination skills of the Zaldik family were very strong. They took out the heart without causing any bloodshed. Lucci noticed that most of the people surrounding Julia and Eve were women from the Conrad family. Several of them were martial artists, and there was also a girl who was wrapped up tightly and wearing a gas mask. This is Julia's personal guard. All members of the Conrad family are Julia's subordinates, but the ones she can truly trust are basically the girls she has helped and taken as her subordinates over the years. Among them there are also 3 people with an ability. The girl wearing a gas mask is one of them, and she has dangerous thoughts. Then Lucci looked towards the tall buildings in the distance. Somewhere in the high-rise building, Shiba was also observing, and his excellent eyesight allowed him to realize that he had been discovered. A voice came from my ear, is this a commission from the Puenla group? Silva immediately became alert. At some point, Lucci appeared in the room. Leaning against the wall, he asked with a look of being there again. And Silva could see with his peripheral vision that Lucci was still on the road in the distance. What ability is this? That ability that suddenly appeared was a spatial ability? And now it is a clone ability? Shiba was thinking in his mind. I'm very curious, as long as the money is enough, are you, the Zaldik family, willing to take on any commission? Another Lucci appeared next to Silva and put his hand on Silva's shoulder. Shiba's reaction was very intense. Not only did he quickly retreat, but he also gathered energy bullets in his hands. Bang! Bang! Directly attack Lucci who appears in front of him. And they also destroyed the houses. Such a big reaction? Don't you want to talk to me? The attack didn't seem to work, and Lucci was standing upside down on the ceiling of the room. Illusion ability. Shiba directly slashed his right arm, trying to use the pain to break free from his current situation. At the same time, I was wondering when I was infected. What a quick reaction. With a snap of Lucci's fingers, the room around him that was destroyed by Silva was quickly restored. The eye contact just now was enough for Lucci to activate his ability on Silva. Shiba looked at his wound, but the pain did not allow him to break free. What conditions influence him to have this ability? Shiba kept guessing in his mind. At the same time, he answered Lucci's questions, but of course he did not answer the question about his employer. The first thing that counts for a mission from the Zaldik family is money. But if the target is too troublesome, we won't accept it even if the money is enough. The Zaldik family does not accept every mission. Chapter 104. That's really a disgrace to our reputation. Lucci said casually. Being a killer is just a job. We in the Zaldik family naturally have the ability to refuse, and there are very few such targets. While saying this, Shiba was still trying his best to perceive himself. Unfortunately, he was not a martial artist of the Zenuan school who had the ultimate understanding of himself, so he was unable to find a way to break free immediately. So far, there are only a few target commissions that the Zaldik family explicitly refuses to accept. Netero was obviously among them. Strength is a big criterion. But for Silva, this commission was already a loss. Although he has not given up now, killing Julia is not as easy as he imagined. In Shiba's mind, this task was just not that easy. After all, Julia's strength is not strong. That's really troublesome. She is a subordinate I value very much. It seems that there is no other way but to kill you. Lucci looked regretful. Of course this is not the truth, but a lie. So are you ready to die? Lucci asked. He appeared next to Silva again, and there was a knife in Lucci's hand. Lucci stabbed Silva easily. This also made Lucci look sideways, because Silva did not stop him. Lucci's illusion is not like Tsukuyomi that can control everything. It seems that your ability is not enough to kill me. Silva smiled, seeming very satisfied with the surprise on Lucci's face. As the pain appeared, Shiba immediately broke free from the illusion. At this time, he was still standing by the window, looking at the situation on the highway in the distance. Except for the police, the Conrad family had already withdrawn. Lucci's voice appeared again. I didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to use this method to crack my ability. Lucci said in admiration. This time, it was naturally Lucci himself who appeared in the room. Looking at Shiba who was standing firm by the window, as if ready to break through the window and escape at any time. He has two kinds of illusions. One is a purely mental illusion, and once you fall into the illusion, you will appear motionless. The other one is linked to reality, and the five senses are affected, similar to Eisen's mirror flower and water moon. The latter consumes more mental energy, but requires higher levels of illusion to be performed. Some people with sharp minds can spot the difference. When facing Lucci's Sharingan illusion, one must either bide his time, be strong enough in spirit, or endure Lucci's attack to break free. But the latter may not succeed, and Lucci may not necessarily use illusion to create attacks. The greater possibility is that illusion is used as a supplement to deceive the five senses, and then attack with reality. In this way, it is impossible to break free from the illusion. What surprised Lucci was that Silva was able to find a solution so quickly. It can also amplify one's own ability to feel pain. Is this a secret technique that belongs to Zaldik? Lucci asked. At this moment, the spiritual energy on Lucci made Silva feel the murderous intent. As long as he dared to move, he would be met with Lucci's thundering attack. Silva was not sure he could escape instantly, so he did not move. Of course, I am still pondering and weighing what to do. Lucci is definitely the strongest person that Silva has encountered since his debut. Even his own father has never given him this sense of danger. Lucci's spatial ability allows him to call himself a hunter with super speed. Considering the offensive and defensive effects of his Nin ability, Lucci is not a highly sensitive attacking assassin like Minato Namikaze. So far, he has only been defeated by Netero's Hyakusha Ki Cannon. The ability of space transfer is very strong, but as long as there is a gap to use it, it is impossible to avoid 100 styles Guanyin. In response to Lucci's words, Silva did not respond. He simply gathered his mental energy into a rope and tied up Shiba, without giving Shiba a chance to react. As for Shiba, of course he couldn't really kill him. Putting aside the issue of the Zaldik family, the fact that Silva is Killua's father is enough to prevent Lucci from taking action. It is not Our Lady of Lucy, even though she has undergone many changes under his influence. But there are some people that Lucci still hopes can appear, a special feeling. The rope formed by mental energy was not particularly strong, so it was not difficult for Shiba to break free. He simply used his own mental energy to resist and break free, but during this process, the surrounding environment had changed. Leaving suddenly, just because of his mother. Netero's voice appeared. And set his sights on Shiba. So it's a kid from the Zaldik family. Netero didn't know Silva, but just by the breath, he instantly recognized Silva's followers. After Sheba broke free, he simply took a few steps back and continued the confrontation. I thought to myself that it was indeed a spatial ability, and it seemed to be the kind of spatial ability that didn't have too many restrictions. Under normal circumstances, Sheba would definitely observe his surroundings and the people in front of him. But after being defeated by Lucci, Silva instantly figured out why he was defeated, and now he dares not look Lucci in the eye. Even Netero is the same. Is he here to assassinate you? Netero asked. He just thought it was funny. The battle with Maha was also very interesting. The feeling of having to pay attention to everything around him at all times and walking on thin ice was something he reminisced about. Of course not, but his goal has something to do with me. The Zaldik family is too troublesome, so I brought him here and wanted to ask for your opinion, Master. Lucci replied with a smile. Then play with me. Netero said directly. It's been a long time since I last played with the Zaldik family. It's a good opportunity for him to see that this kid from the Zaldik family has some of Maha's skills. And Lucci threatened Silva, don't think about running away, you can't run away. As he spoke, Lucci looked around Silva again, his eyes rolling, as if he had thought of something interesting. KOF has appeared, but without a boss, it feels like something is missing. The person in front of me seems to be a good candidate. Silva doesn't care about Lucci's threats, as long as he isn't killed outright, he'll run away if he gets the chance. As a killer, he has enough patience. People always have to eat, sleep, and go to the toilet, so any time is an opportunity. What is a little more troublesome is Lucci's spatial ability. As long as you can find the limits of its abilities, escaping should not be difficult, and you may even be able to kill it by taking advantage of its carelessness. Unfortunately, what Silva didn't know was that Lucci's ability really had no limits. But he soon stopped thinking about these things. Because soon his body collapsed to the ground as if it was broken. How can there be such a strong person? Silva's face had been tense, but after playing with Netero, he finally couldn't maintain his cold expression anymore. It's a little stronger than when Nino was young. Silva experienced some of the things his father experienced when facing Netero. Chapter 105. Silva was imprisoned in the Sky Arena. The Zaldik family of Kukuru Mountain received a commission with a huge bounty. When the current head of the family, Zeno, saw the commission, he directly called Silva's contact number. The call was quickly connected. Mission failed, was the first thing Zeno said. The mission can no longer be accomplished, replied Silva. Imprisoned in the Sky Arena, he became the challenge of the Sky Arena. After playing briefly with Silva, Netero lost interest in him. Although his talent was good, it was far inferior to Lucci. Afterwards, he was directly arranged by Lucci to become the challenge object of the host. It's kind of fun. Anyone who is the owner of the Sky Arena can challenge Silva. One thing to note is that the fighting method is not the 10-point system of the Sky Arena. And there is a possibility of life-threatening. The Zaldik family, the name of a man and the shadow of a tree, although it is not very clear why such a legendary killer would be imprisoned in the Sky Arena. But many people are also interested in Sheba. Sheba still feels a little sore. The mental energy has been basically consumed. The owners of the Sky Arena are all strong, especially those above 220 floors. Silva played 2 games today, and although he won both, it can only be said that he won by a narrow margin. The ones who challenged him were the owners of the 200th and 208th floors. It's not that he is not strong enough, but that these two ops both have fancy tricks. The first is the specialness of the clothes on his body. The defensive power is amazing, especially after the addition of mental energy. At the beginning, he was unable to attack successfully and suffered a great loss. As a user of the release type, Silva's ability tends to be of the telekinetic type, and as he is still young, he has not yet become very proficient in the training of that type. It is easy to suffer a great loss when facing a fully armed OP. Sheba simply informed his father of the situation. I heard that Netero was also there, and that the one who imprisoned Silva was Netero's disciple. Lucci's abilities were also mentioned. The ability of spatial transfer alone is worthy of attention. Since you called me, it seems that they have already commissioned me. My mission has failed. Sheba said calmly. Now he had no chance of leaving the Sky Arena at all. The reason he was able to survive was because of the reputation of the Zaldik family. In that case, you should practice in the Sky Arena for a while. The only member of the younger generation of Zaldik is Silva. Zeno himself was a crazy trainer, but after he had offspring, he stopped working hard. Thinking about Netero's disciple, if he could be chosen as a disciple by that monster, then he could only be a monster. As a young man, Zeno couldn't help but feel curious. What a monster it would be! Then let him take over this task, and I will go and take a look when the time comes. Zeno went out quickly. Carrie City. It was getting really heated. There was a fighting competition inside the Sky Arena, and many places in Carrie City were holding qualifiers for the KPF competition. Because of Lucci's existence and the changes in the Sky Arena, the number of registrants increases with each fighting tournament, and there will be more matches held. It was taking longer and longer. The fighting competition used to take less than a month to finish, but now it takes almost 2 months. Of course, more people are paying attention to the KOF competition. This kind of fighting competition involving 3 people is more popular among the public. So many people. This is a large square arena in front of a shopping mall, and now it has also become the KOF qualifying arena. Now, Team Piccolo only needs to win today's game to pass the preliminaries. A total of 64 teams were selected in the preliminaries. The ring was surrounded by many spectators, with government personnel maintaining order, and a TV station in Carrie City broadcasting the event live. In the distance, many people were gambling on which of the 2 teams would advance today. All members of Piccolo's team are players from the 200th floor, and can be said to be non-users. Logically speaking, the outcome should have been predetermined. But the outcome today is still unknown. According to the intelligence collected, the opposing team also has a player at the 200th floor, although there is only one, and the other 2 are also non-users. Basically, by the last game, all the teams were composed of people who had mastered the art of mind control. The 2 teams have entered the vicinity of the ring, waiting for the game to begin. From the information I have collected so far, it will be difficult to win the KOF championship. Fortunately, the host is not involved. Wallace said thankfully. There is a huge difference between the OP and ordinary 200th level players. Once appearing in a KOF competition, it is not uncommon to see 3 in a row. Luckily there is the fighting competition, but when these 2 competitions are held together, I realized there are so many people who can recite. Another team member named Virgil also said with emotion. There were more than 200 non-users participating in the last qualifying round alone, not counting those who were eliminated previously. Piccolo felt it the most deeply, as he witnessed the constant changes in Carrie City and the Sky Arena bit by bit. The city of Carrie was not as prosperous as it is now. The number of martial artists and non-users was far less than it is now. Neon is no longer a secret here. Basically, as long as you have some way, you will want to master Neon, said Piccolo. As the concept became more and more known to the public in Carrie City, many people want to master thoughts. After all, who doesn't want to have a superpower? And the more people in Carrie City master the mind, the greater the possibility that the public will want to master the mind. Of course, generally speaking, the practice of opening the mind is carried out in an unorthodox way. The Sky Arena also came to a conclusion that if you open your mind like this, you may not necessarily die, but you may faint and your sperm pores will be closed, and of course your body will become extremely weak. There has been some data research. But there is still a gap between ability and mindfulness. As more and more people start to practice mindfulness in Carrie City, many of them have mastered certain abilities, but they don't practice mindfulness much. Soon the game starts. As the captain, Piccolo went straight ahead. His opponent was a yellow-haired young man. Before the game, he wanted to shake hands with Piccolo as a gesture of friendship, but was rejected by Piccolo. Then he was directly KO'd. You can't win the game just by ability. Piccolo said this after knocking out his opponent. The other party is not a martial artist, but a person who masters mind and has abilities. His ability is related to handshakes, and he is also an operator. Even if the mind is not strong, the abilities of some people can be troublesome. A tall figure watched the qualifying match and then walked towards the Sky Arena. He looks somewhat like Netero. It was Bai Yang. Chapter 106. After many years, Bai Yang appeared in the Sky Arena again. Although he came to the Sky Arena many years later, Bai Yang was quite interested in Carrie City and the Sky Arena. At the same time, I am also very concerned about Lucci. Bai Yang's face was filled with smiles. As a survivor returning from the Dark Continent, he has been waiting for the next opportunity. If you want to go to the Dark Continent, you need to meet 4 conditions: permission, qualification, means, and contract. Both require a qualified team. The upper floors of Sky Arena. In Netaro's room. Why are you here? Netaro asked with a little surprise. Netaro knew his son quite well and was very clear about the agreement he had made with him. At this time, he should be wandering around the world. If he is not collecting intelligence about the Dark Continent, he is looking for suitable companions. Old man, you have made progress again. Bai Yang looked at his father, seemed to see something, and sighed from the bottom of his heart. He and Netaro had an agreement that as long as Netaro was still alive, he could not explore the Dark Continent. Netaro laughed. Bai Yang also smiled and said, I am very curious, old man, whether you, who are still getting stronger, will step into there again. Did you come here to ask me this? Netaro rarely looked serious. He recognized his son's adventurous spirit. But the Dark Continent is too dangerous, and every time you go out, you have to bring back a disaster. This is unacceptable to the human world. If we are not careful, human beings may perish because of disaster. Therefore, you cannot explore the Dark Continent recklessly. Of course not, I just want to see the changes here. As he said this, a satisfied smile appeared on Bai Yang's face. Old man, you can see the changes in this city, and feel the vitality of this city. Vijand asked Netaro. Exploring there not only requires powerful abilities and expertise, but also requires help from many abilities. I once thought that it would be difficult to find the companions I needed. But now it seems. Netaro's gaze became deeper. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Bai Yang hadn't finished speaking yet. Old man, I wonder what would happen if your disciple knew about the existence of that place. The existence of the Dark Continent is something that any hunter with an adventurous spirit would be curious about and want to explore. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. But the two people in the room knew who the visitor was. Bijin smiled, while Netaro was in deep thought. Come in. Netaro said. Lucci entered the room. Brother Bai Yang. Lucci showed respect for Bai Yang, as the other party also helped him in the past. When Lucci learned that Bai Yang appeared in the Sky Arena, he rushed over directly. There is no abrupt method such as using space transfer. Bai Yang looked at Lucci and said with a smile, you have become stronger. You came at the right time. I want to cooperate with you on something. Beander's words made Netaro frown. Some things cannot be hidden even if you want to. Brother, I have heard the conversation you had with the master just now. Lucci said something that surprised Bai Yang. Haha, you are worthy of being the disciple that the old man values. Then he looked at Netaro again and said, from what you said, you already knew about the existence of the Dark Continent. The Dark Continent is definitely a top secret, and many small countries don't even know of its existence. Even more people don't know the entire world known to mankind. The world is very developed in some aspects, but very closed when it comes to the flow of information. Lucci's hearing is very good now, and the previous conversation made him understand why Yang came here. The Dark Continent is not a place you should understand now. Netaro said to Lucci. Lucci is still very young and can still grow, and the development of Lucci's abilities is also incomprehensible to Bitro. There must be some unknown secrets. Even so, Netaro does not recommend that Lucci explore the Dark Continent now. Judging from Lucci's performance, Netaro believes that if Lucci really wants to explore the Dark Continent, he has a chance. I have an agreement with the old man that I cannot explore the Dark Continent as long as he is still here. But you are different. If you are interested, I can. Bai Yang wanted to develop Lucci into his companion, and Lucci has proved himself over the years. Brother Bai Yang, please wait a moment. It is undeniable that I am curious about the Dark Continent, but I don't have any ideas now. Lucci refused directly. I don't have much information, but I know that the Dark Continent is a very dangerous place. It is unwise to explore it without being prepared. Aren't you also preparing, brother? Without even waiting for Netaro to speak, Bai Yang couldn't help but ask, the Sky Arena is your preparation, and the changes in this city. Although he had some guesses in his mind, he now wanted to confirm it. Lucci did not answer directly, but said, Neon is a very dangerous ability, but it also gives many people unlimited possibilities. Everyone has different abilities because of different opportunities. Even people with weak strength may have extremely special abilities. It's like Neon's ability to tell fortunes. This ability is actually very helpful in exploring the Dark Continent. The reason why Bai Yang cares about this is that the ability of Neon is increasing, and as the number of people within increases, various abilities will appear. If the player happens to be above level 200, then his own strength is guaranteed to a certain extent. This is simply the best choice for Yangda to choose teammates. Why do you have to search for it so hard? You can actually cultivate it yourself. This is what Bai Yang thought. The Dark Continent is still too far away for me. At least before he understands and digests all the known human world, Lucci will not have any ideas. It doesn't matter. I can wait. Netero was immediately relieved. Maybe this is not bad, and it feels very interesting. Netero is not the type to keep stopping things. But how did you start planning? Or did you already know about the existence of the Dark Continent at that time? Netero asked with interest. Recalling Lucci's reforms to the Sky Arena, which covered many aspects, Netero really thought that Lucci was preparing for the Dark Continent. No, it's not like that. I just want this place to be more interesting. Apart from the initial practice, the rest was mostly for fun. Chapter 107. Now that we've talked about it, then Bai Yang will have to talk to Luchituo. As an adventurer who has explored the Dark Continent, Bai Yang has very high standards and ordinary people are not in his eyes. Moreover, when exploring the Dark Continent, there is no advantage in numbers, and quality is more important than numbers. Of course, in the original plot, there was not much preparation compared to Yangda's waiting for so many years. Lucci asked Bai Yang for Journey to the New World, a book about the Dark Continent written by Dong Fulishi. It was once considered a good fantasy novel in this world. But it was later discovered by V5, and since it was not reprinted, even if Lucci wanted to collect a copy, he still hasn't found a place to do so. Through this book, V5 attempts to explore the Dark Continent. At that time, Bai Yang followed the team of the Kyokanyo Kingdom to explore the southern shore of Lake Mobius. Their target is an alchemical plant called Mai Tiwang. It is a plant created from the Dark Continent using special alchemy, and has the ability to create a variety of items. This alchemical plant also has the power to deceive people of hope and plunge them into endless despair. Even through his dream memories, Lucci didn't know much. After all, the comics didn't give a detailed introduction. Bai Yang and Lucci talked about their experiences exploring the Dark Continent. But it was just a general description without too much detail. The main purpose was to let Lucci know about it, and Yangda also mentioned the exploration information of other countries of V5, as well as the target resources. Regarding the disaster, Bai Yang did not mention a word. Many people know about the Dark Continent, but few know that every exploration requires bringing back a disaster. It is also because of the existence of the disaster that V5 sealed up a lot of information about the Dark Continent. To go to the Dark Continent, combat capability is necessary, but the most important thing is the ability to save life, support, and survive. To explore the Dark Continent, exploration is the key. It's not about how good you are at fighting. The Dark Continent is too vast and the creatures in it are all very powerful, even if you can defeat a powerful creature. But in the process of fighting, other creatures may also be attracted. Combat ability is not absolutely necessary. On the contrary, it is important to hide your own ability. Exploration is about discovering with a purpose, not about fighting and conquering. Humans are as insignificant as ants in the Dark Continent. Bai Yang expressed his feelings. And Lucci deeply agreed with this statement. Because the subhuman chimera ants come from the Dark Continent, and their human-sized bodies exist just like ants. Some of the images seen in memories also show various huge creatures. In fact, if it was just a simple huge size, Lucci would think it was fine, but in the Dark Continent, he has many abilities involving rules. While Bai Yang was speaking, he kept an eye on Lucci's face. I couldn't read any emotion from Lucci's expression. It didn't seem to arouse Lucci's curiosity. I understand, but brother Bai Yang, my thoughts on the Dark Continent are different from yours. Just from your few words, I can understand that the Dark Continent is very dangerous. I haven't made enough preparations, and there are still many unknowns in the human world. I will keep it in mind. If you really want to explore, you need to have the abilities you mentioned before. So, brother Bai Yang, do you want to join the Sky Arena group? Luffy invited Bai Yang. As the son of Netero, let's not talk about Bai Yang's strength for now. His existence alone brings great benefits. He can connect with the 5 major countries and become a member of the exploration of the Dark Continent. At least in relevant aspects, he has a lot of connections. Becoming a strong person like my teacher is my goal, and in the process, letting the world change because of me is also a great challenge. I want the Sky Arena to become an existence that transcends the country. It is not the country, but the transcendence of power. Even a prestigious organization like the Hunter Association is nothing compared to the 5 major nations. Unlike my teacher's hard training, I believe in the power of gathering people. Whether it's technology or the ability of mind, it's what I pursue. After all, maybe the next check-in will be related to technology. An existence beyond the country. He was even more confused than Yangda about what form it would take. In fact, it is like the immortal sect in some fantasy novels, or like the Wuhan Hall on a certain continent. Let Sky Arena influence the whole world and everyone. Since we have an agreement with the master, let's use this time to train our own team. Lucci suggested to Yang Di. In the original plot, Bai Yang's behavior seemed more like he was impatient. Although his team had not performed yet, they could not be considered outstanding. What Lucci wants is the resources in Bai Yang's hands. Presumably, the resources of divine characters are indispensable, as well as other related knowledge and connections with multiple countries. Lucci then took Bai Yang to visit the Sky Arena and some related industries in Keri City. We first went to the gravity room, where we could train personnel and apply the word God to weapons, clothing, and some special creations, which are collectively referred to as alchemical creations. Although there has not been a major breakthrough yet, it is definitely a way forward. Then he went into the medical industry, treating various difficult and complicated diseases. Because of gold's existence, Lucci's medical industry also conducted research on gold, and the evolution brought about by the combination of human genes and Warcraft genes. Everything is still developing and it will take time to bear fruit. In fact, there are some similarities between exploring the Dark Continent and exploring the Starry Sky. But the latter uses technology. Bai Yang was thinking about it. In fact, he was already somewhat tempted after seeing the changes in Keri City. He was somewhat tempted. Lucci's invitation was exactly what he wanted. The change in thinking is enough to give Bai Yang a different kind of vitality. After considering it for 3 days, Bai Yang agreed directly. After Bai Yang agreed, Lucci also told Bai Yang about his plan. He planned to turn the Sky Arena into a training ground, which, in contrast to Yangda's statement, could be used to screen the personnel he wanted. Lucci's goal is actually to make the Sky Arena like Greed Island. This kind of change and creation is enough to attract Lucci. Chapter 108. Bai Yang agreed with Lucci's plan. In order to implement such a plan, human, material and financial resources are indispensable. But these are nothing to Lucci and Bai Yang. What restricts their development is just the scarcity of people who understand and master the word God. Bai Yang began to make preparations. During this process, the fighting competition gradually came to an end. The KOF tournament will be at 1 am. During this period, Lucci instructed the Conrad family and the Pachi tribe to conduct underground research on the Puenla group. Waiting for Zeno Zaldi to take action. When he takes action, it is also their time to take action. Instead of doing your own research, you might as well grab other people's research results and speed up the progress. Anyway, if I've offended you, I've offended you. The underground research base is still heavily guarded and has sufficient firepower, but it is not enough for a master of Nen like Zeno. All the information of this underground research base was taken by the Conrad family and sent to the pharmaceutical group under the Sky Arena. Lucci also took some time to find out more. There are a lot of good things. Strengthening serums have been developed, but they have not yet undergone qualified trials and have significant side effects. But apart from this, there is the research on the healing serum, which is not only successful but also has no side effects. It is already sold in the high-end market. Not known to the public. The specific effect is actually to strengthen the ability of the ability users to strengthen their own recovery ability. In addition to this, there is also research on the regeneration of severed limbs, but it has not been successful yet, and the relevant Warcraft genes have not been fully studied. In addition to this is the Super Soldier Project. Allow humans to possess the abilities of Warcraft. It is also a semi-finished project, and the enhanced serum is one of its products. There is also related research on life extension. Many of them are bloody. From what Lucci saw, if people of a certain race lived longer, they would become test subjects for blood transfusion experiments. And it was successful. There are special races in this world, and naturally they also have special blood powers, and the fiery red eyes is one of them. The race that has the ability to live long is called the Kink race. According to historical records, the longest lived person can live to be over 180 years old, which is simply amazing. The records don't mention someone as accomplished as Netero. Lucci is still learning about this world called Hunter x Hunter. The top floor of the Sky Arena. The KOF tournament finals will also be held here. In the end, Lucci's friend, Piccolo's team, became the champion of the first KOF tournament. They did not crush their opponent by a strong margin and almost lost the game, but fortunately they won. There is no absolutely strong person among those who participate in the KOF competition. Because it is a team competition, the arrangement of players has a great impact on the game. After all, some abilities and departments have their limits. There is also the ability to crack aspects. Among them, the god weapons and god clothing of the Sky Arena shined in the KOF competition. Among them, clothing with the word Shen on it is the highlight. When there is a difference in mental energy, or in the use of flow, a good divine clothing is enough to change the situation of the battle. The difference between having equipment and not having equipment. The most prominent use of divine weapons is in battles between people with enhancement abilities. There is a huge difference between one using bare hands and the other using a divine weapon. The difference in attack power when using hard is huge. For example, one opponent uses a stick and the other uses bare hands. Then the one who loses is most likely the one who is unarmed. The appearance of weapons and clothes with the word Shen on them has somewhat disrupted the attack and defense between mental energy. As for the final entertainment boss Silva, Piccolo and his two companions took turns to fight and finally defeated Silva. This made Shiba wonder whether he would also need to prepare a suitable weapon in the future. Godward weapons and Godward clothing will change the ecological balance of non-users. The competition is over, you can leave at any time. Your client is dead, and the mission is cancelled. After the KOF tournament is over, Lucci plans to release Silva. Silva did not leave the Sky Arena, but became a fighter in the Sky Arena and started challenging from the first level. And I reached the 200th floor and became the host of the post. Shiba's experience in the Sky Arena confirmed that this was a very good place for training. In the future, members of the Zaldik family can come to the Sky Arena for further training after completing their family training. You can also master the ability of Nen here. After all the games were over, Lucci and Netero had a fight on the top floor. The result was naturally that Lucci still lost. I have been able to dodge more than 30 attacks. Netero's Hyakushiki has undergone changes, but they were not shown in this battle. Your plans are big, but you also have to be mindful of V5 and the top brass of this country. It is not easy to be detached from external things. The Sky Arena is in the Republic of Bartokia. If the number of people with Nen abilities increases, the authorities will definitely have some ideas. In this world, powerful military force can also change a country. A typical example is the Kajin Empire. If Lucci continues to develop like this, Netero can foresee that the number of people with Nen abilities will increase. If the whole world can be made to accept being affected, then it is possible for everyone to have the ability to read minds. It has to be said that it is a big plan. As for what changes will be triggered, it is foreseeable that there may be conflicts and wars. Netero actually felt a little bit of anticipation for these changes. He also has his own willfulness. Lucci mentioned changes or cooperation with the Hunter Association to Netero. However, Netero temporarily rejected it. Even though he is the president of the Hunter Association, he is not the founder of the Hunter Association. There are some things he cannot decide. Soon the city of Kerry fell into calm again. Lucci returned to his usual training, and in addition he was developing the Basin rainforest. The blood orchid and blood jade bee were transplanted here. Time passes day by day. 12 years have passed. 6 years passed just like this. 1979 years. One day Biscuit came to Lucci's room. You got invited too, right? Do you want to join us? In the past few years, Biscuit has never left the Sky Arena. At most, he left for a short time because of certain things or gems. But she soon returned to the Sky Arena, as she could no longer leave the training resources of the Sky Arena. The examiner of the Hunter exam. Lucci used his ability of dream recall to recall. According to the timeline learned from Lucci's memory, this seemed to be the year that Kim Foolish became a hunter. Okay. Chapter 109. Jin Fulishi is an extremely important character in the anime Hunter x Hunter. After all, the development of the anime begins with the protagonist embarking on the hunter's journey to find him. Naturally, Lucci would care about such a character. Although he is a character that only appears in the later period, his influence and strength are very great. In the Hunter Association in the anime, although everyone dislikes Jin's personality, no one will deny Jin's achievements and strength. And there were only two people that left a deep impression on Lucci. One is the establishment of Greed Island. Some of Lucci's current actions can be regarded as learning from him. However, the purpose may be different. Lucci is more interested in satisfying his planning addiction, and at the same time he also wants to incorporate the word God into his own power. The other one is one of the 5 greatest nin users in the world. This was also a common topic in discussions about combat power on Taiba. It was not until the two of them arrived in this world that Lucci discovered that the 5 greatest psychic users in the world were not necessarily the strongest. Of course, the strength is definitely very strong. Lucci's current understanding is the application of thoughts or the development of abilities. It is reflected in the application of thoughts. But if we talk about the strongest, only Netero has this honor, and he earned it through real fighting. And judging by the performance of Lee Oren's telekinetic abilities in the comics, King deserves this honor. Lucci remembered that, like Gon, Jin also signed up for the Hunter exam at the age of 12 and passed it in one try. Demonstrated great talent. Then just take it, and the Basin Rainforest is ready too. Lucci agreed directly. Biscuit asked, "You are not treating the Basin Rainforest as an examination hall and the Pachi people's test as test questions, are you?" In the past 6 years, the city of Kerry has continued to change and the urban area has expanded a lot. And the Sky Arena is still changing. More people are coming, and there are more people with an ability in Kerry City. Now, as long as you are willing to spend money, you can hire someone to help you open your mind to the evil way. This also led to a problem, that is, the number of nin users below the 200th floor of the Sky Arena increased. The lower level matches in Sky Arena have become more competitive. With the increase in the number of people with nin ability, many strange and bizarre abilities have emerged. These self-taught nin users have no systematic teaching, and sometimes they develop different abilities due to their fantasies or personal circumstances. However, the cooperation between Bai Yang and Lucci did not fully join the Sky Arena. Instead, a special company was established in the city of Kerry to recruit people with various nin abilities and also provide means to use them. But there is a requirement, which is to develop capabilities according to the needs of the company. In addition, there is another change in the city of Kerry. In addition to various fighting competitions, a chef competition also appeared 5 years ago. It is a competition specially prepared for chefs and offers rich monetary rewards. It is not easy to find gourmet hunters, and it is not easy to cook food. Then just invest the money. As long as the prospects are good enough, there will always be people who will come to compete in this field. The city of Kerry now seems to be a tournament city, as if you can see various events wherever you go. The changes in the Basin Rainforest and the Pachi people are even greater. What Biscuit was talking about was that the current Basin Rainforest and the Pachi tribe had fulfilled some of Lucci's original ideas. That's not a bad idea, and someone has to experiment with it. Lucci said with a smile. The so-called Pachi test was not the method that the Conrad family used to make people make a contract with the sacred tree, but more specific changes. Speaking of which, it can be considered as Lucci's game work and has achieved certain results. Are there enough people? Biscuit was also very familiar with the changes in the Basin Rainforest and the Pachi tribe. Now I am the owner of the 234th floor. The poster's income is very rich, but in addition, her abilities are also known to most martial artists. There are also people who pay Biscuit to come for short-term special training. Among them were the Pachi people. If it were Biscuit in the anime, he might not value money so much. But now Baizaji values money very much. To be more precise, she values the role of money in improving her martial arts training. After several years of development, the Gravity Room has become a special training venue for the Sky Arena. And the effect of gravity is still increasing. For a martial artist like her who cultivates her physical body, this is a blessing from heaven. Now Baizaji is at the highest level in the Gravity Room. It can be said that the continuous modification and evolution of the Gravity Room is due to the existence of Baizaji. But maintaining the gravity chamber also costs money. The better the gravity effect, the more it costs. No problem, we can do it in the Sky Arena when the time comes. There are many people who care about it too. Lucci said there was no problem. The Pachi tribe is now considered a part of the Sky Arena, and they also occupy a position as the owner of the building in the Sky Arena. However, some things cannot be hidden, such as the battle patterns of the Pachi people and their unique contract, which are means of improving combat capabilities and will be noticed by experts. In today's Sky Arena, external forces are also recognized. There are just some restrictions below the 200th floor. As the times change, the restrictions on combat rules below the 200th floor have also changed. First of all, even if you have mastered the ability of Nin, you cannot use it below the 200th level. Limited to basic application skills. In other words, most of the staff at the Sky Arena are now Nin users, otherwise it would be difficult for the referee to tell the difference. This rule sounds good for the reinforcement system, but for low-level battles, the difference is far from that big. In addition, the use of clothing related to the word God is restricted. If there are any violations, they will be disqualified from the competition directly. The changes in the Sky Arena may make it so that when Gon and Killua come to the Sky Arena in the future, the elevator girl who beat them up in the old anime may really appear. But how did you come up with the idea of becoming a hunter examiner? Lucci asked. The teacher mentioned it and I thought it was interesting, so I gave it a try. Biscuit said casually. Lucci glanced at Baizaji and knew that she was not telling the whole truth. To put it bluntly, it was all because of Lucci, as Nian became known to the public in Carey City. Among those who take the hunter exam every year, Carey City has the most applicants. In the recent hunter exams, there are many more people who have passed. Of course, due to the increase in the number of people with Nin ability, some vicious incidents will also occur. Do you want to influence the candidates through the examiners? Come to think of it, it would be nice if Biscuit could become the president of the Hunter Association. Lucci's divergent thinking. Chapter 110. After confirming the examiner. The 4 examiners need to meet to confirm the exam content and the handover content after the exam. Of course, registration for the Hunter exam has not yet begun, so they still have time to prepare. The 4 examiners gathered in the Sky Arena. Lord Lucy. Lord Baizaji. The 2 said respectfully. Looking at the 2 of them, Lucci couldn't help but sigh, isn't it that there are already so many hunters in the Sky Arena? 4 examiners appeared in the Sky Arena at the same time. They could only have been specially selected by Netero himself. There are 2 male and 2 female examiners. In addition to Lucci and Biscuit, the other 2 are also fighting players from the Sky Arena. They are all players from the 200th floor and above. But they are not the owners. As time goes by, the host of the post is called Adult. It represents their powerful military force. Are they considered combat hunters? Just sweep away some small complaints. Glancing at the 2 men, he saw a rare name called Elliot, a 37-year-old martial artist from the Mugenryu Martial Arts School. The other one is called Annie, who is also a martial artist in her 30s. She comes from a martial arts school called Flame Style. You can also say that she is the founder of this school, which is also a school of mind ability. The strength of the 2 is not weak. I'm not the original poster, it just means that the original posters in Sky Arena are of very high quality. Except for some changes on the 200th floor, the trend of changes in owners of other floors is getting smaller. Now basically all ops are hexagonal warriors with outstanding all-round combat capabilities. It seems that the old man chose it this way on purpose. It seems that the final exam will also be held in the Sky Arena. Biscuit immediately understood Netero's thoughts. In this case, there won't be any major changes in the itinerary. In theory, what kind of exam content the examiner chooses has nothing to do with other people. However, Lucci still gave a reminder, this is convenient, but the exam content should not be too similar. They are all fighting players in the Sky Arena, and the exam will be all about winning and qualifying based on your strength, which will become boring. Don't worry, my exam content is not that simple. This is actually not the first time that Baizaji has served as an examiner. She also worked as an examiner when she was 30 years old, and although she still looks like a loli now, she is actually over years old. And Lucci is also approaching 30 years old. So shall we discuss the contents of our respective exams? Lucci asked. Although Biscuit didn't want to tell Lucci, he knew he couldn't hide it from Lucci. Generally speaking, after becoming an examiner, one will choose test questions and examination venues that he or she is familiar with. Biscuit has been in the Sky Arena for a long time and will definitely use it as an examination venue. And with the authority of the poster, she can do many things in the Sky Arena. As for the other 2, they would not refuse at all when faced with Lucci's inquiries, and if they could get Lucci's help, their examination venues would be more comprehensive. Generally, more careful examiners will have different purposes for the test content. For example, it tests the examinee's endurance, willpower, observation, knowledge, courage, team spirit, perseverance, hunting ability, survival ability, etc. The venue chosen by Elliot and Anne was the city of Kerry, the entire city of Kerry. I'm sure some people will be surprised then. Biscuit said with a smile. Although there are now many more ways to learn, there are still many people signing up for the Hunter exam in the Sky Arena. It is safer to learn through formal channels. Of course, there are also many people whose goal is to get a Hunter's license. Become famous in the Sky Arena, and you can make money by being famous. How to make yourself stand out further, the Hunter license is also a key. If you are an individual, except for the poster, and want to maintain your practice, you will need a lot of money. As a result, players at the 200th level have also started to develop their own side businesses. Most of them became bounty hunters, or worked as bodyguards and thugs, and some worked secretly as killers. It's all about making money. And if you have a hunter's license, your job options will be even wider. To put it bluntly, a hunter's license is like a diploma to them. After the exam content was determined, Netero was notified. Then Lucci went to the Basin rainforest. And on an island in the world, Kim Fulasi had the idea of going out to see the world. His father went missing while fishing at sea. His curiosity about the outside world made him want to become a hunter. Unlike Zyja learned about the existence of hunters because of Kate. Jin, on the other hand, was more proactive in finding out relevant information. Although both were wild kids, Jin and Zyja were different in that they were not completely obsessed with the mountains and forests. In other words, the mountains and forests of Whale Island have been conquered by him. Jin, who had signed up for the hunter exam, boarded the ship bound for the exam location. At the port, Mit shouted loudly. "You must come back." Mit, Kim's cousin, is Kim's childhood sweetheart. On the boat, Jin, who was carrying a fishing rod, waved goodbye to Mit. I wasn't worried about going out for the first time, it seemed like a very normal thing. Of course, Jin also attracted the attention of many candidates on the ship. No matter what time it is, young candidates are always particularly attractive. Many candidates do not know that the exam has actually already begun at this time. A preliminary test for the hunter exam. These registered candidates must first pass the preliminary examination and obtain an official examination location. Then, before the official exam begins, you must arrive at the destination and obtain a number plate to be considered successfully registered. The captain of this ship can be considered an old examiner. When Whale Island was no longer in sight, Jin took a rest on the boat. Soon something was wrong. As Zyja's father, Jin also discovered that a storm was coming. Of course, once this was said, some candidates would laugh at him. The news came as a surprise to the captain. The captain has sailed this route countless times, and as an ocean hunter, he is very familiar with the climate at sea. And this storm is his test for the candidates. I didn't expect that Jin would find out in advance. Soon a storm appeared. The violent shaking of the entire ship made many candidates feel uncomfortable. Some candidates accidentally fell into the sea while on the deck. In this case, I'm afraid there is no hope. Jin did not hide in the cabin. Instead, he was on the deck, holding on tightly to a place, looking at the rough waves outside the ship. It was obviously so dangerous, but he was not afraid. Instead, he felt a faint excitement. Singing. Chapter 111. Jin has a keen sense of hearing. A normal person in such a stormy environment can only hear the sound of the boat being hit by rain, thunder, whistling sounds, and the sound of the sea surging. It was impossible to hear this subtle singing. Jin listened carefully and felt that it was not appropriate to call it a song, it was more like some kind of chanting. And this chanting did not come from the ship, but from outside the ship. It reminded Jin of some siren legends he had heard before. Jin had heard some stories about sirens on Whale Island, but of course he had never seen a real sirens. The violent shaking of the ship did not scare Jin. He held the fishing rod in his right hand and swung it towards the mast. The fishing line of the fishing rod was wrapped around the mast several times and tied tightly. Jin pulled it hard. Very solid. Then, holding the fishing rod in both hands, he began to walk towards the direction of the chanting. The swaying of the boat made him jump around. That is, the fishing rod in his hand was entangled with the mast, otherwise Jin would have been thrown out of the boat for his behavior. At this time, Jin was the only one left on the deck. All I can say is that he is very skilled and daring. Soon he reached the edge of the boat and stuck his head out to look around. However, the shaking boat made it impossible for Jin to see the situation outside, and there was heavy rain. Then Jin made an extremely dangerous move. He lifted his entire body over the edge of the boat, as if he was hanging there. He is not afraid that he will not hold on firmly or the fishing line will break if it is not strong enough, then he will fall into the sea. Because his entire body was outside the boat, Jin could see more clearly. Relying on his powerful hearing to locate the direction, and then looking in one direction, the rough sea waves did not scare him. Under the influence of the rain, Jin could also see a figure floating on the sea about 100 meters away from the ship. Is that the siren? If he could control the boat, Jin really wanted to take a closer look. Is it not affected by sea water? The waves of the sea were surging, and there seemed to be a creature that looked like a mermaid, with half of its body emerging from the sea. The sea water doesn't seem to affect it. The chanting stopped. Despite the rain blocking his view, Jin had a hunch that the other party seemed to have seen him. So will it come? Jin was waiting expectantly, but the siren had already disappeared into the sea, leaving no trace. And in the sea, a figure was swimming towards the ship. It was the siren that Jin had seen. This is a girl with blue hair. Her ears are different from those of normal people and are pointed. The upper body is naked, but also has scales, and the lower body is a fish tail. This is a magical beast called a mermaid. If there are magical beasts on land, then there must be magical beasts on the vast ocean as well. Looking upward through the sea water, there seemed to be doubt in the eyes of the mermaid girl. His unique vision allows him to see through the existence of gold. There was excitement on the other person's face, as if he was expecting something. She is also curious about humans. However, her sister told him not to come into contact with humans easily, as humans would bring misfortune to them. Jin looked into the sea, and he always felt that something was looking at him in the sea. He couldn't help but shout, "Are you a siren? Can you come out and see me?" The mermaid in the sea had no idea of the boy's mentality. It's not like she hasn't had any contact with humans. Some people would show fear when they saw her. Of course, there were also people with bad intentions, but those people would die at sea. But when the ship left the storm area, the siren did not emerge from the sea. This made Jin very disappointed. When the mermaid and the ship left the storm, they heard some singing in the sea and also left. It can only be considered a brief encounter. When the captain determines the course and walks out of the cockpit, he goes to see how many people can still take the test. The cabin was also in a mess. Only a few people are still conscious. Only 3 of them were still able to move. "Captain, come quickly." Suddenly a crew member called out to the captain. The crew members who went to the deck to clean up saw Jin Fulasi hanging outside the ship and immediately started shouting. The crew were all surprised at Jin's condition. Jin did not return to the deck because he wanted to see if the mermaid was still there. "What's going on?" The captain came to the deck. Then he saw Jin outside the boat, and he remembered Jin. He had anticipated the hunter exam at this age, and before the storm came. Now he seems to be a very talented child. "Captain, I'm seeing the siren." Jin Shi immediately told everyone everything he had heard and seen in the storm before. "Are there really mermaids?" The crew members were all surprised. They had also heard of the legends of sirens, but had never seen one. Because of King's behavior, none of the crew members considered whether King might be lying. "It seems that you are lucky. You can even see the sirens. The storm is leaving now, so even if there are sirens, they will go away," the captain said experiencedly. Jin returned to the deck and asked about the siren. He felt the captain knew more. The captain just thought Jin was interesting and didn't mind talking to him. Sirens are also an intelligent race, a subhuman race. They usually appear during storms and rescue those who are stranded at sea. They are elves of the sea. But the captain quickly changed the subject, saying that humans' opening up of shipping routes and their coveting of the rare species like mermaids also made these sirens change their minds. In the end, the story of the mermaid is not positive. It gradually becomes negative and will actively cause shipwrecks at sea. Drag the person who falls into the water into the deep sea. I heard the captain say this. The crew members curiously asked the captain if he had seen a siren. The captain just smiled and said nothing. Instead of answering this question, he directly asked Jin why he took the hunter exam. Jin also understood at this time that this journey actually meant that the exam had officially begun. King answered the captain's question. Then he said affirmatively, "Captain, you must have seen the siren." The captain looked at Jin, who was still struggling with the siren, and felt that he was very suitable to be a hunter. When getting off the boat, I took the initiative to talk to Jin. Compared to sirens, I prefer to call them mermaids. You have only passed the preliminary exam. If you want to take the formal exam, go to XX. The captain is quite optimistic about Jin. Chapter 112. The captain pointed out a location directly to Jin. Just like he pointed out a big cedar tree to Zyja in the anime. Of course, when you go to that place, you will also encounter other preliminary examinations. Having a clear goal and not having to collect intelligence made Jin feel a lot more relaxed. The preliminary examination did not pose any difficulty to Jin. He passed it easily and also arrived at the official location easily. It was in a house in a small town. It is also the mayor's home. Of course, the place where Jin went is not where all candidates would go. The preliminary examination is mainly conducted by obtaining a place for the official examination. If you know the official start location from other information, you can go there directly without taking the preliminary exam. The mayor of this small town is the leader of this area. There are many people like him. After all, candidates come from all over the world and it is impossible for them all to gather together for the preliminary examination. Conduct the corresponding preliminary examinations at the corresponding locations. Generally speaking, if you participate multiple times and have a good relationship with the guide. If you fail the exam once, you can go directly to the guide next time and ask him to take you to the official exam location. This is the case with Killua in the anime, and he also comes into contact with a family of vicious foxes. This small town is located in the Republic of Badokia and has corresponding transportation to the Sky Arena. Until the evening. It seems that you are the only one who has arrived here, so let's set off after dinner. The official examination location is in Keri City. The mayor is a man in his 50s, but he is still in good health. Jin, who had just left Whale Island, naturally had no idea where Keri City was. But he also has many problems. He asked the mayor directly about his duties and whether there were many leaders like him. Unlike Zyja, Jin, who just left Whale Island, is a bit naive, but he is very smart and thoughtful. This was his first time taking the hunter exam, but along the way, he found the exam to be quite interesting. The mayor also answered some of Jin's questions. After dinner, we drove directly to Keri City. A car driven by the mayor. The outside world was so new and exciting that it attracted Jin. What kind of city is Keri? In the car, Jin chatted with Zhen again, mainly to learn about Keri. In Jin's eyes, the town where the mayor lives is much more prosperous than Whale Island. Keri City, this is a world-renowned fighting city, a holy place for martial artists all over the world. The mayor talked endlessly about the city of Keri. The city of Keri, which has prospered because of the Sky Arena, is also constantly radiating to the surrounding cities, towns, and villages. There are some things Jin doesn't understand well enough yet. But just from the mayor's tone, it must be something extraordinary. After driving for nearly 4 hours, we arrived in Keri at 23:25 in the evening. When entering the city from the suburbs, Jin was still shocked. That expression of a person from the countryside being shocked by modern urban architecture, everything is so strange. Even late at night, the neon lights of Keri City were shining, and some of the big screens in some buildings were displaying advertisements and some were showing videos of fighting competitions. When passing by some streets, you can still smell the aroma of barbecued food in the air. It's really a city that never sleeps. Jin looked at it from inside the car and couldn't help but scream. After all, he is still just a 12-year-old boy now. Soon they arrived at their destination. The lobby area of a 12-story building. The mayor entered the hall with Jin. And in the hall, there were many people waiting. Some still had blades in their hands. Because it was night, some people were resting in the corner. A rough look revealed that there were more than 300 people. Okay, we're here. You just wait here. I don't know the exact time of the exam. After sending Jin here, he really planned to say goodbye. Thank you. Jin expressed his gratitude. Don't force yourself. If you can't do it, just try again next time. Come to me next time and I'll take you to the exam location. The mayor said a few words before leaving, asking Jin not to force himself. The hunter exam is still very dangerous, especially since Jin is only a 12-year-old boy. I see. Jin simply responded. No promises were made. After the mayor left, Jin began to circle the entire hall. Observe the surrounding environment and the candidates around you. The candidates here are completely different from the ones I met before. The aura alone can tell the difference. This building seems to be a martial arts hall as well. There are quite a few areas in the lobby, as well as counter staff. Jin, you found that some candidates would go to the counter to talk to the staff and then go upstairs. Jin was thinking, could it be that the exam has already started? While Jin was thinking, a fat man with a mature look came over. You must be a newcomer. It's amazing that you can get here at this age. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dongba. Dongba was very outgoing and friendly in dealing with Jin. My name is Jin Fulasi. Jin also introduced himself. Is it obvious? He then asked about how he was seen as a newcomer. It's quite obvious to me, after all, I have taken the hunter exam more than 10 times. Dongba proudly spoke of his achievements. About 10 times. Jin expressed surprise. Mr. Dongba, you are amazing. You have participated in this event so many times. The look in Jin's eyes made Dongba a little confused. Because most candidates would laugh at him when they heard his record. Is it awesome? If I were awesome, I wouldn't have participated so many times and still not become a hunter. Dongba said with some self-mockery. That's amazing. The mayor just said that the hunter exam is very dangerous. Mr. Dongba, you have participated in it so many times. Although you didn't become a hunter, you survived and are still intact. Isn't that amazing? I have to say that Jin's perspective on people is different. Ah. Really? Dongba felt a little embarrassed by Jin's flattering tone. Since you are a newcomer, as a senior, let me give you some advice. Dongba began to pass on his experience. There is still some time before the official exam begins, so you can actually do whatever you want during this time. Why? So those people. Jin didn't quite understand. Dongba laughed and said, before the formal exam begins, someone from the Hunter Association will prepare number plates for the candidates. Dongba was a little confused when it came to this. That is, in the past, when we arrived at the official examination location, we would be given number tags directly. Why this time? Chapter 113. Or is it that the preliminary examination has not yet ended? Since this was the first time Dongba encountered such a situation, he began to doubt himself. Jin Gang just walked straight to the counter. Are those going upstairs candidates? The counter clerk answered in the affirmative that they were all fighters from the Sky Arena and they all paid to go upstairs to rest. If the exam officially starts, they will inform them in advance. When does the exam start? Are you also from the Hunter Association? Dongba asked curiously. Based on his years of experience taking hunter exams, this situation was very unusual. We don't know exactly when it will be held, and we need to wait for notification, but what I can tell you is that the examiner of your first exam is Master Elliot, a martial artist of the infinite flow. Noticing that many candidates were also listening, the counter attendant began to explain. This building is Elliot's asset, but his infinite flow is still in its infancy. He directly used his martial arts hall as the first gathering point for the candidates. Is he a contestant above the 200th floor? Some candidates have already recognized him. The opponent is also a martial artist from the Sky Arena. From the name, you're not the host, right? Some candidates from Kerry City first thought of martial artists at the level of the OP. Basically, when people talk about martial artists in Kerry City, the first person that comes to mind is the owner of the Sky Arena. Although Elliot is not the owner of the building, his strength is the closest to that of the owner. He recently won 200 points in the battle with the owner of the 7th floor. Another candidate spoke. For candidates who came from other places and were not familiar with the Sky Arena, they did not quite understand what some of the candidates said at this time. Dongba was thinking in his heart. Is it possible that the examiner this time is a martial artist from the Sky Arena? Dongba has participated in many hunter exams and he always pays attention to the masters who appear among the candidates. Generally, among the candidates who make it to the end, there must be a martial artist from the Sky Arena. Then many candidates, including Dongba, heard news that surprised them. That is, any candidate who is qualified to reach the 200th floor of the Sky Arena can directly take the formal exam without taking the preliminary exam. But they never knew this. This made some candidates from other places wonder whether they should also participate in the Sky Arena competition. And now this regulation has actually been lowered to the 150th floor. The Sky Arena is really too exciting. Basically, players who have reached the 200th floor have mastered Nen and no longer rely on taking the hunter exam and becoming a hunter to learn Nen. Since it is not the exam period now, there is no need to worry. Jin, do you have money with you? I don't know how long it will take before the exam. Dongba asked with concern. Jin nodded. He did bring some money when he left Whale Island, but it wasn't much. It is also unclear whether the prices outside are very different from those on Whale Island. If you want to make money, it's very easy in Kerry City. The candidates who can come here are no ordinary people. They can go to the Sky Arena to compete and earn some money for food. Some candidates came over in a familiar manner. He is a young man of about 15 or 16 years old. My name is Russell, what's your name? The first person the young man paid attention to was Jin. I'm Jin. Is it easy to make money here? Jin couldn't help but ask. Of course, at least if your body is intact, you can definitely find a job in Kerry City to make a living. Even if your body is disabled, there are ways to make money by testing drugs. In short, beggars are not allowed in Kerry City. The boy named Russell seemed to be very familiar with the city of Kerry. If you don't have a place to stay tonight, there's a vacant room in my room and I can give you a seat. Russell invited Jin. It is hard to understand why he cares so much about Jin. Is it because they are about the same age? It's still very troublesome to stay here overnight. If you don't get enough rest, it will be troublesome to cope with the next exam. Besides, who knows who is among the candidates? The latter sentence was spoken in a low voice. Dongba was completely ignored. I have no place to rest either. Dongba said in a low voice. Uncle, don't you have any money? It's a bit biased. Uncle. Dongba felt angry when he was called like that. He was still very young, although he looked a little older. This is my first time here too, and I don't know if the money I've prepared is enough. Dongba could see through his distressed expression. I have already decided in my heart that I am going to trick Russell. At this time, Dongba has not yet completely transformed into a rookie killer. If possible, he still wants to become a hunter. But every time he was unlucky or encountered danger, he had to give up the exam. Didn't I tell you? There are many ways to make money even if you don't have money. After saying this, Russell took Jin away, and Jin accepted Russell's invitation. Take the elevator directly up. In the elevator. You should have noticed it, the candidate. Who are you, Mr. Dongba? Of course, although he concealed it very well, his malice could not be hidden from me. Russell has a keen intuition in this regard. So you have bad intentions too? Jin asked. He seems like the type who speaks his mind. Of course not, I just want to make friends with you. Not to mention that we are close in age, but in this situation, you can still keep a straight face and look innocent. You are really amazing. Russell suddenly and inexplicably praised Jin. What does it mean to look innocent? Jin's eyebrows twitched a few times, revealing his mood. You can't fool me. My feeling is not wrong. Acting harmless is just your disguise. Russell said to himself. Jin looked a little defeated at this time. It was the first time he met someone like Russell. Your way of making friends is really special. Those are not nice things to say. Because I think this is the only way I can make friends with you. Russell said directly, acting entirely on his special intuition. This answer left Jin speechless. But why do you want to be friends with me? Jin still didn't quite understand. Of course it's your potential. At this age, and coming to the official examination site alone, you must be outstanding. Jin said he didn't understand Russell. Can such a direct and utilitarian method really teach friends? Soon the elevator door opened and the topic was temporarily terminated. Came to their room. It's so big. The interior layout was considered very luxurious for Jin. But it was normal for Russell. Chapter 114. Although Russell acted very utilitarian, Jin did not feel disgusted. Perhaps it was because when King showed a country boy expression, he was not looked down upon by Russell. In the room, the two of them chatted among themselves. The main thing is to get to know each other. Jin mainly inquired about the situation in Kerry City and Sky Arena. Russell's identity is from the Conrad family, so he has to call Julia aunt. Because Julia is unmarried and childless, everyone in the Conrad family believes that the next head of the family will be chosen from among this group of second generations. Among them, Russell is a special one. The first one is that he was deeply influenced by Julia, but fortunately his orientation was not affected. In addition to this, there is his innate ability, his powerful perception, which is not a telepathic ability, but a pure talent of some kind. Although Julia did not say that she would choose the next head of the family, we can guess some things based on her actions. In order to prove his strength, Russell's first step is to become a hunter. And he also has the idea of reaching the 200th floor of the Sky Arena and becoming the owner of the floor. Jin couldn't fully understand some of the things Russell said, at least not now he fully understood what a mafia family was. I only know that Carey City is very prosperous and there are so many interesting things there. The Sky Arena made him want to experience it himself. Compared to Russell's many interesting experiences, Jin felt that he was just ordinary. At the same time, he became more certain that taking the hunter exam and leaving Whale Island was the right thing to do. This is just what Jin thinks is ordinary. When King described the Swamp King he caught on Whale Island, Russell praised him repeatedly. Just by listening to the description, you can tell how difficult this king of the swamp is to fish. And with that size, it looks like a very dangerous creature no matter how you look at it. The two chatted until about 2 in the morning before falling asleep. At 8 o'clock in the day, both of them woke up. The short sleep did not affect them, as they were still young and full of energy. When we arrived at the hall, we found that many candidates were sleeping on the floor, and there were still several hundred candidates. Of course, it was the blood on the hall floor that caught their attention. This is what happened. Fortunately, Dongba in the hall took the initiative to explain to them. Among the candidates there are those who are unruly and difficult to talk to, as well as those who like to use force to force others to submit. However, the fight did not occur among the candidates. Instead, it was the candidates and the staff here who wanted to eat and live for free, and in the end they were taught a lesson. He was sent directly to the hospital and missed the next exam. The exam hasn't started yet. Jin looked around. I don't know what's going on either. Dongbo replied. But in fact, he already had a preliminary idea in his mind. Although the number plates had not been issued yet, given this unusual situation, Dongbo would rather believe that the exam might have already begun. However, the specific method is unclear. Of course, Dongba did not tell anyone else about this speculation. Since it hasn't started yet, Jin, why don't you go to the Sky Arena and take a look? Jin nodded when he heard this. The two then left the building. Some candidates also planned to go out for a walk, while some candidates remained in the building. Most of them are candidates from Sky Arena. When Jin arrived in Carey City, he was discovered by Lucci the first time. After all, he is similar to Zijia and also has a unique fishing rod. What's going on now? Have any candidates noticed? Biscuit seemed to be paying attention to the first exam as well. Smart people definitely have it, but most candidates haven't discovered it yet. Who would find out about this kind of exam so quickly? Biscuit was familiar with the hunter exam, but this was the first time he had seen this kind of exam. Most of them involve examination content, or they test physical strength and endurance, mainly long-distance running. There are also hunting and level-breaking exams. But it is not surprising that the candidates cannot discover this method of not even giving the test questions directly. General newcomers may be at a loss, as well as those candidates who are used to taking the formal exam directly. Here, Lucci is talking about the martial artists of the Sky Arena. Since I knew that the examiner of the first exam was a familiar martial artist, I did not doubt it. Not issuing number plates to candidates is actually a signal. As long as the candidates go out and wander around the city of Carey, they may encounter incidents and obtain information and intelligence from the incidents. The first exam can also be called the number plate exam. All the candidates have to do is to get a number plate of their own. Only by getting the number plate can they take part in the second formal exam. Such an arrangement would certainly require a lot of manpower and material resources. Of course, candidates who stay in the building also have a chance, because they also have the opportunity to obtain a number plate in the building at the gathering point. And Russell and Jin went to the Sky Arena. I signed up for the competition directly and smoothly. And played 2 more games. Even though their strength is high, the current fighters in the Sky Arena, regardless of their level, can only play 2 games a day at most. In addition to the money, they also received a booklet. What is this? The two of them discovered that they had an extra booklet than the other contestants. This is an achievement playbook. If you can fill up the spaces in it, you can get rich rewards. This activity will only last for half a month. No detailed introduction, just saying this. There was no description in the booklet, just a blank space where a stamp was needed. As for what the generous rewards were, the staff did not tell them. Kim and Russell were confused at first. But soon an incident occurred, or to be precise, it wasn't an incident, it was more like a game. In Carey City, they encountered some people asking for help. After they helped them, the other party actually asked for a booklet or to stamp their booklet. Then we went back to the meeting point. When you look at the booklet again, you can see the start time of the event on it. The first day of the event is today. If it was just a suspicion at the beginning, then when the examiner still did not show up the next day, it was confirmed. I didn't expect there was such an exam. Russell found it very novel. But this test is too easy. In terms of intelligence in Carey City, nothing can be hidden from the Conrad family. Russell felt that this test was very simple. Just call and get help. If the Hunter exam is held in a city and the scope of the exam is very broad, candidates can use other methods to pass the exam. On the third day, Jin and Russell were the first to fill up the booklet. When they arrived at the meeting point, the counter staff seemed to have known it for a long time. Congratulations on completing the activity. These are your number plates. They are number 1 and number 2 respectively. This action also attracted the attention of the candidates who were still in the hall and didn't understand what was going on. They immediately surrounded them, some wanted to ask about the situation, and some wanted to snatch the number tags from Jin and Russell. Chapter 115. Are you sure you want to do it here? Russell was not panicked at all when surrounded by so many people. Instead of trying to snatch our number plates, you should finish the test early and get your own number plates. Russell was also confident in his own strength, and this was Carey City, the base of the Conrad family. If something really happens, he can even call for help. We won't make it difficult for you. Just tell us the specific information. A candidate came out to smooth things over. How is that possible? Why should I tell you the intelligence I obtained? Russell naturally couldn't tell them these things. It was with the help of his family that he was able to complete the exam so quickly. It is impossible to tell others for nothing. If you want me to tell you this information, what price can you pay? Russell didn't say anything final. Instead, he adopts a trading approach. As long as the other party can offer enough chips, he doesn't mind trading with the other party. Being able to take part in the Hunter exam and reach the official examination hall shows that he is quite capable no matter how you look at him. You can work for the Conrad family. Why bother talking to him so much? Just give him 2 punches first, and then he'll tell us obediently. Not all candidates are easy to talk to. Some candidates are already getting impatient and are planning to take action directly. I've been underestimated. Russell suddenly attacked the person who spoke and broke his right leg with a kick, showing his brutal and courageous side. As a mafia family, if they don't show enough means, they won't be able to subdue their subordinates. Especially among mafia families, strength is highly valued. The reason why the Nasra family is looked down upon by other mafia families is mainly because this so-called mafia family is supported by Nian. Just rely on the ability of divination. He does not have a large amount of territory or subordinates. Without Nian, it's unclear whether it can even be called a mafia family. If you want to fight, I don't mind. Is there anyone else who wants to come now? Russell asked arrogantly. The other candidates did not take action, but they were not afraid of Russell. It's because Russell is qualified to have an equal dialogue, and the candidates do not trust each other. If a fight breaks out, some candidates might offer to help in order to please Russell and get information from him. I definitely don't want to be the bad guy and let others be the good guys. The trading method given by Russell is very simple, you just need to use money. If there is no money, then it depends on whether the candidate has the ability to be noticed by Russell. But Russell basically doesn't think there are such candidates. Because for such candidates, there is no need to ask him for any information. Soon, transactions were made with some candidates. After obtaining the information, some candidates would be found by other candidates, and Russell and Jin soon felt relieved. I hope I didn't scare you. After doing all this, Russell was still a little worried that his friend Jin would not like this side of him. Scared? Jin was confused. Russell, I think you are awesome. Jin praised. He didn't think there was anything wrong with Russell's violent side just now. Sure enough, I was right about you. Russell became happy. Now our exams are over, and there should be some time before the end of the exams. What do you plan to do next? Russell asked. There were so many things Jin wanted to do. It was his first time in the outside world, and he was very curious about everything around him. There are many things to know. The two left together. At the senior level, Elliot has been informed of the situation of the staff. Ah, so fast. Elliot was surprised at first that, for his exam, even if a candidate could discover it on the first day, it would be impossible for him to pass the exam and get a number plate directly on the second day. After all, there are too many incidents and they are complicated. This tests the candidate's sensitivity to events and their ability to collect intelligence. It even tests teamwork. If candidates knew this, they could also consider working as a team to complete the exam. After all, having more people also has advantages in this exam. According to Elliot's estimation, the first person to pass should be in 5 days. At that time, the candidates will get the number plates, and it doesn't matter even if other uninformed candidates know about it. And now because of the relationship between Russell and Kim, this can be considered to be exposed in advance. Among the candidates this time, there is a man from the Conrad family, and he has mobilized the power of the Conrad family. The staff informed Elliot of the situation. The Conrad family? Oh, that's it. I worked so hard to prepare for the exam, but I didn't expect there would be a cheater. Of course, Elliot doesn't think this is cheating, it's also a sign of strength. Just like if there are people with an ability participating in the Hunter exam, then the chances of passing the Hunter exam will be much greater. Elliot was no stranger to the Conrad family, an important force in Cary City. Moreover, many martial artists in the Sky Arena have been employed by the Conrad family. Elliot didn't want to change the difficulty of the exam and thought it would be better to just let it go naturally. Even if these candidates know the exam content in advance, they may not be able to pass it easily. The complicated exam content was a big obstacle. Soon half a month passed. On the last day, all the candidates gathered in the hall. Some of them had received number plates, while some who had not received number plates were begging the staff, saying that they were just a few stamps away. Hopefully that will allow them to pass. There are not many such people. During this time, Kim broadened his horizons and experienced many things in Cary City, of course with the help of Russell. After all, if you want to experience something, you need to spend money. Here, Jin deeply felt what prosperity and civilization meant. In the hall, Dongba was holding 3 number tags and talking to the candidates who failed the exam. When some candidates saw Dongba's behavior, they all thought that they had not even thought of this. Because it is a number plate test, there is no limit on the number of times you can take it. As long as there is enough time, candidates can obtain multiple number plates, but of course they can only use one. But during this exam, you can also choose to trade. Dongba noticed this keenly and made some preparations for this exam. There were 3 more number plates, and judging from his number 45, it didn't take long to get the number plates. I can give you the number plates so that you can pass the first test, but then you must help me pass the next test, and you can also gain experience to continue taking the Hunter exam. The current Dongba is not yet the rookie killer in the future. At most, some candidates had malicious intentions, but of course, if the situation allowed, he would definitely not mind adding insult to injury. Chapter 116. First of all, congratulations on passing the first exam. As the exam was over, examiner Elliot finally appeared in front of the many candidates. There were more than 700 candidates who arrived at the official test site this time. Among them, 473 people were qualified. The main reason was that Russell's behavior disrupted the exam, otherwise the number of people who passed would definitely be lower. Then I will take you to the location of the second exam. Elliot led the large group of candidates on foot. It still attracted a lot of people's attention in Cary City, and no one knew what had happened. The candidates who have become familiar with the city of Cary in recent days found that the direction they were heading was not the airship airport, nor other places like the station. Will the second exam still be held in Cary City? Even if you are a newcomer, you wouldn't think that the Hunter exam will always be held in the same place, right? Soon they stopped in front of a 36-story building. On the tall building, a large screen was playing a fighting scene, a scene of a male and female contestant fighting. The final scene is the female player winning by knocking out her opponent. This is the headquarters of the Women's Fighters League. A familiar candidate has already told the situation here. In fact, it is also a martial arts hall, but unlike other martial arts halls, it is a martial arts hall composed of multiple schools founded by female martial artists. Differences between men and women are inevitable. Among martial artists and fighters, female fighters are definitely a minority. Basically, the appearance of one will attract a lot of people's attention. The so-called Women Fighters Alliance is actually just an organization spontaneously formed by some female fighters. Among them are independent female fighters as well as female fighters from other martial arts schools. And Biscuit is also the honorary president of the Women Fighters League. When you enter the building, you will find that all the staff inside are women. Don't think that you have entered a country of women. Even if female fighters look very gentle at first, they will become rough as long as they practice. It does not conform to the aesthetic taste of most people, even if a few people can maintain it, unless they are gifted. Otherwise, he definitely used his abilities. Sometimes, we have to say that even female fighters are born with a love of beauty, once they have the ability of Nin. There will also be changes in body shape and appearance. Thanks to Baizaji's precedent, they at least won't use their abilities exclusively to maintain their appearance. After all, they are fighters too. Most of those with special abilities have auxiliary abilities that can assist in cultivation. All of them are developed based on Biscuit's abilities. If it was Biscuit in the anime, she probably wouldn't let people know about her ability as Miss Cookie easily. But under the influence of Lucci, the view on some things has changed. Not only did she reveal her own abilities, but she also knew about the development of abilities of some female fighters. Through the development of other people's abilities, see if there is room for improvement in Miss Cookie. The ability to think is not static. As long as you want and have enough strength, your abilities will still be evolved. Just like Crollo, in order to deal with the battle with Hisoka, he not only acquired many Nin abilities, but also developed the bookmark ability. It is to free up your hands and be able to use multiple abilities. Baizaji gains insights from other people's development of similar abilities and then uses them to develop his own abilities. And Baizaji has achieved some success. Some candidates from Carey City have guessed that the examiner of the second exam might be one of the Female Fighters League. Judging from the first examiner, he might be another 200th level fighter. And Russell and King are already talking big. I didn't expect the second exam to be here, Jin, you know what? This is not only the headquarters of the Women's Fighters Union, but also the most famous massage parlor in Carey City. The effect is even better than the Sky Arena. Boy, are you looking for death? Russell's words immediately angered the female fighter. It was a woman in a suit with a cigarette in her mouth. Don't think that you can say this unscrupulously just because you are a member of the Conrad family. Although what Russell said was a fact, it was an insult to the female fighters here. They mostly rely on this method to make money to obtain the materials they need for cultivation. Especially after the introduction of the gravity chamber. Crack! Russell collapsed to the ground, as if he was crushed by something. I felt so uncomfortable all over. Jin tried to pull Russell up, but he was so incredibly heavy that he couldn't do it. But soon the gravity disappeared, and Russell gasped for breath, completely losing the wanton expression he had just had. I'm sorry, Lady Diana, I was presumptuous. He immediately admitted his mistake. Jin reacted immediately. Grown-ups. Russell told him that there were only 61 people in Carey City who could be honored as adults, representing the 61 top fighters in the Sky Arena. After a certain reform by Lucci, the number of owners of the 200 floors of the Sky Arena has increased to 10. So the woman in front of me is also a OP. Lady Diana. Elliot didn't expect this person to appear here. Diana, the owner of the 213th floor of Sky Arena. And the number of layers is not very high. But among the 61 posters, Baizaji is one of the 3 female posters. This also shows how rare female fighters are. Could she be the examiner for the second round? How did she do that just now? Some candidates were already discussing in low voices. Soon someone said the word Nian, but some candidates didn't quite understand it. For candidates who have sufficient knowledge of the information about Carey City, even if they did not know it before, they now know about the existence of the entity called Nian. Some of the differences between candidates are reflected in these areas. Oh, I underestimated you. You are worthy of being a member of the Conrad family. Diana glanced at Russell. The more high-ranking one is in Carey City, the more he knows about the Conrad family. Of course, Diana's praise was more of a compliment to Lucci. Without paying any attention to the numerous candidates, Diana walked directly towards the VIP elevator. Elliot, on the other hand, immediately issued a warning. It's not wrong to say this is a massage parlor, but unless you have enough financial strength, saying so would be a suicidal act. Moreover, this place only serves the strong or those with connections. The exam will be held on the 18th floor. Chapter 117. On the 18th floor, a certain fighting arena. Are there still so many people? I thought your exam would eliminate a lot of people. Anne said to Elliot. After all, if we start without telling the test questions, many people will probably be confused. There was a small accident. This is not surprising. After all, there are many fighters from the Sky Arena here. Elliot didn't think anything of it. I'm Annie, your second examiner. Annie briefly introduced herself. Some of the candidates below had an expression of as expected. Another contestant from the 200th floor. Will the following exams be the same? I will announce your second exam next. Annie didn't waste any time and announced the test questions directly. The content of the exam can be said to be simple. There are many fighters in this building, and all you have to do is get certificates from them. You only need 3 to pass the exam. Before Anne finished explaining the content of the exam, the candidates below immediately started shouting. How is this possible? The fighters here are all non-users. How can we possibly get it from them? The speaker is candidate number 107, Tian Yat. He is also a fighter in the Sky Arena, but he has not yet reached the 200th floor and is a fighter struggling on the 170th floor. The Women's Fighters Alliance is also a major force in Cary City. After all, it is composed of many female fighters. Even wives of fighters from other schools and other female family members have joined this organization. There is also a special way to awaken the mind. I heard that it is through massage, slowly opening the sperm holes in a small area to awaken the mind. It is a safe way to chant. Of course, if ordinary people want to ask someone to chant for them, they will have to pay a high price. Tian Yat, who has watched competitions above the 200th floor, is very clear about the gap between those who can read and those who cannot. Even he had experienced non-users on the 170th floor. Even if you are not as strong as him, you can still use the defensive power of Nian to fight him. Since he had not reached a high level and was a solo player with little money, Tian Ye chose to take the hunter exam to learn how to read. The word reading was mentioned again, which once again attracted the attention of many candidates. I hope no one will interrupt me when I'm talking about the exam content. If it happens again, I will directly disqualify you from the exam. Anne is an overwhelming presence. The students were instantly quieted down. Only Jin was sighing that the women here were so amazing. No one dared to interrupt, and no one even dared to whisper, for fear of angering the examiner. It's actually nothing for a normal examiner to fail a candidate in the hunter exam. Unless they do something like what happened to Men Chi in the anime, where no candidate was passed, the Hunter Association will intervene. In response to the question just now, I need to say that as long as you have a way, you don't have to fight to get the certificate. It's really a bad taste. Elliot thought. Annie said so, but it was definitely not the case when it really happened. The people here are all fighters, and it is absolutely impossible to get it in any other way. In addition, if candidates want to compete for the certificate, they need to go to the ring. Any private fights are not allowed. If you violate the rules, you will be eliminated directly. In short, all battles will take place on the arena. If the candidates are allowed to fight, the building is likely to be destroyed. After all, many candidates brought hot weapons. The examination period is 7 days. Then you can start taking action now. Does everyone have a certificate of qualification? A candidate asked. You'll need to find this on your own. Of course, it is impossible for everyone to have a certificate of qualification, and there is also a quantity limit on the certificate of qualification. A maximum of 300 people will be allowed to pass the exam. This was the result of Anne's relaxation, but of course she also believed that there would definitely not be 300 in the end. Soon, a group of candidates left in a swarm and began to move around on each floor. Anne's behavior is actually an abuse of power for personal gain. Use the hunter exam to establish their reputation as female fighters. Every tournament match will be recorded and filmed, and when the time comes, whether it is for publicity or selling to TV stations, the Hunter Association can use it for publicity. It may be better to use the competition videos of famous players in Sky Arena, but it is not the same for outsiders. The Hunter Association is too famous. Especially when people know that this is the Hunter exam, I'm sure many people will be interested. There won't be any special videos for the Hunter exam. King and Russell chose to start with the first level. It's a problem. If I stay here, I won't be able to rely on the power of my family. Russell said with a little regret. Yet, Jin agreed. If he could pass the exam easily, he would definitely choose this. So what are you going to do now? Russell asked Xiang Jin. Then I can only ask first. If possible, I certainly don't want to fight. Jin also refused to fight. It's not that he doesn't want to win through fighting, but considering the existence of thoughts, he feels that the chances are slim. As for Nian, Jin has already obtained some information from Russell. At least I understand what it is. Then let's split up. Russell planned to separate from Jin. Okay. Jin agreed. Starting from the first level, we directly adopt the method of questioning. Some candidates have already begun to prepare for the competition. Jin also found a target, without any need for too much trouble. Basically, as long as you ask, the other party will tell you whether the candidate has a certificate of qualification. And basically they all require combat. Jin discovered through observation that not everyone is strong or has Nen. Although he couldn't see the existence of thoughts yet, he had such an intuition when watching the battle. However, I was indeed refreshed by the female fighters here. Even the younger fighters are very strong. Jin, who had never trained in martial arts, was at a disadvantage in this regard. The most he could do was fight by relying on his physical advantages and sharp reactions. Jin also tried his hand at ring fighting. His luck was bad as he chose a strong target and was easily defeated. On the first day, Jin just observed and got a general idea of the situation. But soon he came up with other ideas, and he summarized 2 other ways to obtain the certificate. One of them is still to respond to the other party's request, fight, give it your all when fighting, and gain the other party's recognition. Even if you lose, there is still a certain chance to get a certificate. The other one is simple. Just determine the target, confirm where the certificate is placed, and then find an opportunity to steal it. Compared to Jin, his son Xiaija is better at dealing with women. Chapter 118. Some candidates passed the exam on the first day. They are all candidates from the Sky Arena. Because they are familiar with each other, they can also get to know some female fighters through some acquaintances. Then what you need to do is very simple, just challenge those female fighters who are not as strong as you. The difference in strength is easily reflected. Instead of fighting, Jin chose to steal. If we fight, there are too many uncertainties, and there is another problem, which is that it will attract the attention of other candidates. If they were noticed, the candidates would have to fight for the spots, which was what Jin wanted to avoid. I am not sure what my own strength is, but as long as I consider that the other candidates are adults, they must be stronger than me in some aspects. And Jin also likes to play this kind of game. Through observation, he quickly locked onto a female fighter. Some people carry their certificates with them, while others keep them somewhere. Just confirm it, and then find an opportunity to steal it. And in order to ensure that there would be no major accidents, he directly confirmed 3 goals and considered completing them all at once. Don't give other candidates or female fighters a chance to react. He doesn't think this is taking advantage of a loophole. After all, the examiner also said that fighting was not necessary. As for pleasing the other party, it is too difficult. On the 3rd day, Jin successfully obtained 3 certificates. Some female fighters did not realize that their certificates had been stolen, and even if someone noticed, no one warned them. Jin's ability to hide his aura very well is an important reason for his success. Like Jin and Xiaija, Jin had mastered the art before he learned it. After obtaining the certificate of qualification, he went to the 18th floor as if nothing had happened. Instead of taking the elevator, we took the stairs. There were also many candidates on the 18th floor. Some were trying to get the certificate of qualification, while others were staring at other candidates who came to the 18th floor. After all, to pass you still need to go to the 18th floor to find the examiner and confirm that you have passed. Then they have the opportunity before that and can choose to snatch it from other candidates. Jin finished on the 3rd day, which was relatively fast. There weren't too many candidates gathered on the 18th floor at this time. If it were the last day, there would definitely be a lot of people. At the gate, Dongba and several candidates were guarding the gate. Seeing Jin, Dongba's first thought was, have you already obtained the certificate? Just challenge him directly. The other candidates will not let Jin go. Because there are rules, you need to wait for the staff to come. He doesn't have a certificate in his hand now. Are you sure you want to challenge him? The staff came to ask. No. Then what are you doing here? The candidate who wanted to challenge Jin immediately became furious. I just came to ask the examiner, and I also want to know who passed. Jin replied. After discovering the situation on the 18th floor, he immediately hid the certificate. But is this really okay? Aren't candidates who can obtain a certificate generally very strong? Jin didn't quite understand their behavior. If they can get it from the female fighters, then their strength must be quite good. Even if these candidates want to snatch it from them, they may not be able to defeat them. No need to go through so much trouble. If that's the case, just come and experience it. A candidate smiled grimly. Even if Jin doesn't have a certificate of qualification, he will still challenge him. Jin quickly joined his opponent on the ring, but the opponent was not very strong and was defeated by Jin's agility. Many onlookers could see that Jin was not very good at fighting and had little combat experience. Just after winning, he was challenged by other candidates. If you can't refuse, just start a round-robin battle. This situation is still good. If there was no such rule and in other places, Jin would be besieged first. It is not necessary to have a certificate of qualification for candidates. If you injure someone, it will be difficult for you to pass the exam again. It is a behavior that harms others and does not benefit yourself. As for the round-robin battles, if they cooperate, even those with good strength will definitely not be able to withstand such consumption. Jin directly defeated 5 candidates, including Dongba. He was also a little out of breath and felt very uncomfortable. This kid's physical strength is actually stronger than mine. Dongba collapsed on the ring, in disbelief. In order to pass the hunter exam, he also went through a lot of training. What's even more terrifying is the opponent's learning in the ring. The physical strength of 5 people is not as good as that of a child. Did you hide the number plate? Dongba suddenly asked. After seeing Jin's outstanding physical strength and talent, Dongba felt that Jin must have obtained the certificate. Jin didn't answer him. And Jin's special existence also attracted the attention of some female fighters in the building. His stealing behavior had been noticed by others, not to mention there were surveillance cameras. Now he has defeated 5 candidates in a row, which proves his strength. You are very talented. Would you like to join our flame school? Annie actually wanted to take Jin as her apprentice. And for the sake of demonstration, flames even appeared directly on his hands. Flame flow? Isn't this the headquarters of the Female Fighters Alliance? Jin asked curiously. Can he join even if he is a man? There is no gender restriction in martial arts schools. With your talent, as long as you join a martial arts school, you will get a lot of training. If you are willing to join our flame school, I can help you with this exam, okay? Anne seduces Kim. In the development of martial arts in Kerry City, once a disciple with good talent is discovered, there may even be a situation of snatching away at the hands of different schools. Everyone hopes that their martial arts school will become stronger and stronger. Among them, the news about the rankings of various martial arts schools in Kerry City also made a certain contribution. No, I can pass this test. Jin refused directly. Not to mention that he didn't want to join any martial arts school, he didn't approve of cheating in exams. It was just a pity that Annie didn't continue recruiting. But I paid a lot of attention to Jin and wanted to see how he could qualify. Because Dongba has begun to publicize to some candidates the existence of the certificate of qualification in Jin's hand. Some people scoffed, while others chose to believe it. As a result, Jin was ravaged on that day and was ravaged in the ring. That is to say, it is restricted by rules, otherwise even more cruel things might happen. Jin simply fainted on the ring. Dongba was completely targeting him. Dongba actually wanted to target Russell, but was stopped by other candidates. If you target Russell, people will die. A small number of candidates knew Russell's identity, and the Conrad family's reputation was too great in Kerry City. After learning about Russell's situation, Dongba really gave in. In a room, Jin was wrapped in bandages and woke up from the pain all over his body. Chapter 119. Is it so miserable? It seems like someone is targeting you. Russell was sitting aside in the room. There was a hint of teasing in his tone. I don't know how I offended Dongba to make him target me like this. Jin didn't understand either. It was this exam that restricted the killing among candidates, otherwise Jin would really be in danger. There are still 18 hours before the end of the exam. What are you going to do? Russell asked. You are in this state, can you still take the exam? Russell asked. Of course. Although he was wrapped in bandages and looked seriously injured, Jin sat up directly, looking relaxed. So he was just pretending. Russell finally understood. Not entirely. The pain and some injuries on Jin's body could not be faked. As for the bandages on his body, they were made by the doctor he asked to treat his injuries. To do this, he even acted cute and took advantage of the fact that he is a child. He was frequently approached by other candidates, who tried to snatch the certificate of qualification from him. Jin couldn't avoid it, so he just let it go, but it was a little different, it was no longer about defeating the opponent. Instead, he lets himself get hurt on his own initiative, and every time he gets hurt he seems to be in a very miserable state. He was treated by the same doctor each time. Although I haven't seen your previous fight, all of this can be avoided as long as you are willing to use force. Russell said this based on what he knew. As long as all the candidates are crippled, they can be prevented from continuing to challenge themselves. There was absolutely no need for Jin to hurt himself in this way. In Russell's opinion, it's not worth it. Even if your current injury is not serious, it may affect the next exam. Do you plan to give up? Russell asked. Of course not, I won't give up. Jin said directly. But what Russell said was not something he had not thought about, it was just that he had just left Whale Island and was not yet able to use heavy hands on anyone. So what are you going to do now? Even if you do this, as long as you appear on the 18th floor, it doesn't mean they will let you go. And time is running out. You must bring your certificate of qualification, right? Are there still many candidates now? Jin asked. Russell understood what Jin meant, whether there were still many candidates who had not passed the exam. There are quite a few. Of course, there are many candidates who are in the same situation as you. Russell told King what he knew. Although the certificate of passing can allow 157 people to pass the exam, only people have passed the exam so far. Russell was among them. He just passed the exam today, so he had time to come and see Jin. The way he cleared the level was entirely by relying on himself. Of course, he was not untargeted by the candidates. After all, not all candidates were afraid of the Conrad family. Of course, any candidate who snatched the certificate from him would soon have it returned to him. Because he used unconventional tactics. To put it bluntly, it means using family power or financial offensive. There are many things that can be solved by just using money. The one that stood out was its simplicity. Of course this was mainly because the exam was held in the city of Kerry. If it were somewhere else, the family's power would not be available, and the money offensive might even result in some candidates being kidnapped. Listen to Russell's story. Jin finally understood the importance of money. Money can solve most of the world's problems. Just like in the comics, join Bai Yang's team and directly launch a money offensive. So Dongba and the others haven't passed yet. Jin was mainly asking about Dongba's team. I have to say, that guy is also very capable. Now his team has grown. Not only did he pass, he also helped several other candidates pass. Of course, the price he paid was that other candidates failed. Russell felt that Dongba was also suitable to join the gang as he had good qualities. Is that so? Even after passing, he was still targeting other candidates. The same method as in the first exam? Then I'm going to start taking action now. Jin began to slowly remove the bandages on his body. So do you need my help? Not for now. Jin did not directly seek Russell's help. If he wanted to pass, he had to present himself before the examiner with 3 certificates of qualification. The only trouble was the candidates who tried to stop him. By pretending to be injured, he was able to avoid being targeted. After removing the bandages, Jin still had some redness, swelling and pain on his body, but these were not a problem. Jin has a strong ability to recover, and he is used to this kind of injury. He was often injured on Whale Island. Russell didn't know what Jin should do, so he just followed Jin. And Jin went directly to where the examiner was. I didn't plan to wait until the last minute to go. Aren't you going to pretend again? Russell asked. No need. When Jin arrived nearby, he was naturally stopped by other candidates again. Just challenge first to confirm whether Jin has a certificate of qualification. The result is naturally no. Some people let Jin go, but some candidates wanted to continue to abuse Jin. Can I just give in? Jin asked. Is this still possible? Some candidates who had the same experience as Jin also thought so. Of course. The candidate who challenged Jin then said, he has already admitted defeat and has no certificate of qualification. Do you still want to continue? How can this be? Jin's opponent said dissatisfiedly. Why not? Your examiner shouldn't have restricted this, right? And since it's a competition, you can definitely admit defeat. There's nothing strange about that. The staff was also direct. Since he could admit defeat and was certain that Jin did not have a certificate of qualification, it was naturally impossible to stop him. Russell was puzzled. He didn't know whether Russell had obtained the qualification certificate, but he would not be able to pass the exam. But his intuition told him that Jin would pass the test. Sister, do you have a certificate? Jin asked suddenly. The staff involved in this exam set their sights on Jin. And Jin's words made other candidates look at him sideways. Of course, but do you want to fight with me? The staff lady smiled instantly. How can I continue fighting in this state? I just want to exchange with my sister. Jin looked bitter. Exchange? Okay. But if you dare to deceive me, the price will be something you can't afford. Does this kid really have a certificate of qualification? The staff lady was also confused. After all, she had participated in Jin Buddy's challenge and knew very well that he didn't have it. Was he hiding it? I want to challenge him. Sure enough, the other candidates couldn't sit still after hearing the conversation. The result, naturally, was that Jin admitted defeat, and then nothing happened. Chapter 120. This female staff member has 5 certificates of qualification on her body. If you want to trade the certificates I have, then tell me how you obtained them. She knew some of the information, but not all of it. She saw through Jin's abilities, she just didn't quite understand how Jin stole it. In fact, Jin could ask Russell for help, let him enter with 3 certificates, and then give them to himself. But he chose this method. It was because after several observations, he already knew that this female staff member also had a certificate of qualification. Not only that, the opponent should also be a powerful fighter. When he was observing here before, he noticed that there were many muscular men among the female fighters. But these female fighters are not the strongest in this building. The real strong ones are actually those women with ordinary figures. Of course, there are also ordinary fighting apprentices among them. They cannot see the chi, but they can still sense the chi. Even if there was no deliberate targeting to create invisible pressure, Jin could feel the gap in different aspects. It is very difficult for candidates to obtain a certificate of passing from someone who has mastered the art of mindfulness. Then there is only other way. Jin chose this staff lady. Through several challenge competitions, he could see that she hated those candidates who challenged her. And a little concern for yourself. He is a relatively normal and emotional person. Jin's previous actions were a bit like playing the victim in public. In fact, his behavior is still a bit risky. After all, he is not 100% sure that he can get the other party to help him by relying on this bit of sensibility. Of course, even if that doesn't work, there are other ways. Can this be regarded as a test? Jin asked. Jin then took the opportunity to bring it up. Then just make some changes to the initial transaction. King proposed a battle that was not a battle. Just let this young lady give Jin a chance to steal the certificate. To be precise, he placed the certificate in a conspicuous place on her body and asked her to walk here from the first floor. During this period, she needs to walk through every floor and room, and Jin will snatch or steal her certificate in the process. I have to say that this proposal immediately aroused the other party's interest. Some candidates did not expect that there was such a method. They just thought that this female fighter was really easy to talk to. They had tried to talk to those female fighters in other ways. But they were all rejected and could only compete in a ring. But I didn't expect Jin to be able to do that. However, they do not know that this requires multiple conditions to be fulfilled. When Annie learned the news, she just thought that Jin was an interesting guy. But she also saw something. Could this be this guy's original goal? Anne then shook her head and thought it was impossible. But in fact, Anne guessed right. After knowing the existence of thoughts, Jin wanted to try other methods. He wanted to experience it for real, but he was self-aware and well aware of the gap in strength, so he wanted to use other methods. All the previous efforts were just to facilitate this condition. He made his exam more difficult simply because he liked it and wanted to experience it. Because it was agreed in advance that as long as the certificate fell into Jin's hands, he could not be attacked. For Jin, it also requires fighting, and there is no danger. Of course, Jin has enough confidence in this test. The first time was at a corner on the 3rd floor, where Jin successfully launched a sneak attack. I was obviously very careful, but Jin still succeeded. I can't chant, but I can use Ju, is that so? Your method of eliminating aura is quite powerful. But it won't work next time. If there are 3 certificates, then naturally 3 times are needed. Start from the 1st floor again, and be more careful this time. But Jin succeeded the 2nd time. To be precise, it was by switching between appearing and hiding his aura several times that he confused the opponent and allowed Jin to succeed. But this time it was successful only when I reached the 15th floor. He failed several times during the process, but because the young lady had to walk up 1 floor at a time and take the stairs, it gave Jin many opportunities. There is even a chance to attack from behind. Through these fights, Jin could understand that Nian was very sensitive to breath. And I could feel one of the times when I was close to the other person, there was a special aura on me. That must be reading, right? In fact, the other party just used a circle with a radius of less than half a meter, and it was difficult to maintain. This method, which is not a combat method, really makes the female staff member uncomfortable. Her level of meditation is actually not that strong. In Baisaji's evaluation, one has to maintain it for more than half an hour to be considered a master. She can't do that yet. It wasn't a head-on battle, which was why she always lost to Jin. As for the 3rd time, it was even faster. This time Jin used a fishing rod. It seems I'm still a long way to go. Boy, give me the number plate. The staff lady looked at Jin with an expression of disbelief. Because at this moment, there was air coming out of Jin's body. How can it be? What exactly is going on? There actually is such a genius. Annie showed an expression of disbelief when she saw this scene. In fact, she had always been keeping track of Jin's actions. At this time, Jin was feeling the changes in his body. Is this the power of thought? So warm. As if he had already mastered the mind, he skillfully gathered the energy and formed a tangle on his body surface. It doesn't take even a minute. It amazed Anne. This is simply a genius among geniuses. It's not like she hasn't forced people to chant before, but she has never seen a situation like this. And Jin's behavior was also noticed by Annie. Is the goal to recite? But can this brief contact also be used to open up the essence and then activate the mind? Anne couldn't believe it. Jin actually didn't have high expectations at the beginning. The goal is only to see what thought is, so this method is used. As for the method of opening thought mentioned by Russell, he just felt it was possible, but he wasn't sure enough. But this extreme concentration, and after coming into contact with the target, he felt something inexplicable about the other person, which touched him. The essence hole will open naturally and then the chi will be mastered. This child's talent is terrifying. Just the thoughts of all the female fighters who noticed Jin Kainian. In the end, Jin passed the exam as he wished and successfully awakened his mind. Chapter 121. Have you thought about it a long time ago? Russell asked Jin eagerly. He also wanted to pay attention to Jin's battle, but was worried that his own reasons would affect his performance. But he didn't expect that after coming back, Jin would naturally learn how to read it. How could this not surprise him? No, I was just trying it. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Jin said very modestly. This made Russell envious. As someone who has known about the existence of Nen for a long time, and has also had enough opportunities to master the ability of Nen. But he still didn't grasp the idea. The main reason is that forced chanting is too dangerous. Russell is very confident in his talent, but he doesn't want to gamble. There are obviously safer ways to open your mind, so why should he gamble? Of course, what is more important is that there is a legend in the Conrad family. A way to more easily master thoughts, and also to gain powerful strength through it. However, there are only a few opportunities for this every year, and you need to pass some tests. Not everyone can pass every time, but without exception, everyone who passes becomes very powerful. Russell is also waiting for such an opportunity. As for taking the hunter exam, it was just to prove myself and get a hunter license. But I didn't expect the exam to be held in Cary City. After taking the hunter exam, he finally saw some things clearly. If I were to take the hunter exam alone, it probably wouldn't be that easy. Jin's thoughts attracted the attention of many fighters in the building, and some people from martial arts schools also noticed Jin. With such age and talent, everyone would like to take him under their wing. Anne also has a lot of ideas, but unfortunately she has been rejected. Of course, she also saw through it. For such a genius to become her disciple, it would just be a waste of his talent. And some candidates also heard some information. Looking at Jin with envy. In order to open their minds, some people will even deliberately challenge or anger those who control the minds, just to be able to come into contact with the other person's mind energy and open their own essence points. But the malicious thoughts of this kind of contact can easily cause damage to the body. Missing limbs is just normal. But they didn't expect that gold could be mastered so easily. How could they not be envious and jealous? There were all kinds of quiet discussions in the examination room, waiting for the final exam to be over. Russell kept asking Jin about his thoughts, mainly about his feelings when he awakened. For Jin, who has mastered the art of mind, the fastest way to master is entanglement and destruction. The effect of entanglement can actually relieve some of his own pain. This magical power fascinated Jin. When the final time came, Anne announced the end of the second exam. There were only 206 candidates who passed the second exam, which means that more than half of the candidates were eliminated. Next, Anne led the remaining candidates to the location of the third hunter exam. This time there was a special car to pick us up. The place they were heading to was the Sky Arena. Looking at the iconic target, there is basically no need to guess, you know that this time it is still a contestant in the Sky Arena. Some candidates looked forward to it. Could it be the OP? Russell was also guessing. But since the exam is in the Sky Arena, it doesn't mean that you have to fight to get to the next level. If that's the case, I don't know what level I have to reach before I can pass it. Russell imagined it to his heart's content. 206 candidates started climbing directly from the stairs to the 200th floor. For these candidates, climbing stairs is nothing at all and does not pose any difficulty for them. Being able to pass multiple exams, they are not ordinary people. We reached the 200th floor smoothly. Arrived at a large empty room on the 200th floor. Biscuit is already waiting. It's Master Bisky. Some people have already exclaimed. Bisky is a well-known host of the Sky Arena. Even candidates who are not familiar with his reputation will have some superficial understanding of him after these days in Carey City. There are still more than 200 people. Anne and Elliot have already respectfully said to Bisky, Master Bisky. I didn't expect that Lord Bizaji would be our examiner in the third round. Russell also seemed very excited. Is she the host of this post? Is she so strong at such a young age? Jin looked at Biscuit in disbelief. Don't be fooled by Lady Biscuit's appearance. This is the effect of her inability. She is actually over 30 years old and already an old lady. Russell whispered the truth to Kim. Auntie. Can the power of thought reach this level? Jin, who had just started to learn Nian, was completely stunned. Okay, I'm Bizaji, the examiner for your third exam. First of all, congratulations on passing the second exam. Considering that it's evening now, you can rest tonight. The formal exam will be held tomorrow morning. Bizaji is very humane in giving candidates time to rest, even though not all candidates need it. Biscuit's eyes turned to Jin again. Annie has already told Biscuit some information about Jin. Through simple contact with the Nin user, he awakened Nin. It looks like a very high-quality gem. Before the test, I can tell you part of the test content. The third test is the Sky Arena sign-in competition. You can do it alone or as a team. Biscuit did not reveal all the contents of the test. But some information has been telling them that it can be done alone or in a team, but since the team is mentioned, it will definitely focus on the team aspect. Sign-in competition, since it is a competition, it must be competitive in nature. In previous exams, there was not really any competition between candidates, but this exam is clearly telling candidates that there will be competition. There are only 10 places for those who pass this exam. They can be individual places or team places, and the upper limit for each team is 5 people. Biscuit said, stretching out his hand. In other words, theoretically, only 50 candidates can pass this exam. Then let's take a rest first. It is said that this is to give them a rest, but in fact it is more to give them time to decide whether to act alone or as a team. Teamwork also requires finding good teammates. The team is limited to 5 people, and there are many restrictions on cooperation. And when Lucci knew that Jin had mastered the mind, it also made Lucci marvel at his talent, and feel that he was the real protagonist. Different from Zyja in many aspects. Stronger and smarter, but Zyja is still a little more wild. Chapter 122. Team Competition. Russell was wondering whether to round out the team of 5. If you want to form a team, you naturally have to find strong people to form a team with. Jin, do you want to join me? Russell first invited Jin to form a team. Okay. Jin naturally wouldn't refuse. Then do we need to look for other people? Jin didn't know much about the other candidates, and now he didn't have any idea of becoming the captain. Of course, there will be fighting here, and we need strong teammates. Russell thought for a moment and said with certainty. Not to mention that this is the Sky Arena. Just considering the content of the Hunter exam, it would be impossible to pass without strong strength. Therefore, strong teammates are needed to ensure the possibility of passing the exam. In this conference hall, other candidates were also looking for teammates. Although Biscuit said that single people can also participate. However, among the candidates taking part in this Hunter exam, there is no absolutely strong one. In addition, this time the examiner is someone like Bizaji, so it will not be an easy test no matter how you think about it. In short, try to find strong teammates as much as possible. Although the exam has not yet arrived, most of the candidates have slowly found their teammates. Russell also found the corresponding teammates. They are candidate number 26 DuPont, candidate number 31 Dennis, and candidate number 87 Mark. They are all contestants in the Sky Arena, and Mark is also a candidate who has mastered the power of mind. However, he has not yet developed his abilities and his application of mind is still very superficial. 5 people gathered together. I didn't expect that the examinees this time would be well-known players in the Sky Arena. I don't know who will be the next examiner. Mark said with a sigh. This was not his first time taking the Hunter exam. He almost passed last time, and this time, after he mastered the concept, he signed up again. But I didn't expect this time to be very different. Could it be Lord Lucci? Dennis guessed with a smile. How is that possible? Well, instead of thinking so much, you might as well think about the exam that may come next. DuPont asked everyone to focus on the exam. Not to mention that the examiner this time is Lord Bizaji, but since we have been brought here, there is no doubt that the examination venue must be in this Sky Arena. In this case, we can collect some information in advance. Russell's mind worked quickly. Since it is an examination venue, there will definitely be some arrangements, whether it is venue arrangement or personnel arrangement. If they can discover it in advance, they will have the first mover advantage. Apart from Jin, they were all very familiar with the Sky Arena. It can be said that this team is now centered around Russell. As for King, as a rookie, he still needs to learn and grow. Jin, what do you think? Russell then asked Jin again. After all, this person is not ordinary. Jin raised his hand directly and said, the examiner just now was asking for a sign-in competition during the exam. Does that mean we need to sign in somewhere? Analyze the content of the exam based on the exam questions. Is it possible that the condition for passing the exam is to obtain enough sign-in qualifications? DuPont guessed this when thinking of the previous exam. It shouldn't be that simple, right? Mark didn't think it would be that simple. The special examiner is still Bizaji. In this case, it may be the venue layout. The sign-in place will definitely be different. It may all be arranged now. Anyway, let's go take a look around the Sky Arena first, and we can also ask other people. Russell said directly. With previous exam experience, they have great subjective initiative. Many teams of candidates also made the same choice. Find out what's happening in Sky Arena. But the Sky Arena is not as small as the second examination venue. In fact, the size of each floor is larger than that of the second examination venue. The search did not last all night. At around 1 a.m., Russell went to the room of DuPont and others to rest. As contestants in the Sky Arena, they all have their own rooms here. The rest and stability are better than that venue. Their search was unsuccessful and no relevant information was found. As for asking someone, at most they are familiar with some fighting players in the Sky Arena, and they are not official staff, so how could they know the situation? Of course there are always some lucky ones who make discoveries. The next day, all the candidates were waiting at the venue early. And Biscuit also arrived here at the agreed time. Now let me tell you about the content of the third exam. The test is a sign-in competition. There are many check-in points in this Sky Arena, a total of 100. Candidates need to find the check-in point, sign in, and then accumulate check-in points. As long as you accumulate 10,000 sign-in points, you can pass this exam. First talk about the passing conditions, then talk about the examination rules. As for why it is called a sign-in competition. That is, candidates who want to sign in need to complete the sign-in conditions, and the conditions are different. Once the conditions of the check-in point are met, it will disappear. That is for the first candidate. If the subsequent candidates want to sign in instead of the previous candidate, they will need to pay 10 sign-in points, and 10 points will be added each time. For each check-in point, the check-in points will only increase by 10 points every hour. When you sign in for the first time, you will receive 50 sign-in points. Another thing that needs to be noted is that when signing in, there will be no prompt as to how many people have signed in. At the same time, candidates in the same team will not be subject to point limits for multiple sign-ins, but it will affect other teams. If it is a single-person team, you will get 100 points for the first sign-in. At the same time, sign-in points have other functions, but Baizaji did not explain them in detail here, and the candidates need to discover them themselves. There is no time limit for the test, and the test will end when all 10 places are filled. There is no restriction on candidates fighting each other, but fighting and killing in the Sky Arena requires many things to be considered. At the same time, a small machine was distributed to all candidates. You can learn about the team's sign-in points. Well, the exam is about to begin, and you can go find the sign-in point. Soon all the candidates in the venue disappeared. Instead of discussing in the meeting room, Jin's team went directly to Dupont's room to discuss. First of all, you need to clearly understand the content of the exam. 10,000 points, not a lot. As long as a team can sign in at all the sign-in points for the first time, they can get 5,000 points, while a single-person team can simply qualify directly. But first of all, finding the check-in point is a problem. Chapter 123. What should we do in this situation? Dupont and others looked at Russell. They are all martial artists, and they usually have to consider issues related to combat and training. They have never experienced an exam like this. Russell comes from the Conrad family. He should be a man of ideas and power, and he might be able to help in this exam. That's easy. If it's the sign-in point, I can ask someone else to find it. Russell immediately picked up the phone and asked a family member for help. In the Sky Arena, the Conrad family has martial arts athletes and business people, and they are very familiar with each other. I can't say that I can find all of them, but there is no problem finding some check-in points. But this time is different. It was Julia who answered the phone. Since you are taking the hunter exam, why not try to pass it on your own without relying on your family's power? Julia directly cut off Russell's possibility of taking advantage of the situation. It's not that he's deliberately making things difficult for me, but rather it shows that he is very optimistic about me. As the Conrad family's business grew, she began to feel overwhelmed, mainly because she did not have enough talented people under her. She still wants to leave some important business to family members to manage. Hang up the phone. Russell could only helplessly say, "You heard it too. So let's set off now to find the check-in point." They gathered together to discuss. There's no rush yet. At least we need to figure out this exam first. Russell said there was no rush. Then asked Jin what he thinks. No one should choose to act alone in this exam. First, there are a few points that need to be discussed. The first important point is definitely the location of the check-in points. There are 100 in total, and then there is the challenge of the first check-in, and the difficulty of the challenge. In addition to this, there are subsequent sign-ins. If a person at a sign-in point is signed in multiple times, if they are not clear, they will lose sign-in points at the beginning. Jin began to analyze. Although he had just left Whale Island, he had a very good brain and had a clear enough understanding of many things. Other teammates also chimed in from time to time to deepen their team's understanding of the exam. Besides that, the sign-in points should have other uses besides signing in, and we need to find them out. But before taking this action, I think I need to buy one of these phones, Jin added. This is an exam between teams, so the connection between teams is also crucial. Having a practical tool like a mobile phone will be of great help to them. This is a minor problem. Soon Kim got a new phone. They exchanged numbers and started taking action. The first task is naturally to find the check-in point. The test designed by Biscay is much more complicated than the previous two tests. Because these candidates all have work badges, they can still enter many places in the Sky Arena. Of course, there is no place that can be visited, and that means there is no check-in point. Just before the exam started, a new advertisement appeared on the big screen of the Sky Arena. To be precise, it is an advertisement for a certain challenge. The test of the Basin Rainforest officially begins. The advertisement introduces the idea of safely mastering the power of Nen. Then just take part in the challenge in the Basin Rainforest and pass it to safely master the ability of Nen. As soon as this advertisement was released, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The entire Sky Arena was in an uproar, and many people called various martial arts schools. There are definitely ways to master Nen abilities safely and easily, but they are very simple or unique. Generally there are great restrictions. Just like the War of Succession of the Kakin Empire, it allows these princes to open their minds and gain powerful abilities, but the side effects are too great. Rarely does it occur on a large scale. Do the Pachis have such means? This is the doubt of many people. The Pachi tribe now has some fame in the Sky Arena. After all, there are several players at the 200th level. This challenge does not restrict participation by non-users. But there are only 50 places available. As for the selection method of the quota, it is random. It can be said to be extremely willful. There are a lot of people who signed up, and most of them are people who have not studied. Of course, the candidates were still confused as to what was going on with all the excitement. After some searching, Jin finally found a check-in location. In a gravity chamber somewhere on the 203rd floor. The check-in location is in the gravity room. He is a candidate who arrives here for the first time. If you want to sign in, you have to accept the challenge here. The challenge is also very simple, which is to stand in this gravity room with 10 times the gravity for half an hour. Jin was first surprised that there was such a method. After joining the challenge, there is no time to think too much, but to keep persisting. Jin is now similar to the fledgling Xiaja. Even though he is very talented, it is not yet time for him to realize his talents. Not everyone can easily withstand 10 times the gravity. Fortunately, he had mastered Nen in advance. Although he was not yet proficient in it, it still helped to boost his strength. Half an hour passed, and after finishing, Jin fell to his knees. This half hour seemed particularly long to him, and his strong resilience allowed him to persevere. After putting his number plate on, the check-in point was activated, the small machine in his hand was also activated, and a 50 check-in score was displayed. This represents his score. There will be 10 check-in points for each hour thereafter. The Sky Arena is huge, but Jin cannot guarantee that his check-in point will not be discovered. He can choose to leave and find another check-in point, or he can stay nearby and block the candidates from approaching this check-in point. After activating the points, Jin also discovered some of the functions of the sign-in points. First of all, a team is not something they can just build on their own. Instead, you need to spend points to build a team, and it doesn't take much, only 10 points. There are some other features besides this. It takes 10 points to quit a team, and 10 points for a captain to expel a team member. Check all team points for 10 points and check individual points for 10 points. The check-in point challenge restarts at 30 points. The ability to reduce points. You can reduce a certain person's points by the same number of points you use. At the same time, candidates can also trade points with each other. Jin quickly analyzed that the point transaction between candidates was probably more for the purpose of obtaining the check-in point location from other candidates. But even this information is not reliable. Because the check-in point will not indicate whether someone has checked in or how many people have checked in. In addition, the challenge restart at the check-in point is also very confusing and can also deter some candidates. So now all these points belong to him personally. The team is not what it was at the beginning, so now the uncertainty has increased. Teammates who agreed to form a team at the beginning may not necessarily form a team after they understand the complete rules. Instead, they will choose to team up with people who have more points. Chapter 124. Some candidates who found the sign-in point and passed the challenge also had different ideas. As for Jin, he didn't think that much about it. Just spend 30 points to reset the challenge. Then quickly leave to find the next check-in point. At the same time, he called Russell. Tell the other party some rules to complete. At this time, Russell had not found a check-in point because the Sky Arena was too big. 100 check-in points may sound like a lot, but they are completely insignificant in the Sky Arena. In a monitoring room somewhere, Baizaji also monitors all check-in points. The Sky Arena is too large, and although there are many surveillance cameras, it is obviously not enough for one monitoring room to monitor it. She can only focus on the check-in point. The candidates began to make an effort, but now only 7 sign-in points have been found. Obviously, it is not easy to find the check-in point. The other 2 examiners were also in the monitoring room. While paying attention to the candidates, kill some free time. With such rules, the candidates with the highest points will probably be specially targeted. In addition to the surveillance images, the monitoring room also displays the sign-in points of all candidates. The passing score is 2000 points. Theoretically, each candidate in the team only needs to get points. Due to the lack of trust between candidates and the possibility of being targeted by other candidates to have their points reduced, the best way is to act alone. If acting alone, the danger points for other candidates will be over 2000 points. Of course, if the top candidates have a total of 10,000 points, they will also be targeted by other candidates. There are only so many places available, so we certainly don't want to let certain candidates pass easily. In order to ensure that they can pass the exam smoothly, those candidates with high points also need to find other candidates with high points as soon as possible and form a team to pass the exam. Anne analyzes. You've missed 1 point. If everyone acts alone instead of forming a team, there will be a problem. Elliot immediately said, the more people who act alone, the more times the sign-in point will be refreshed, which means that more and more points will be required to sign in. It may not be obvious now, but it will be very troublesome later. Only teaming up can waive the point requirement. Ah! This feels so troublesome. Annie calculated and felt like her brain was about to explode. This exam tests a lot of things. At least Elliot believed that acting alone was a definite disadvantage. By evening, the check-in point activated by Jin had not been found. And their 5-man team has reunited. In their team, only 2 people found the check-in point. They are Kim and Dennis. Finding the check-in point was also a matter of luck. Jin's current points are 130. Dennis's score is 90 points. He also used the challenge restart. So are we going to team up now? I've already inquired. If we form a team, then what we can check is the team points, which can be used to confuse the points. Jin spoke first. He thought a lot about this exam. Points between players can be traded, which is a place with a lot of manipulation. But before that, let's first confirm that the other teams have better points. Jin comes to check the team's points. And Dennis came to check his personal points. Jin paid points through the machine and checked the team points. There are only 3 teams now. The points are 350, 160, and 70 respectively. The maximum individual points is 150 and the minimum is 0. More than 300 points? Does that mean this team has temporarily occupied 3 check-in points? By querying individual points and the number of teams, they guessed that the team should be a group of 5. And this team actually used a phone number as the team name, hoping that other high-scoring candidates would contact them. Jin and the others were already a step late. But this is also a good way to connect with other candidates. Whether you join or not, you can also do some transactions with it. So do we want to form a team now? DuPont and Mark both felt a little guilty. After all, they had been searching for the whole day and found nothing. Of course. Russell said directly. Since we agreed on it at the beginning, there is no need to look for anyone else. Jin said immediately. Finding teammates with more points is of course a good thing, but whether you can find them and whether you can trust each other is also a problem. It's just the beginning, there's no need to change teammates. And there are many ways to play this exam. Jin Shi showed a very interested expression. Although the first 2 exams were also very good, this exam gave Jin a special excitement because there were more ways to play. And there are opponents, and the opponents are naturally other candidates. Jin trusted his teammates very much and briefly mentioned his ideas. Because I haven't found the second check-in point yet, I'm not sure if I can check in at 2 check-in points. The first problem now is the preservation of the sign-in point. The sign-in point cannot be hidden. If we want to block other candidates, the challenge reset function alone cannot completely block all candidates. Then we have no choice but to control the sign-in points so that some candidates cannot sign in. The first thing Jin considered was the issue of protecting the sign-in points. The only protection method he could think of was to raise the sign-in requirements at the sign-in points. After all, there are still many candidates who don't have any points. Without points, it means that even if they find the check-in point, they will not be able to sign in. And when all the sign-in points are found, there is only one way for these candidates to get a sign-in point. Jin's words fell. Russell immediately said, "Trade with other candidates." "Yes, and with the demonstration made by this first team, we will make telephone contact. I have asked about the transaction method. No one can violate the transaction rules, no one can go back on their word, and no one can use a fake location to conduct the transaction." These are the things that Jin asked the staff who were conducting this exam, taking all aspects into consideration. Of course, there are risks in such transactions. First of all, one may get a check-in point that is already known. After all, how can one tell the location if the points are not credited to the account? But you don't know at first, that might be a known check-in point. There may even be check-in points that have been checked in multiple times and have high point requirements. This also has one advantage, which is that our trading points will not be too high in the early stages, and we will not be targeted by other candidates. In short, it is very beneficial to increase the sign-in point requirements now. Chapter 125. The top floor of the Sky Arena. Lucci's special training place. It seems that no one can come here. There is also a check-in point here in Lucci. Even though I said that there may be check-in points everywhere in the Sky Arena, they will be scared if they are too high level. Biscuit was not in the monitoring room at this time, but came here to talk to Lucci. Mainly, I want to know the content of Lucci's exam. She has not been to the Basin Rainforest very often, but she knows that it has changed a lot. But the details are still unclear. She was completely unable to fathom Lucci's current strength, especially his use of the word divine, which had already reached a very advanced level. In the most recent battle, he defeated the OP who challenged him very quickly. If they don't even dare to take on this kind of challenge, then they don't deserve to be hunters. The area between the 200th and 210th floors is relatively good, as there are many other people there. But if you go higher, you will see various top experts and ops. Even if you don't actively emit energy to influence others, the power of cultivation alone can have an impact on people even at a distance. It is also a huge pressure for candidates. As long as you step into the upper floors, you will naturally feel a sense of depression. Fortunately, there are only 5 high-level check-in points, which is not many. Otherwise it will affect the efficiency of the exam. Now can you tell me about your exam? Of the 4 exams, only Lucci did not say anything about his exam. The stage has been set. Now we just have to wait for your exam to be over. As for the exam, it will be interesting when you see it in person. Lucci still didn't explain it clearly. The smile on his face showed that he was looking forward to the upcoming exam. Speaking of which, do you have any favorite candidates for this exam? Lucci asked, while gently vibrating his telekinesis. Suddenly, many light screens appeared in the training hall. All the candidates appeared in various places in the Sky Arena. This is not monitoring with a monitor, nor is it simply a telepathic ability. Instead, he used the power of the divine word. Over the years, most areas inside the Sky Arena have been engraved with the word God. Some places have even been recast with special materials. It can be said that Lucci's authority in the Sky Arena is further improving, or it can be said that he is further controlling the Sky Arena. It has become inseparable from the Sky Arena. Even for many people, Lucci is already the master of the Sky Arena. You're not going to use this ability to monitor everyone, are you? You're not going to peek at me, are you? Biscuit immediately became alert. After all, she was a woman. No, the surveillance area is limited to public areas. Private areas will not be monitored. This method is actually not uncommon. With Bai Yang's help, Lucci was able to truly turn the Sky Arena into a greed island, but he did not do so. Some details are not yet up to that level. At the same time, Lucci was even more impressed by how powerful Jin's team was in the anime. Lucci has so many assets and so many people to use, but he can still feel the gap. As expected, those with truly top abilities are very outstanding. Among the talents who studied divine characters in the Sky Arena, none had reached the level of Team Gold. There are only a few people who are optimistic about him. The first one who deserves attention is definitely this kid. Biscuit pointed to the center of the light curtain. It's Kim Foolish. At this moment, he was following a candidate. He is the youngest among the candidates this time, but he is very talented. He is outstanding in both physical ability and acumen and insight. Of course, the most noteworthy thing is that he mastered NaN through contact with NaN users during the second exam. It's rare to see such a genius. Biscuit was shocked by some of Kim's situations. The other candidate is candidate number 66. He is not a contestant in the Sky Arena, but he has mastered NaN. If my feeling is correct, he is the strongest among the candidates this time. Biscuit refers to a young man with black hair, wearing casual clothes and a smile on his face. The candidate's name is Xiaolier. This guy obviously has great strength, but he has been hiding it. He is also able to make friends with many candidates. His ability is outstanding. Xiaolier is Baiziji's main focus in this exam. The other person's friendly smile is very influential. Unlike other 5-member teams, he directly assembled a large group of candidates, a total of 50 people, and the slogan they raised was that their team would occupy all the passing places. Relying on the fact that there is strength in numbers, their team has the most sign-in points at this time. They also occupy the most check-in points. In addition, there were some other candidates, and Baiziji listed them one by one, including Dongba. After this hunter exam, come and fight me. After saying this, Biscuit said solemnly. This was the reason why she came to find Lucci. With Baiziji's current strength, she could actually continue climbing the floors, but she did not take any further action. During the few years in the Sky Arena, there were only 1 to 3 challenges each year at most. She spends most of her time in the form of a loli, and it can be said that she has accumulated a large amount of mental energy. She has only one target, and that is Lucci. Biscuit has now reached a bottleneck and can no longer continue to climb up by relying solely on some resources. She has made the decision to challenge Lucci. She thinks her chances of winning are slim, but she wants to at least see the gap clearly. After the challenge, she planned to leave the Sky Arena and see other parts of the world, mainly to hone her martial arts heart. Staying here any longer wouldn't help her much. Lucci was not too surprised. Biscuit had always wanted to fight with him, but he had been enduring it until he reached a bottleneck and could not make any further progress. And in this hunter exam, Netero will also fight with him. No problem. Lucci agreed. Now Lucci feels that he can defeat even Netero. Just so confident. Instead of continuing on this topic, he focused his attention on the candidates. On the 157th floor, Jin found a check-in point by tracking a candidate. The other party has not yet joined the team. Jin relies on secretly attacking the opponent's points, making him mistakenly believe that his check-in point has been found, so he will return to the check-in point. Candidate number 187 arrived at the check-in point and checked, and found that his check-in point had not been discovered by anyone. But he soon realized that something was wrong. Chapter 126. Come out. If you want to sign in here, you have to beat me. Bal stared at his surroundings. Until Jin appeared. They were located in a competition lounge room on the 157th floor. As soon as Jin appeared, Bal attacked directly. The candidates were not restricted from attacking each other, but if they killed someone, it would cause trouble in the Sky Arena. You can choose to cripple the candidate. Bal will not let Kim go just because of his young age. But he was facing Jin, and Jin who controlled thoughts. The result is self-evident, he was easily defeated by Jin. No, Jin didn't hurt the opponent, he just knocked him out. Then I signed in quickly. The other party did not reset the challenge, and I only paid 10 points to sign in successfully. At this time, Jin already has nearly 400 points. I spent points to check the rankings. It's okay for a single player, but there's a team ranking. One team has actually already obtained over 5,000 points. It is a very dangerous point. How could it be so fast? But soon the points changed again, and the opponent's points dropped to 4,000 points. Did other candidates try to stop it? No, Jin shook his head immediately, and then immediately checked the single person again. It was found that the scores of some individual candidates were improved. It is obviously impossible that the points are given suddenly at the sign-in points, with 10 points given at the sign-in points, and 10 points of change for successful challenges. The general changes are in this numerical range, such a sudden increase. Then there is only one possibility, a transaction between candidates. In this case, there is only one possibility, that is, multiple people have joined together and occupied a considerable portion of the check-in points. This is not good news. Because if only one team has more points, they can be targeted by other candidates. Even if they fail and let the other team pass, there will only be one spot. There are still 9 places left, which is enough for them to compete for. But in the current situation, there are enough candidates joining together, and it is very likely that all places will be occupied. If you want to stop the other party, it is necessary to have another large group of candidates. Or they must be allowed to split among themselves. Jin knocked candidate number 187, BAL, unconscious and tied him up, making him unable to move for at least a short period of time. At the same time, he immediately dialed his teammate's number. Need to discuss with teammates. Now Jin and his team have found 5 check-in points, and including the one Jin just found, there are 6 check-in points in total. However, the 5-man team is still operating as a 2-man team, the team of Jin and Russell, with Jin as the captain. After discussion, they decided to sniper the first team. Use both methods together. DuPont and his 2 companions went to look for other candidates to see if they could cooperate, and informed the other candidates of the great alliance of the team with the most points. As for Russell and Kim, they were responsible for negotiations with the other party, or you could say, transactions. The transaction is made by exchanging the positions of the check-in points. The person who called was naturally Russell. After all, he had a relatively big reputation among the candidates. Russell pretended to be unaware and wanted to trade the check-in point location with the other party. What I said first was that I knew the other party would pass the exam quickly, and it would be even faster if he had his own check-in point. Become the first qualified team, and he wants to be the second. Anyway, once they pass through, the check-in point will be useless. They even deliberately used money offensive to confuse the other party. In fact, they would secretly trade the check-in points with other candidates just to make other candidates compete with them. And they can also obtain each other's check-in point location. The water needs to be muddied a bit. At the same time, Jin began to analyze whether there were any commonalities through the arrangement of some check-in points. Finding that there were some patterns on the check-in point, he directly drew the patterns and then asked the staff of the Sky Arena. Since I didn't ask directly about the check-in point, I did get some information. Of course, in addition to this, he also found the owner of the Sky Arena. Diana, whom I had met once before. Asking me for help is very expensive. I don't think you can pay me for my help. Diana was still surprised that Jin took the initiative to find her. But can you tell me why you asked me for help? Jin immediately replied, I heard from Russell that the owner of the Sky Arena has great authority here, so I think the owner should know the locations of all the check-in points. Even if you don't know, you can find out directly from the Sky Arena staff. This is what he thought and what some of the people he questioned suggested. Diana commented on Kim, she has a good brain. I see, but I'm not interested in helping you. What about the challenge in the Basin Rainforest? Jin suddenly said. What do you mean? Diana suddenly sat up straight. Seeing Diana's changes, Jin thought that it seemed that his guess was not wrong. This Basin Rainforest should be a very important thing for these ops. Of course he was not sure whether this thing was related to the upcoming exam. He just noticed that this so-called Basin Rainforest Challenge also had 50 places available and was advertised so heavily in the Sky Arena. I don't know anything. But judging from your performance, Lady Diana, this challenge should be something very important. Jin spoke directly and truthfully. Diana looked at Jin carefully and was sure that he didn't know anything about the Basin Rainforest. I just think the number 50 is a bit coincidental, so I'm wondering if this challenge is related to the upcoming exam. After all, this hunter exam is related to the Sky Arena. And the reward I can offer is that if the 4th test is this Basin Rainforest, then if I have a chance to pass this test, I am willing to give you the prize of this challenge. Kim is trading something uncertain with Diana. And it's not known whether Diana would be interested in this. The main reason was that he heard some discussions about the Pachi people, war patterns, and telepathic abilities, and he thought they should be very powerful things. Especially after hearing some people say about this challenge, many high-level players have signed up, but it's a pity that the selection is random. He wondered if the OP was also interested. Of course, it doesn't matter even if he guesses wrong, it's just a waste of his time. In short, he would want to try any method. You are really an interesting guy, let me have a gamble. I bet that this Basin Rainforest is the 4th exam, and I bet the money I have to spend to pass the 4th exam. Baizaji was the examiner of the 3rd exam. Considering Lucci's many identities, it is not impossible that he would be the examiner of the 4th exam. It is indeed very likely. It's certainly worth a gamble. Because the selected places have been announced, and she is not among them. Chapter 127. Many people don't know what the challenges of the Basin Rainforest are. But the owner of the Sky Arena and many high-ranking martial arts figures knew about it. The Pachi tribe has also fought many matches in the Sky Arena and has had some exchanges with some martial artists. They also knew about the existence of the sacred tree. Plus there are some people where Conrad is. The power of the sacred tree is exaggerated by some martial artists. But to this day, few martial artists in the Sky Arena can see the sacred tree and sign a contract with it. The Pachi tribe did not leak the information that the sacred tree originated from Lucci, and the Conrad family and Biscuit never told it to the outside world. For some insiders, the sacred tree can effectively improve one's own nin ability, and it is also a way to awaken nin ability in a stable manner. There is no need for boring practice, nor is there any need to go through the dangers of opening one's mind. The reason why Diana paid attention to it was naturally because she wanted to obtain this power. Every martial artist here has a strong pursuit of strength. As long as there is a chance, Diana is willing to try. Jin obtained the locations of all the check-in points from Diana, and the Sky Arena staff had no intention of hiding it from the OP. It should be said that the Ops authority is above that of the Hunter exam. The staff who maintained the Hunter examination immediately informed Biscuit of this information. You have a very flexible mind. You can even guess a little about the fourth exam. Biscuit approved of Jin's behavior. I also sincerely admire that he was able to guess the fourth exam. It's a very good seedling. After obtaining positions at all the check-in points, Jin's team finally had the possibility of ranking first in the large team battle. On the 36th floor, Dongba was betrayed again. Have you forgotten that you were able to pass the first two exams thanks to my help? Dongba originally wanted to find two helpers for the first exam. Unexpectedly, by the third game, not only did I not become his helper, but I was controlled by them. At this time, his body was covered with red and swollen wounds. He had obviously been beaten and kicked. This is a lesson for you. Don't trust anyone easily during the Hunter exam. And you just want to use us. Now hand over all the points you have. Otherwise we don't mind breaking your legs. Dongba's 5-member team also found 3 check-in points. Dongba had always been the team leader. According to Dongba's idea, the team ranked first is obviously a large team, and now they must unite with other individual teams. Only then will it be possible to fight against this big team. And you need to check the score at any time, and if possible, you even need to use points to reduce its score. Otherwise all positions will be occupied by the opponent. Although Dongba had some small thoughts, he was still a normal candidate at this time and took the exam very seriously. Unfortunately, he was unable to unify the opinions of his teammates. And the companions also secretly contacted the top-ranked team, as for the result. Even now, Dongba is being targeted. As for the others, they had a verbal agreement with the top-ranked team. You will regret it. Being betrayed again, Dongba was deeply traumatized. At the same time, the evil in his heart was intensified once again. It seems that I have no chance to pass the exam this time. Next time, he will never trust anyone again, and he will bring despair to those candidates taking the Hunter exam. Today is the day when Dongba, the new killer, is born. Killing is not allowed in this exam, but there are other cruel ways to gain points. That's the case now. Direct beatings and threats of physical disability through pain. Not all candidates can face it directly. Being a hunter requires strength. If you can't even protect yourself, then you naturally cannot be a hunter. Dongba had bad luck. He met incompetent and very cruel teammates. Of course he won't let this go. It was humiliating to trade one's points. He decided that even if he couldn't pass, he would make sure that his companion couldn't pass. Dragging his injured body, he continued to search the Sky Arena, looking for a new check-in point. Only if you have check-in points can you continue to act. Master the gold of multiple check-in points and quickly go to check-in. A few points will increase rapidly. After completing the challenge, although it is difficult, candidates can still pass it as long as they have certain abilities and efforts. Jin also confirmed the status of all the check-in points. Now all that's left is the check-in point in the martial arts gym where Lucci is training. Feeling the inexplicable pressure around him, Jin took the elevator to the top floor. Follow the floor distribution map at the elevator entrance and proceed toward the check-in point. Walking down the corridor, the training hall with check-in point is in front. An invisible pressure emanated from it and directly suppressed Jin. This is a thought. It was like gravity but not entirely. In addition to the impact on the body, Jin could also feel that his mind was under a heavy pressure. It seemed as if there was endless evil waiting for him ahead. The ferocious danger even made him tremble involuntarily. That was the trembling of fear, but Jin's eyes were very bright, and there was even excitement in his eyes. He wanted to know where this power came from. Is it the same as those amazing gravity chambers? With a trembling body, Jin stumbled forward. The further he went, the more his waist bent, and cold sweat appeared on his body. Even so, he kept moving forward until he reached the door and gently pushed it open. As he pushed the door open, the aura and pressure that frightened him immediately disappeared. Instead, there was a heavy beating sound in my ears, and at the same time, a wave of hot air came from the training hall. Because the pressure and momentum disappeared too suddenly, Jin fell forward. He fell directly to the ground. Jin didn't get up. Instead, he turned over, lay on the ground, gasped, and began to rest. He felt a gaze on him. At the same time, he finally understood what that beating sound was. It is the beating of the heart, so steady and powerful, and it can also be heard. And as this heart beat, his heart actually began to synchronize with this beat. This was the first time that Lucci officially met Jin Fulishi. He had the same hairstyle as Zyja, and although they were very similar, he was a completely different type from Zyja. Chapter 128. Lucci had never learned martial arts in his previous life. After practicing the iron block, it is based on certain experiences from the previous life, mostly from certain short videos or novels. To practice martial arts. Refining the skin, refining the flesh, refining the tendons, refining the bones, refining the marrow, and refining the blood. After several years, Lucci's training began to show results. Once the powerful qi and blood are stimulated, the whole person will be in a high-temperature state. Among them, the control over the heart allowed him to learn some special abilities. Heart resonance. It comes from the inner demon in a martial arts TV series I once watched. Control the target's heart through heart resonance and affect the target's physical actions. It is an ability that belongs to the operation system. Now Jin is affected by Lucci's heart resonance. The speed of the heartbeat will have an impact on the human body. Bradycardia can lead to insufficient blood and oxygen supply to the body. In severe cases, it can lead to heart failure, cardiac arrest, and death. Tachycardia can easily lead to arrhythmia, resulting in symptoms such as chest tightness, shortness of breath, dizziness, and palpitations. In severe cases, it can destroy the normal function of the heart, leading to heart failure, cardiac arrest, and death. This is not just a simple Nin ability, it also contains the martial arts ability cultivated by Lucci. Very scary. Of course, Lucci didn't want to do anything to Jin. Just testing it out. And Jin's heart began to beat faster in sync with the fluctuations. It made him feel very uncomfortable. Because his heart was beating too fast, his face turned red. He stood up quickly. Then he sat cross-legged, trying to get rid of the current situation. But if it were that easy to get rid of, then the ability Lucci developed would be too weak. Apparently Jin couldn't bring himself to quiet down and get out of this synchronicity. It was too dangerous to continue, so he wanted to escape. At the same time, I mastered the art of mindfulness, thinking that since mindfulness can protect the body, it should be able to protect the internal organs as well. Thinking of this, he began to use his thoughts to penetrate the inside of his body. But suddenly the heartbeat stopped. Ignorance is truly bliss. This is not something you should try now. After seeing Jin's actions, Lucci immediately stopped the heart resonance. I had originally thought about checking out the upper limit of Jin's physical strength. After all, the faster the heart beats, the better, but as long as the body can withstand it, there will be no problem in the short term. But no one expected that Jin would use his mind to do such a dangerous thing in order to get out of this situation. You know, even Lucci took several years to be able to use mind to penetrate the inside of the body. Among them is Phoenix's healing ability, which allows him to try multiple times, even if he gets hurt. Ordinary people cannot achieve this easily. Jin's eyes turned to Lucci at this time, but because the heart fluctuations stopped, his heartbeat rhythm began to recover, but he still felt a little uncomfortable. He just felt a feeling of his heart being blocked, and his eyes went dark, and he fainted in front of Lucci. Lucci looked at Jin like this. It seems that the opponent's physical strength is not very high. Thinking about his performance in later anime, it seems that his physical training is not particularly strong. It seems that his main talent lies in the application of his mind ability and the cultivation of mind. Of course, Lucci's physical fitness is not very high, according to his high standards. If compared with others, it is still very good. After being unconscious for about 13 or 14 minutes, Jin woke up from his coma. When he woke up, the first thing he said was, "Lord Lucci, was that a telepathic ability?" He recognized Lucci. After all, there were many large posters of him in the sky arena, so it was hard not to recognize him. "I have just been exposed to telepathy, but I have heard a lot of information about telepathy and its magical abilities from Russell. In Russell's description, telepathy belongs to the power of wish. If you really want a certain ability, you can develop it as long as you work hard to develop it, but at most you will have to add many harsh restrictions." Jin, who had just mastered Nian, had not yet figured out what abilities he wanted to develop. "I'm just curious enough about the ability of mind." As the strongest man in Carey City, Lucci's ability was enough to make him curious. But he is also a rare person who doesn't care about Lucci's power and aura. As Lucci's strength grows and his reputation in the sky arena becomes more famous, he becomes an important figure in the sky. Even if he tried to restrain himself, it would be difficult for anyone with Lucci's status to remain calm in front of him. But King did it. "That's it. Do you want to sign in? You can do it now." The check-in point here at Lucci is a decisive point and it is difficult for ordinary people to come here to check in. Lucci's identity alone is enough to scare off all the candidates except Jin. But Jin was not in a hurry to sign in, but started to think. "I guess so, which means it's not pure an ability. Can people control their own hearts?" This was the first thing Jin thought about, but he also thought of the martial artists here, although he had not seen all of them. But as long as he could encounter players above the 200th level, even without chanting, each one of them would be enough for Jin Guansha to pay attention to. There is also the examiner for the third round, Lord Baizaji. I heard that she is over 30 years old, but she still looks like a loli. When Nin is combined with personal abilities, powerful Nin abilities can be created. Even though they had just come into contact, Jin was able to figure out that Lucci's ability was quite strong. This ability to make the hearts resonate together cannot stop the impact on oneself even if one cannot hear the sound. How amazing! Jin couldn't help but say. Then he realized his disrespect and immediately apologized, "I'm sorry, Master Lucci. But Lord Lucy, do I need a challenge?" "You have successfully completed the challenge by being able to reach this level. As for what happened before, it was just a little fun I played on the candidates who came here." Lucci replied to Jin with a smile. This made Jin a little shocked. For Lucci, it was just fun, but for him, it was a life and death crisis. Fortunately, Lord Lucci had no intention of killing. "You seem to be thinking about something offensive," Lucci said as he watched Jin's eyes turn. "No." Jin lied immediately. His personality is completely different from Zyja's. Jin immediately went to the check-in point to sign in, then quickly said goodbye and left. In fact, he really wanted to ask whether Lucci would be the host of the fourth exam. But now Jin didn't dare to ask. Afraid that Lucci will have fun again. When Jin left, Lucci said, "As a small reward for playing with me just now, you will get a little convenience in the fourth test. I believe you can pass this test." Jin paused. "This means that my guess was correct and I won the bet. Thank you, Lord Lucci." Jin left happily. Chapter 129. It took less than a week. The results of the third exam came out. When Jin obtains all the check-in points, the next step is to compete for the check-in points and the score reduction. This is a collision of head-on strength. Paying attention to scores at the same time, quitting and reforming a team at any time also tests the coordination ability of each team. Jin's team and Xiaolire's team were in a confrontation. Relying on their own high points, they targeted each other and tried their best to prevent the other side from passing the 10,000 point mark. In the end, Kim's team came out on top. Of course, Dongba also played a role in this. Before the end of this game, Dongba finally got its revenge through its own efforts. I believe Dongba will never forget that extremely refreshing feeling in his life. Congratulations on passing the third test. You can rest for the night and leave for the fourth test tomorrow. Biscuit briefly summarized and his eyes lingered on Charles. In fact, she watched the whole game. The reason why Jin and his team were able to win so quickly was that candidate number 66, Xiaolire, did not fully reveal his strength. With his strength, he can easily crush them all and pass with one title. In the face of powerful strength, some calculations will not work. Since you can pass the exam, you don't plan to expose your own strength. It was the first time that Baizaji had seen someone who liked to hide his own strength. Many candidates were seriously injured in this exam. After all, the subsequent competition for the sign-in points was an open battle. The rules restricting killing are there, otherwise people would have died long ago. That is, in the Sky Arena, these seriously injured candidates all received effective treatment. It can be said that this year's Hunter exam is the one with the least damage. It was also related to the tone set by Lucci, who imposed certain restrictions, which made the bloodiness of the exam drop sharply. Lucci believes that such an exam can be difficult and dangerous, but the high casualty rate is not worth it. It will also cause some potential candidates to fail prematurely, which is not worth the loss. If they are given the opportunity to come back next time and experience Carey City and the Sky Arena, I am afraid that interested candidates will choose to stay here to practice. In the evening, Russell held a grand banquet directly at the Sky Arena. They are all candidates who have a good relationship with him in this exam. Some of them passed the exam, while others were eliminated. Russell would not look down on candidates who failed to pass the exam. In fact, there were quite a few of them who were very worthy of his recruitment. Russell directly recruited people at the banquet. Having seen Russell's character, he also demonstrated his wealth. Few candidates could refuse. Russell even felt that perhaps in the future the family could completely develop a strategy for the Hunter exam. While trying to become a hunter, you can also recruit various outstanding characters. Most of the people in Carey City are martial artists, and the candidates in the Hunter exam are people with talents in various industries, which makes them more well-rounded. After the party, Russell called Julia directly and mentioned this idea. "Your idea is very good. Even if we can't recruit them, it would be nice to make friends with some hunters. The family wants to grow, and Yokiksen now has a place, but it's not enough. If we want to be qualified to hold auctions in Yokiksen, then auction items are naturally indispensable. If there are hunters recruited to help, then you can try to obtain rare items from all walks of life." Russell was also very excited to hear Julia's praise, and looked very motivated. In the fourth test, you can get help from your family, but it can only be help in terms of intelligence and money. Julia suddenly mentioned the fourth test. "And, do you know the content of the fourth exam?" Russell is not a fool either, he can associate many things with each other. The official examinees of this Hunter exam are all martial artists from the Sky Arena, so there won't be any major surprises in the fourth round. I don't know the details, but as long as you can pass this test, you will get great benefits, which even a hunter's license cannot compare to. People outside the Pachi tribe want to sign a contract with the sacred tree. All need to pass the test. There are always 1 or 2 lucky people in the Conrad family every year. But that was a test set by the Pachi themselves. But this time is different, it was arranged by Lord Lucci himself, so there will definitely be a big difference. Although Julia is not sure about the details, there will definitely be great benefits. Basin Rainforest Challenge? So Kim guessed it right. Russell was also surprised. When he heard Jin's speculation before, he still didn't believe it, even though he had met the legendary top-floor owner Lucci Phoenix. Someone guessed it. Julia was too busy to pay attention to Russell's exam process. Russell immediately informed Julia about Kim's situation. When Julia learned that Jin and Lucci had met, she immediately fell into deep thought. Then he said, "This candidate named Jin Fulasi is no longer someone you can recruit. You'd better stay like this and become true friends with him." Russell also understood that after these days of contact, it was enough for him to understand Jin. The night passed quickly. Under the leadership of Biscuit, we boarded the professional airship directly to the Sky Arena. Because of the spread of some rumors, the candidates also learned some of the circumstances and now they are leaving by airship. Instead, it made them more certain. It has to be said that candidates who can pass these 3 exams are outstanding in many aspects. The airship arrived at a city. It is Rad Point. Unlike previous years, the current Rad Point has expanded many times. After all, the entire city has become very prosperous. There are also a lot more buildings. The Sky Arena also has industries here. Wait directly at the airship square. Another airship arrived at the airship airport. The one who got off the airship was Lucci, leading the way. All the candidates' eyes immediately focused on it. Could it really be? Behind Lucci were 50 martial artists from the Sky Arena. Most of the contestants from the 200th floor have just reached the 200th floor and the competition has not officially started yet. Because they haven't learned to read yet. Of course, there are also people with the ability to read, but they are not well-known contestants. There are a total of 5 contestants who can read. They are also the lucky ones in the Basin Rainforest chosen by Lucci. The fighters and the examinees were like 2 teams, staring at each other. And Lucci walked towards the examinee. Chapter 130. Lucci faced the candidates with a smile. Although he behaved calmly, few people dared to look Lucci in the eye. I believe you have guessed it. I am the examiner of your exam. The candidates, on the other hand, were relatively calm and began to think. It looks like there will really be casualties in this exam. There are as many martial artists behind Lucci as there are examinees, which is enough for them to make many guesses. So what kind of method will be used? A 50v50 battle? But it shouldn't be that simple. As you can see, the 4th test is related to the Basin Rainforest Challenge. During this period of time, I believe you have more or less known about the existence of neon in Carey City and Sky Arena. As Lucci said this, a fireball emerged from his left hand and floated in the air. It slowly grew larger, and the temperature of the flame also increased. It attracts the attention of many candidates. Mindfulness is a magical power, and it is also a power that hunters must master. When you pass the hunter exam, the association will also arrange for a special hunter to teach you how to use mindfulness. I think it's too troublesome, so as long as I can pass this test, I will be able to safely awaken the power called mind. Lucci paused. But it is enough to make many candidates excited. What they saw and heard in Carey City and Sky Arena made them realize the existence called mind. In particular, some candidates have seen battles on more than 200 levels. It's like a fight between gods. Of course, they are not naive enough to think that these people are so powerful just because of their mental abilities. In addition to this, there will be other benefits, which can be regarded as small rewards for those who pass the test. Then let's talk about the content of the 4th exam. It was different from the 3rd exam. There is no limit on the number of places that can be passed in the 4th exam. In other words, theoretically speaking, all candidates can pass this exam. Near this Rad Cape, there is a large rainforest, the Basin Rainforest. All you need to do is survive in the Basin Cloud Forest for 15 days and obtain 5 cores, then you will pass the test. Core? What is this? The students didn't quite understand. Lucci explained quickly. There is a minority group in the Basin Rainforest called the Pachi people, and the core of the exam is related to the Pachi people. Of course, you also need to be careful. You will also be regarded as prey and hunted, and the hunters are naturally the group of martial artists behind me. As expected, as soon as Lucci finished speaking, all the candidates looked at the martial artist behind Lucci. Some of these martial artists smiled at the candidates, while others were observing to see if there were any strong ones among them. Of course, not all of them will hunt you. They will draw numbers and determine their respective targets at that time. As soon as Lucci finished speaking, all the candidates immediately took off their number tags. Are they the only ones allowed to hunt us? One candidate frowned. Of course not. Lucci didn't finish his words. But these selected people are not ordinary martial artists. Even if some of them have not awakened their nin, they are still capable of fighting against ordinary nin users. Learning to read does not mean you can absolutely crush those who cannot read. The gap in power between the two sides is too great, and thoughts cannot pose enough of a threat. Just like the battle between Killua and Tomoki, and the battle between Bakugo and the Chimera ants. Next, you can go to the Basin Rainforest in your own way. Once you get 5 cores, you will naturally pass the test. This means that candidates can take the lead in taking action. All the candidates left the airship airport quickly without hesitation, and then separated into teams and team leaders. Jin and his team are a large team, with as many as 30 people acting together. The main reason was that Russell got everyone to respond, and he said he would go find the head of the Conrad family here to see if there was any intelligence support. At least find out the situation in the Basin Rainforest and the affairs of the Pachi people. Russell didn't know much about family affairs. He needed to practice before and didn't pay too much attention to this. But as long as he wanted to understand, given his status in the Conrad family, these would not be a problem. The martial artists at the airport began drawing number tags to determine their targets. After introducing the exam rules, Lucci disappeared. Alas, I also want to know the secret of the Pachi people. Elliot said with some regret. If possible, he would like to become a candidate. Lord Byzaji, what should we do now? Should we wait here? Annie asked. If there was nothing else, she planned to return to the Sky Arena to practice. Although we are not participating, we can still observe from close by. We can take a look at what this test is specifically. Is it okay? Annie asked worriedly. It has always been a certain urban rumor in Sky Arena that Lucci is related to the Pachi tribe. It does not matter. Biscuit had some guesses about the content of the exam. That core is the key, but I don't know what its strength is. In the basin rainforest, water vapor is more abundant than before, and fog can be seen everywhere. But there are 5 places that are slightly exceptional, which can be considered 5 small villages. This is the village displayed by the Pachi people to the outside world. The real village is, of course, still hidden in the other space. At Rad Corner, Russell, along with many other candidates, had already met Conrad's person in charge in this city. The Conrad family has a medicinal planting industry in the basin rainforest and is very familiar with the basin rainforest. What? No map? How can there be no map? Russell asked puzzled. I'm sorry, Master Russell. There used to be a map of the basin rainforest, but there is no map of the basin rainforest now. Why? The person in charge immediately explained, the basin rainforest is now under the control of the Pachi tribe. Young master, you also know the existence of Nian. Except for the correct route map, the rest of the basin rainforest is shrouded in fog. It's easy to get lost in it, it's hard to map, and it changes every month. As he spoke, he took out a map, but it was only a map of the Conrad family's industrial routes in the basin rainforest. This is not affected and there is no problem. Chapter 131. There is no specific map, and you will get lost. This is a difficult point for them, and the exam is also time limited. As for the martial artists who hunted them, since being lost had an impact on them, the martial artists would naturally be affected as well, so it was a mixed bag of good and bad. So do you know what the core is? Russell asked again. Are there any core clues? The person in charge shook his head and said, I really don't know. I have had a lot of dealings with the Pachi people, but now their village has banned outsiders from entering. But I think we should get it from the Pachi tribe. Being responsible cannot provide too much effective information. At the same time, he took out a book and introduced to Russell and others the dangerous creatures in the basin rainforest. This book is still being updated. Because the species in the basin rainforest are changing. Among them are the blood jade bees brought by Lucci, as well as other creatures affected by the blood jade honey. Animals domesticated by the Pachi people. It also includes some creatures that the Conrad family brought from other places and put into the basin rainforest. In other words, their strength is not enough, otherwise they might have started researching warcraft like the Puenla group. The most dangerous things in the basin rainforest are poisonous insects, but they can be treated with medicine. The medicines provided by the Pachi people can effectively expel poisonous insects. Jin sniffed the insect repellent as he got it. It has a faint scent, but is that okay? Although this smell can repel insects, it will also expose our location, right? Jin didn't think those martial artists would not smell this. Moreover, there are users with the ability of Nin among that group of martial artists. Who knows what kind of strange and bizarre abilities they may have? That is to say, even the use of anthelmintics needs to be considered carefully. Tell me about the Patch people. Russell focused on the Patch people. Since there is some core to be obtained, it must be related to the Pachi tribe. The process of this exam should be to avoid the hunting and pursuit of those martial artists, and then find the location of the Pachi tribe in the Basin Yunlin. Then obtain 5 cores from the Pachi tribe. Since there are 5 cores, they must be of different types and may even be in different locations. This can be easily associated. Most people don't know the details of the Pachi family, but our Conrad family is different. The examiner of this hunter exam is Lord Lucci. Then I am very sure that you need to fight with the Pachi tribe. The person in charge did not actually reveal many things. To be able to hold this position, he is certainly not an ordinary person. He is also a psychic user. Master Russell, I want to remind you here that no matter what method you use to pass the hunter exam, it is best not to actually hurt the Pachi people. Once you get really angry, it's easy for things to get out of hand. Nowadays, the Pachi people will retaliate very quickly against anyone who harms their people. Even if they are members of the Conrad family, the Pachi people will not give them much face. I was responsible for explaining to everyone some of the characteristics of the Pachik clothing so that at least they would know them when they meet them. There are still 3 regular adventure teams in the Basin Rainforest, one of which is led by a hunter. There is also relevant information. The Basin Rainforest is vast, and no matter how xenophobic the Patch people are, they cannot prevent everyone from entering the Basin Rainforest. But it's more standardized now. That is, the team that wants to explore the Basin Rainforest needs to obtain approval qualifications. If you do not have this approval qualification, you will most likely be attacked if you encounter Pachi people in the Basin Rainforest. The reason why it is possible is that the results will naturally be different depending on the person you meet. Russell and the others said they had taken note of it. Then we began to prepare to enter the Basin Rainforest. Not everyone has experience in surviving in the wild. They also decided that they would act separately as teams of 5. If too many people gather together, they will attract too much attention and be easily caught. Enter the Basin Rainforest from the regular route. There are staff from the Hunter Association waiting. Each candidate is given an electronic spreadsheet with a 15-day countdown. At the same time, this is also a positioning device. If a candidate wants to give up the exam or needs rescue for unknown reasons, he or she can press the button on the electronic watch. Of course, this also means giving up the exam completely. This is a bit of personal protection for the candidates, but of course it is not really necessary because the Pachi can keep them under complete surveillance. But you can cover up a few things. The exam officially starts at 6 p.m. in the evening. Candidates can enter early, while martial artists and others will not start until 8 a.m. tomorrow. This information also explains many problems. The core cannot be obtained in a short period of time. In a certain room, Jin's team is located. The goods have been delivered. A large box was pushed into the room. Unlike others, Russell got a lot of things through the Conrad family's channels. The box was opened, revealing various tight-fitting clothes and swords. There were traces of the body on the swords and clothes. It's divine equipment. DuPont shouted in surprise as he looked at the things in the box. They are actually not unfamiliar with these things. Even as players at the 200th level, they can buy it if they want. However, they have never purchased it because most of their money has been spent on cultivation. Divine equipment can certainly improve their strength, but unfortunately they have no money. This thing is not something that ordinary people can afford. These divine equipment can play a lot of roles even without activation by thoughts. The weapons are very sharp and can deal with various situations in Basin Yunlin. As for tight clothing, it can effectively prevent many poisonous insects in the Basin Rainforest. Russell can only provide these magical equipment to his own team, and he can't help other teams. Put it on quickly and see if it fits. This is an antidote developed by our family. It can deal with most toxins. Even if it can't be used, it can still help others. 3 test tubes per person. This communicator can communicate with each other as long as we are near the industrial base in the Basin Rainforest. The 5-person action does not mean that they will not separate after entering the Basin Rainforest. Communication tools are definitely needed. After making all preparations, Russell's team of 5 immediately entered the Basin Rainforest. Enter from the established route, go to the industrial base first, check the internal situation along the way, and then make a response decision. Direct access by car. After all, industrial bases also need transportation to transport raw materials. Chapter 132. On the roof of the car. Jin looked into the distance, unable to see clearly because of the fog. It seems that the fog will not invade here. Dennis made some discoveries. At this time, the 5 of them were on the roof of the car and did not enter the car, just to observe the Basin Rainforest more easily. This opened road is not only not affected by fog, but also not attacked by creatures in the Basin Rainforest. Russell didn't know why. Even though he is the 2nd generation of the family, he still needs the corresponding qualifications and authority to know many things. From time to time, the roar of beasts or the cry of eagles could be heard from afar. Looking at the fog, there are unknown dangers in it. When they approached the industrial base, they also discovered some other things, the first of which was the blood jade bee that was looming in the mist. They were still frightened by such a large bee. Is that the blood jade bee? I didn't expect it to be so big. DuPont and others had spent money to buy honey for cultivation and had heard of the blood jade bee's fame. With bees this big, I wonder how big the hive will be. It feels like a very dangerous creature. This is just in the outer areas. For Jin, the Basin Rainforest did not seem dangerous at all. Instead, the unknown in it continued to attract him. His beating heart showed his excitement. The feeling of the Basin rainforest gave him a familiar feeling. Because there are rainforest wetlands on Whale Island, and there are many rare and exotic animals inside. He was used to playing in the wild on Whale Island, so it felt familiar. Soon they brought in an industrial base. The base is very large, and there is also an underground base. A lot of herbs are planted in the base, and of course some creatures from the Basin rainforest are also raised, and research can also be carried out. However, large-scale planting and breeding are still carried out in the Basin rainforest. However, the collection can only be left to the Pachi people. Because of the prior phone notification, the director of the industrial base also came to meet Russell and provided some help. Let them avoid some directions, first of all the location of the Blood Jade Bee. Not only is it extremely dangerous, it is also a forbidden area. The Pachi people do not allow anyone to affect the lives of the Blood Jade Bee. Instead of staying in the industrial base for long, they left quickly and headed in one direction. Into the fog. The fog in the rainforest is not so thick that it is invisible, it just affects the vision. Generally, a distance of about 20 meters is required before it is completely unclear. The direction they were following was provided by the base supervisor. When they came into contact with the Pachi tribe on a daily basis, the other party would also appear from this direction and walk towards the base. As long as you don't get lost in the fog, there is a high chance that you will encounter the Pachi people. In the Holy Land of the Pachi people, the entire Basin rainforest has long been under surveillance. As for Lucci, he had already left Radley and appeared directly under the sacred tree in Pachi village. He no longer needed the help of the altar, and light screens appeared in front of him. Other candidates also entered from various directions. Most of them still chose to enter through the Conrad family's industrial base. Ensure early safety. The three examiners including Bizaji also entered the Basin rainforest. Elliot and Anne had never been to the Basin rainforest. After entering the rainforest, I immediately felt the presence of a faint energy in the mist. How is it possible? The mental energy is very weak, but it exists in all the mist. Is this someone's ability? Elliot asked the question first. On the contrary, Annie reacted faster, it may not be a certain person's ability, it may be some kind of divine formation arrangement. When Elliot was reminded of this by Anne, he immediately thought of the gravity room in the Sky Arena. Is it something similar? Can it spread throughout the entire Basin rainforest? Even 1/10 of that is terrifying. Elliot didn't even dare to imagine. They could all feel that the fog had a slight ability to conceal and hide one's aura. Of course, this doesn't have any effect on them. Along with Elliot, Annie, and Biscuit, who was familiar with Lucci, already knew what this exam was all about. After entering the Basin rainforest, she took Elliot and Annie and headed in one direction. In other words, he was worried that they couldn't keep up, otherwise Bizaji would have used the moon step to travel in the air. In less than 20 minutes, the three of them arrived at their destination. A very special scene appeared in front of the three of them. Thick fog formed a ring, and the fog was so thick that it looked like a wall. There are many buildings inside. At the entrance, or in front of the gate, there are Pachi people guarding it. Faced with the sudden arrival of three people, the guard at the door first became alert, but soon recognized Biscuit. After all, her appearance was too obvious. Master Bisky. Bizaji, who once taught all the Pachi people, also has a different status in the hearts of the Pachi people. I didn't expect that the Basin rainforest has changed so much in the past few years. It's a bit amazing. Biscuit said with a hint of amazement. Being able to use thoughts and divine characters to such an extent reminded Bizaji of the divine character civilization that Lucci once mentioned. This path may not be worse than technology. It's really amazing. After informing the purpose of the visit, we easily entered this water spiritual land. That's right, this is not Pachi village. It is a water-rich place, and there are 4 such places in the Basin rainforest. It is guarded by the 5 chief priests of the Pachi tribe. The 5 high priests are different from the former Pachi priests. This is a high priest who was selected specifically to deal with the Pachi tribe test and is also the direction of development of a certain ability. They are also the 5 strongest people in the entire Pachi tribe today. There is a small lake in the center of the water spiritual land. When Biscuit arrived here, she secretly said, "Sure enough." What is that? Elliot and Anne shouted in shock. Because there are many water elements wandering in the lake, and among them there is a water element that is more than 20 meters tall, with a blue crown on its head. Lord Baizaji. The chief priest of Shuiling is a Pachi named Hokara. He also has great respect for Baizaji. He emerged directly from the lake. Baizaji rarely felt a hint of threat from the other party. This was her intuition as a warrior. This is simply incredible. In other words, the other party might be able to hurt her or even kill her, but how is that possible? In the end, there are still 4 such people. But soon Biscuit discovered something. That is, the connection between Hojira and the King of Water Element is very deep. Because their thoughts and energies are very similar. Chapter 133. It's not that Baizaji thinks that there aren't many people who can pose any danger to her. But there were some things she understood. First of all, how could Hojira, who was only 29 years old and had not undergone high-intensity training, pose a threat to her? From Hokara, the 3 examiners Baizaji had a complete understanding of this exam. The 5 spiritual places in the basin rainforest are wind, fire, water, earth, and wood. There are 4 other telekinetic creations like the water element, all of which are the result of Luchi's research on the word God. Of course, they are now a step further. The king of water element of Hokara is called water spirit, and other kings of elements are called the 5 great spirits. The core that the candidates want to obtain certainly has nothing to do with the 5 great spirits, but is the core of an elemental creature near the 5 great spirits. The martial artists also have the same test mission, which is almost the same, except that there is an additional hunting mission. The water elements in the lake look ordinary, but there are also some with powerful aura. Baizaji could discover that these powerful water elements were surrounded by the spirit of the water-spirited Daipaka people. Is this a combination of power and divine creation? Biscuit thought naturally. In fact, Baizaji's guess was not wrong, but it was actually more profound. When an user develops his abilities alone, of course the best thing to do is to develop what suits him best. However, depending on individual circumstances, some people may specialize in cultivating a certain ability. A typical example is Palm's ability. The ability to cultivate for a certain purpose will make you have very powerful abilities in certain areas. The 5 spiritual places were created because of this situation, and it was also an experiment of Luchi. The elemental creatures in the 5 spiritual places were all created by Luchi with the help of the power and thoughts of the word God, but the fact that these elemental creatures can grow to their current level is closely related to the Pachi tribe. Directly develop your own abilities into these elemental creation aspects. The ability of the 5 chief priests is to solidify the 5 spirits into their own Nin ability and devote all the development of Nin ability to the 5 spirits. Connect your own mind energy with the 5 great spirits and develop their many abilities. Of course, such behavior also imposes quite strict restrictions. The first is that the priests who have made a contract with the 5 spirits will no longer be able to leave the basin rainforest, and only in the basin rainforest can they fully use the power of the 5 spirits. The most stringent part of it is that when you die, you must dedicate yourself to the 5 great spirits. Of course, it can be called a dedication, unless it is for thoughts after death, but because this is only the first batch, many situations are still being explored. The 5 great spirits will not disappear due to the death of the contractor. Because their true contract is connected to the sacred tree, which is equivalent to being connected to Luchi. The 5 great spirits can be inherited by the Pachi people. This is also the power they use to protect their own people, so they will practice accordingly. As for other contracts with elemental creatures, they are not so harsh. Of course, the intensity will definitely not be that strong. The threat that Baizaji could feel was naturally because once the 5 great spirits in the Basin rainforest erupted, there was the power of the sacred tree and the power of the Pachi holy land. When you fight, you are not fighting against one person, but against many people. Over the years, the sacred tree has accumulated a lot of spiritual energy. This kind of practice is what makes Luchi more satisfied. Pachi village. Under the sacred tree. At this time, after several years of growth, the sacred tree has become more luxuriant. Unlike the sacred tree in the oasis of God, that sacred tree has its own spatial power. According to the latest information, it can even form its own barrier. Not everyone can find and enter. At the same time, its ability to help people open their minds is also known to some people. Sensing the situation of the 5 spirits through the sacred tree. The birth of the 5 great spirits was the choice that Luchi gave to the Pachi people. For the Pachi people, it was like Luchi had given them power again. In fact, Luchi's plan was just to experiment whether he could master power and develop alternative abilities in this way. Of course there is an effect. It greatly improves the practice of the transformation system. Because of Phoenix, Lucci is very adept at using fire abilities. And now Lucci can also use other elemental skills. The so-called upper limit of ability does not actually exist. The reason why there is an upper limit is only because of the individual. At the same time, you can also use other methods to diversify your abilities and expand your limits. Unfortunately, although Lucci's 5 spiritual powers are strong, they can only be considered strong in the conventional sense. Thinking about the royal inheritance of the Kajin Empire, although there are powerful side effects, those beasts are indeed very strong, and many of them are rule-based. Lucci was reborn into this world, but he has not yet touched upon the power of the rules system. In fact, in his hands, there are already things based on rules. That is the Dark Sonata. Legend has it that there is a solo piece composed by the devil that can be played separately by 4 instruments: piano, violin, flute, and harp. When humans play or listen to it, they will inevitably suffer unimaginable terrible disasters. Just a piece of music can produce an effect just by playing it. It is a very powerful ability. Melody in the anime was directly disfigured because of the Dark Sonata, and of course she also gained powerful Nin abilities. The Dark Sonata in Lucci's hand is a piece of music score. It looks like an ordinary piece of music, but according to the information obtained by the auction house, everyone who played and listened was dead. This Dark Sonata was bought by Lucci from the Yuk Xin auction. The reason why he kept it was naturally out of curiosity. He had been restraining himself and had not even allowed anyone to conduct experiments on it. As Lucci's strength grows, he also increasingly values rule-based abilities. Elliot and Anne from Shuolingdi also gained some experience, but it was a pity that they were not qualified, otherwise they would have wanted to give it a try. So we're just going to wait here now. Elliot and Anne don't have that much leisure time. If you two are interested, you can also try the challenge. Hojira said. Is it okay if we don't qualify? Elliot asked. Of course, this is the right of our chief priest. After all, this is also a test for the Pachi people. As long as you can pass it, you can obtain the battle pattern of your Pachi tribe. Annie was more concerned about this. She also fought against the Pachi tribe in the Sky Arena. Of course. Hojira laughed. He naturally had a plan for doing this. Chapter 134. As long as you come into contact with the outside world, some things are not so easy to hide. In particular, Lucci had also ordered them to turn this test into a tradition for outsiders. This was the first real test for the Pachi people. It's a bit of a pity that the people who come to take the test won't be particularly strong. The tests that belong to the Pachi tribe are still being perfected. It was also an experiment of Lucci. Turn this test into a constrained X-oath. Unlike the rich diversity of Greed Island, Lucci's purpose is to promote the elemental beasts. Incorporate the elemental creatures' mind beasts into the constraints of the X-oath. This test will be named the Pachi test or the Basin challenge. Just like the Hunter exam, it is taken once a year. There are 2 types of rewards. One of them is naturally to help open the mind. Those who have the mind themselves will have the opportunity to contract with the sacred tree. This method of borrowing mental energy to increase strength is an extremely powerful ability, even if it requires repayment. Moreover, having one more ability means one more trump card for the user of mental energy. Lucci is also increasing his customers and further accumulating his own mental energy. Lucci's mental energy will only increase, and he will eventually become a perverted species like the Ant King. In addition to the sacred tree, there are also special elemental creatures. Each time there are 5 winners, who will obtain an elemental creature beast, similar to taking the cards out of Greedy Island. However, unlike the cards in Greedy Island, the elemental creature obtained by Basin's challenge can continue to appear by consuming mental energy as long as its core is not damaged. It is equivalent to directly obtaining the ability of a mind beast. And you can also make the mind beast stronger through training. These elemental creations and their underlying structures also have a contract with the sacred tree, which is equivalent to Lucci relying on many people to practice. Their practice experience will also become Lucci's experience. When Basin's challenge becomes a true constrained X-oath, the elemental creation beast will become more perfect. Lucci's practice is about gathering people together. Unless one understands the deep connection between the sacred tree and Lucci, no one will discover the secret. Are you sure you can do it? When knowing that it is possible to obtain these elemental beasts, the first person to be excited was Anne. These martial artists have very high demands for powerful strength. Of course. Hojira affirmed. Then Lord Biscuit, would you like to try it too? Hojira also invited Biscuit. Okay. Biscuit agreed immediately. She wanted to confirm whether this feeling was right. Anyway, the candidates and the group of martial artists who accept the challenge will not arrive here so soon, so it might as well take advantage of the time now to relax. The first person to be challenged was Anne. Hojira did not take action, but instead arranged for his priests. They also control the spirit of the water element. Annie's ability is transformation, which allows her to transform air into flames to attack. However, unlike Lucci's ability to manipulate and use flames at will, Annie's control of flames is much more restricted. It is not so easy to manipulate the changing properties of qi. Just like when Killua uses electricity, he also needs to withstand the effects of electricity, which means that his experience and training since childhood allow him to use it without pressure. This kind of transformation of qi into a dangerous nature requires people to slowly endure and adapt to it. Apparently fire is not that easy to experiment with. The final result was that Anne lost. It's simply water overcoming fire. When fighting, the Pachi priests can not only use the water elemental spirits to fight, but also control the water flow to fight. Baizaji and the other two could also see that this ability to control the flow of water was more of an effect obtained by controlling the spirit of the water element. In a water environment, the water prison technique is extremely powerful. Directly let the opponent fall into the water, it is difficult for ordinary non-users to react. In the anime, the lion among the chimera ants used the ability of a certain ocean hunter to control huge water currents. If it weren't for Molau, ordinary people would not be his match. The main battlefield of the ocean hunter is at sea. Baizaji and the others could see that in a water environment, this water elemental beast would exert great power. Through this battle, we can at least see the tip of the iceberg of the power of the 5 great spirits. You are very capable. You can go to the fire spirit land to challenge it. If you can obtain a fire element, it will be of great help to your ability. Anne's opponent pointed her in a direction. Thank you. Annie was not discouraged by losing. Next up is Elliot. Slightly better than Annie, she lasted a little longer, but she still lost. This is because I have seen some abilities. If you encounter it for the first time, it is very likely to be a first sight kill. The first is the advantage of terrain. The opponent can step directly on the water surface or sink into the water to hide himself. As long as the core of the water element is not destroyed, it is impossible to kill it, just like encountering a devil fruit user with natural ability. In addition to this, he has the ability to control the flow of water. He can create a large flow of water out of thin air to wrap around people, so that people will feel powerless when they fall into the water. And the other party can also control the flow of water. If you don't break through at the beginning, the situation will only get worse. A very simple conclusion is that you should not fight with the enemy in a place with water, because the ability to take advantage of the terrain is too prominent. Then the next one is Biscuit. Hojira still did not make a move, but of course he did not look down on Biscuit. Instead, it gives others the opportunity to experience fighting. They basically fight with their own tribesmen, and have relatively few opportunities to fight with outsiders. Especially when fighting against masters. The battle took place still in the lake area. Biscuit stood on the shore. Her opponent was in the lake. There is also a reason why Anne and Elliot lost, that is, their effective attacks could not hit each other. Biscuit simply pulled off her dress and threw it aside, revealing her tight inner garment. It has not returned to its original state. Now, she has strong strength even in the lowly state. Lord Baizaji, please give me your guidance. The priest of the Pachi tribe launched the attack first. Unlike previous battles, this time the water element was hidden directly in the lake. Water rays burst out from the water surface. These are child's play for Biscuit. Are you aware of my release ability? He swung out his palm and directly used the palm strike type mental energy to destroy all the water rays. And Biscuit stepped directly into the water. Come to think of it, I've never fought against an opponent like this before. Biscuit also showed rare interest. The opponent is not as strong as her, but in terms of ability and geographical advantages, it is possible to fight. I hope the opponent can show more. This is also a transformation ability. Annie looked at Biscuit's feet. At this time, Biscuit seemed to know the opponent's position. He stepped onto the water, found the opponent's position, turned his hand into a knife, and launched a vacuum slash, directly cutting the surface of the lake. Chapter 135. Simply using thoughts attached to the feet will not allow you to stand on the water, but when you transform the energy into properties, you can achieve this level. With Sky Arena's fame far exceeding that of the original anime, another big change brought by Lucci. When numerous martial artists and young talents gather together and fight enthusiastically, and everyone climbs to higher levels together, the power of the crowd will be fully exerted. The cultivation of each department is also constantly evolving. In the earliest times, the practice of transformation, changing the nature of chi, mainly relied on the special characteristics of the non-user to select the nature to change. Generally speaking, users of transformation abilities will only focus on one or two types of transformation. Now, only those who possess 5 or more of these abilities can be considered masters of an ability, and they don't necessarily have to be able to transform the properties of their chi into effective combat power, but as long as they can be of help in battle, it is of great value. There are also changes in application technology. For example, Lucci used to like to use weapons condensed by mind to fight. It was not a materialization ability, but a simple creation of mind energy. This skill is now commonly used by players on the 200th level in the Sky Arena. An applied technique called shape. Of course, depending on the formation of the mind chi weapon, there will also be different emphases on different aspects. At the same time, Madoka's low position application skill detection is a branch detection ability of Leorio in the anime and Jin in the comics who learned Leorio's strike ability. It is not used for attack, but specifically for detection, and has different focuses from the circular detection ability. The ability of detection is limited by tangible objects, and it relies on the fluctuations of mental energy to release detection, which is far less powerful than Yuan Lei. But compared with the circle, it is more concealed. Cutting the surface of the lake, the opponent swam quickly in the water, quite flexible. From his palm, he shot out several white objects, emitting a hint of cold air, towards the direction where the opponent was dodging. This is the life and death talisman that Baizuji cultivated, which is nothing more than the ability of transformation and manipulation. With the help of the power of the water element, one can sink into the water, but one cannot blend into the water and cannot hide one's body at all. The Pachi people in the water thought they had escaped, but they soon felt pain in their bodies, which became more and more severe, and they could not even maintain their abilities. Have to surface. Ah! He cried out in pain loudly. Baizuji's life and death talisman is naturally different, and she is not aiming to control people. The main focus is on influencing the opponent, and different effects will be achieved depending on the use of Baizuji's palm method. You can stay in the water only because the water you control is wrapping you up. Your mental energy is too obvious. Baizuji didn't think it was a big deal to defeat the opponent. For a martial artist like her who had experienced countless battles, Baizuji was really too stunned. Of course there was another reason, that was that her life and death talisman also contained water, and she deliberately used the invisibility function, so it merged into the water flow and flowed directly out of his body. None were discovered. If you are not used to using condensation during battle, you are not really considered a master. Concentration is absolutely the first element in combat for an user. In the anime, Biscuit's exact strength and other abilities are unclear. But here, Biscuit has been influenced by Lucci and turned into his shape. The water he can control is too little. If it were you could also control this entire lake, right? Biscuit asked Hokura, while cancelling the effect of the life and death talisman. Hokura first taught a lesson to the Pachi people who were fighting with Bisky. As the Pachi people grew in strength and acquired more incredible abilities, some of them became proud and complacent. Lord Baizuji, please try your best and let me know who is truly strong. Hokura requested before the fight. That depends on your strength. The Patch people began to retreat from the lake, and Elliot and Anne also retreated to the far shore. A huge water spirit appeared in the center of the lake, like a tall giant, holding a trident formed by condensed water in his hand. Then please be careful, Lord Baizuji. Hokura took the lead. The calm lake surface was actually forming huge waves, as if it was facing a tsunami. In addition, water vapor rose rapidly and the sky immediately turned into dark clouds. By controlling the spirit of water, you can manipulate water vapor to change the weather. This battle was also watched by Lucci, and of course many Pachi people. It would be best if a master like Baizuji could test the effects of the 5 spirits. Elliot and Anne thought they had retreated far enough, but now it seems that it was not enough. Still moving backwards. The original lake was rapidly growing under Hokura's control. Such lake waves cannot threaten Biscuit. In Biscuit's eyes, the surrounding area was filled with all kinds of air, like an irregular circle. This is also a special feature of the 5 great spirits. As elements, they are very prominent in certain aspects and can easily form a field. The lake waves haven't even reached me yet. Suddenly, a huge water claw stretched out from the water, trying to grab Biscuit in its hand. Biscuit immediately used Moon Step to get into the air. In this state, Baiziji couldn't see the other party's trace, and even couldn't see through his abilities. Ning was not such an omnipotent being. Suddenly, the lake wave that was about to approach turned into a huge king of water elements, and swept the trident directly towards Biscuit. Biscuit was hit unexpectedly. He tried to block with his arms, but he couldn't exert force in the air and was knocked flying. Is it true that the controlled water is much larger and can gather and disperse shapes at will? Biscuit in the air was thinking in his mind. But Hojira would not miss this opportunity. The spirit of water threw the trident in his hand directly at Biscuit. Biscuit seemed to be in danger. But Biscuit could see the strengths and weaknesses of this trident clearly, and she could easily block it with her force. But this trident is not a real weapon, but is made of water plastic aggregation. 3 meters away from Biscuit, it exploded and turned into a dissipated stream of water, wrapping around Biscuit directly. Once you are wrapped up, it will be really dangerous. The water flows onto the body. Biscuit in the air slapped out his palm, like a huge air palm that temporarily blocked the water flow. And she fell into the lake safely. It's really amazing. Biscuit couldn't help but admire. At that moment just now, she almost wanted to change back to her original appearance to fight. But in the end I didn't do that. If this situation happened on the ocean, the strength would be very terrifying. Biscuit fought steadily and did not face any attack. Hojira originally planned to wait until Biscuit landed on the lake and then continue the attack. But now the situation has changed again. Because Baiziji injected thoughts into the water. Chapter 136. As expected of Biscuit, you found the weakness so easily. Lucci looked at Biscuit in the light curtain. I also knew instantly what she had done. For those who have learned to read, if they are taught by a regular person, the first thing they should learn is the Mizumi style, which can be used to test one's own system and is also a form of practice. Hojira controls the water spirit, using the water spirit's own special abilities to control water. Biscuit regarded this lake as Mizumi Shiki and injected thoughts into it. Part of the water in the lake was contaminated by her thoughts and naturally could no longer be controlled, unless she used her thoughts to fight for control over the water. Use this method to weaken Hojira's control over water. The consumption of mental energy is actually not as great as imagined, because Biscuit is not controlling the water, but influencing the water, without any complicated operations. But if it could be defeated so easily, then it wouldn't be a water spirit. The 5 great spirits that Lucci compares to are the 5 great spirits in a certain anime, although they are slightly different. Elliot and Anne, who were watching the battle from a distance, also realized that they could use this method to resist the opponent's water control that was like a shadow following them. The Pichi people were amazed at how quickly Lord Baiziji responded. But what Hojira controls is the water spirit. Biscuit's method affected his control over water, but he could also use other ways. A vortex appears in the lake, and its influence expands as it rotates. Since it cannot be controlled at will, the influence is exerted by relying on the physical flow of the water vortex. In this situation, Biscuit couldn't stand on the lake. As long as Biscuit falls into the water, Hojira can use a variety of methods. Biscuit had to use the power of Moon Step to stay in the air. He looked around, searching for the location of Hojira and the water spirit. Facing an opponent who can hide so easily, it is not so easy to find him. The barrier of the lake made it impossible to find it. Baiziji lacks the corresponding means, or it should be said that her abilities are mainly aimed at humans. When facing some inhuman existences, they are always somewhat inapplicable. Unless you are willing to change back to your original form. Under the sacred tree in Pichi village, Lucci was laughing. If Biscuit doesn't hurry up, the next wave of attacks will come. The dark clouds in the light curtain had already started to rain. It was the first time that Biscuit encountered such an enemy, and he was not used to it. Rain falls. This couldn't affect her. But she soon discovered something was wrong. The rain was very dense in her area, and the weight of the rain was obviously different. The weather can also be manipulated. But he soon remembered Lucci's research, the sacred place of the Pichi people, and even the existence of the basin rainforest. Or should we say that the Pichi Holy Land has the greatest ability to control water? This was also Lucci's initial research. The 5 spirits are not balanced, and the water spirit is the strongest among them. Because the structure of the word God is the most complex, followed by fire spirit. Lucci would naturally also give water spirit the means to control the weather. Even in this situation, Hokura, who was hiding in the lake, had no intention of leaving the lake, and even the water spirit stayed in the depths of the lake. The one that appeared before was not a clone formed by the gathering of water flow, and it was not a real water spirit. Because he knew very well that as long as Xueling could not solve the core problem, she would always have a weakness. His best way to fight is to manipulate from behind the scenes as much as possible. As long as you don't get hit, you can't lose. The bean-sized raindrops hit a normal person, and if they were touched, the pain would be like being hit by a small stone. This kind of damage also consumes chi. But Baizaji doesn't have much else, but he has a lot of spiritual energy. It is separated from the lake surface and cannot exert its mental influence on the lake water. 4 more water elemental giants appeared and surrounded Biscuit on all sides. Now, in the eyes of ordinary people, Hojira's performance can actually be called a god. Biscuit showed helplessness on his face. It seems that I still have to use my abilities. In this state, I have no problem escaping, but it is still a bit difficult for me to continue fighting and defeat my opponent. It's really becoming increasingly confusing. It seemed that Biscuit could only see Lucci's back now, and this back was getting longer and longer, becoming increasingly invisible. Biscuit's body began to change very quickly, and immediately turned from a short loli into a giant over 2 meters tall. Fortunately, she had already considered this issue, and the inner clothes were specially made so that they would not burst due to such changes. And Biscuit, who has returned to her original appearance, can be completely regarded as a King Kong Barbie. If it weren't for her makeup, you wouldn't be able to tell she's a woman. The people on the shore also noticed something about Biscuit. I didn't expect that there is someone who could force Lord Biscuit to do this. Yes. Lord Biscuit hasn't used this trick for 5 years. Annie nodded in agreement. It is a compliment to both Biscuit and Hojira's strength. To be able to make Baizaji do this kind of strength is definitely that of a high-level building owner. Of course, they didn't know that Hojira couldn't leave the Basin rainforest. And Lucci's figure instantly disappeared under the sacred tree. What you see on the light screen is not clear enough. You need to see it in person to see it more clearly and understand more clearly. Lucci is also looking forward to a performance from Biscuit. Biscuit, who had transformed into his original form, had no intention of fighting and fell directly into the lake. He also used a 1,000-pound weight to plunge to the bottom of the lake with extremely fast movements. The barrier of the lake had no effect on her at all. Hojira wanted to control the water flow to bind Biscuit, thinking that he could bind him directly if Biscuit fell into the lake. Although he was surprised at Biscuit's changes, he would not be surprised and reveal his flaws during the battle. Under the control of Hojira, the powerful water flow directly crushed Biscuit. But it had no effect on Siji at all, and a powerful circle unfolded directly. The enormous force breaks all restraining forces. Moreover, Biscuit can also throw a heavy punch in the lake, causing the water to burst with a loud noise, as if a huge explosion occurred. With one punch, he can actually create a vacuum state. This little bit of pressure and restraint is nothing to Biscuit's true self. Not even as good as the gravity chamber. Hojira wanted to run, but he was faster than Siji. Even in water, it is as easy as walking on flat ground. Biscuit's moon step can even be used in water, as there is huge water resistance. You don't need to be on the bottom of the lake, you can walk in the water. This is the power brought by Baizaji's strong body. The water spirit was even dispersed by Baizaji's punch, and the vibrations affected the gathering of a trace of water spirit. In just a moment, he carried Hoj out of the lake. Even if I don't specialize in divine characters, it doesn't mean I don't understand this. It seems that yours needs improvement, Lucci. Chapter 137. Biscuit's Yuan has discovered where Lucci is. At this time, Baizaji's circle was as large as 400 meters, and this was not her maximum range. It's just that this range is more suitable for combat. Roundness and concentration are the difference between a master. Biscuit's basic understanding of a circle is 40 to 50 meters, and he needs to be able to maintain the circle for more than half an hour. The powerful circle scans everything like a radar. Hojira's evasion was exposed in front of her circle. Of course, the more important reason was that Hojira's strength was weak. Do you really think so? It is impossible for an ordinary person to defeat him, otherwise you wouldn't need to enter this state. Lucci thought it was pretty good. It has been a long time since Baizaji entered his current state in front of him. The body has been trained to the extreme, and a huge amount of mental energy has been accumulated because of the rejuvenation technique. Anyone who saw Biscuit and her recent move would probably think that she was an enhancement type. In the anime, Biscuit didn't have much fighting performance. There was only a brief battle on Greedy Island with one of the 3 bomb demons. In the lowly state, it seemed that she did not use any thoughts and deliberately took the opponent's attack. Then he entered his main body state, without using any thoughts, and knocked the opponent down with a normal punch. Maybe because of his body shape, he is compared to Yujin from the Phantom Troop. But there is absolutely no comparison. Through Biscuit's performance in front of us, we can fully infer the strength of Biscuit in the anime. And the one in front of me is even stronger than she was in the anime. Ordinary non-users can't do this. If you don't have the corresponding ability, you can't defeat him. Of course, his excessive emphasis on water spirit training is indeed a bit of a problem. As Hojira was defeated, the lake began to recover, and even the water vapor clouds in the sky slowly dissipated. It can only be said that Hojira is unlucky, and now Biscuit is a typical example of someone who can break through all obstacles with one force. As a fierce man who trained in the gravity room of the Sky Arena, Baisaji's speed and attack strength are extremely exaggerated. Even Biscuit wanted to take advantage of Netero's visit to the Sky Arena to challenge him together. Unlike Lucci, who often fights with Netero, Biscuit rarely spar with Netero because she thinks she cannot break Netero's high Akusha Ki cannon. But now that she had this idea, it meant that she thought her strength was close to Netero's. The two came to the shore. Everyone bowed respectfully to Lucci, Master Lucci. This is respect for the strong. The Pachi people also looked at Baisaji with admiration. As expected, he is a martial artist from the same school as Lord Lucci, and his strength is truly amazing. The invincible high priest Hokura in their eyes was defeated so easily. Biscuit, if you want to fight me, then try defeating the other 4 spirits as well. Lucci said. Lucci had agreed to Baisaji's challenge before, and now he has given her another goal. Of course. Biscuit agreed quickly. But she knew that this time the Pachi tribe did not have a sufficient understanding of her strength, and the other reason was that Shuoling's geographical environment could not limit her. If they all have similar abilities, then only the wind spirit and the earth spirit are difficult to defeat. The 5 major spirits are fire spirit, water spirit, wind spirit, earth spirit, and wood spirit. There is no thunder spirit or electric spirit. One reason is that Lucci's transformation training has not reached the level to form such ability, and the other reason is that he lacks relevant knowledge of divine characters. You can also try it. After all, as a martial artist in the Sky Arena, you also need to go through many different battles. Lucci also said to Annie and Elliot. Baisaji and the other 2 then headed to other spiritual places, and through the connections between the Pachi people, they were able to travel there easily. There will be no obstruction. In the future, this place can also become a trial ground for the Sky Arena. By fighting to support fighting, the strength will only grow stronger and stronger. Among the non-users who had fought in the Sky Arena, only those who could use the non ability for half an hour could be considered a basic non-user. Now this foundation is constantly being raised because there are new changes or breakthroughs in certain aspects every year. Only when all aspects are up to standard can one be called a master. Lucci wakes up Hojira, who was knocked unconscious by Biscuit. When Hojira woke up from her coma, her memory was still flashing with the danger that Punch had put her in. At that moment, it seemed as if she was going to die. When he woke up, he knew he had lost. Seeing Lucci, he immediately knelt on one knee and blamed himself. Lord Lucci, I have brought shame to Shuiling. It's just like this for Hojira. If Lucci gave the sacred tree to the Pachi people, all of them would be able to learn Nen, and they could use the Nen energy to fight and grow in strength. The gift from the 5 great spirits enhanced their overall strength beyond imagination. Especially the 5 chief priests who control the 5 great spirits, who are now the strongest among the Pachi people. Controlling the 5 great spirits in the Basin rainforest gave them a feeling called God. Such a powerful force made them deeply addicted to it. But today, Biscuit's punch woke him up directly. It's good to strengthen your water spirit training, but don't forget your own training, otherwise you will become a weakness. Lucci didn't feel ashamed at all. He already knew that he was no match for Biscuit. If Baisaji couldn't even defeat the 5 great spirits, then let alone challenging himself, all these years of training and various resources would be wasted. With a wave of Lucci's hand, the water spirit in the lake appeared again. As the creator, he naturally has higher authority and control. The core of the water spirit is a tiny black pearl. Despite its small size, it can be engraved with many divine characters, making it some kind of treasure. It is also known as the heart of the ocean. It is a rare treasure that has a special ability to slowly gather water vapor. Lucci spent 7.5 billion ringgits to buy this black pearl. Affected by Baisaji's fist, even the engraved word God was affected. A life and death talisman? Or should it be called ice? Feeling the changes, Lucci finally understood. In addition to physical training, Baisaji did not give up other types of training. Among them, the training of the transformation system can be said to be moving towards the extreme. When you reach the extreme level in one direction, then move towards the broad direction. Baisaji's transformation training has probably reached 6 or 7 levels of nature changes. Lucci guessed. Chapter 138. At this time in the Basin rainforest, the candidates were looking for the Pachi people. Without a clear map, we can only search slowly. The so-called core can only be known by asking the Pachi people. When you enter the Basin rainforest, the first thing you encounter is the various creatures there. Somewhere in a grassland in the rainforest, there was blood all around, and several broken bodies were scattered everywhere, with blood flowing out of these bodies. This is an anaconda in the Basin rainforest, and it is also one of the top of the food chain in the Basin rainforest. Also known as the rainforest hunter. Once entangled, it is difficult for anyone to survive its attack. Jin's 5-member team did not split up, and this was not the first time they had dealt with anacondas. This is already the third one. In addition to anacondas, they also encountered other terrifying creatures. The existence of the entire Basin rainforest has caused many creatures within it to grow much larger in size due to the appearance of blood orchids. After the blood orchid was brought to the Basin rainforest by Lucci, the Conrad family conducted research on it, and more of it is still under the control of the Pachi tribe. They cultivate their own, and also their pets. Because of Lucci's influence, the existence of the 5 great spirits and the blood orchid, the entire Pachi tribe has developed in the direction of beast taming and summoning. Blood orchid can help organisms evolve. It also has a great effect on humans. Nowadays, it is one of the most expensive secret medicines in the sky arena, but the effect of blood orchid is not endless. When it reaches a certain level, it has no effect. The creatures here are so big. Jin had never seen a python that was more than 20 meters long. Even in the rainforest wetlands of Whale Island there is no such thing. If this kind of anaconda appears on Whale Island, it may make Whale Island a forbidden area. Even the fox bears on Whale Island can be killed in one bite. It's a pity that we have exams to take, and the smell of blood will attract other predators, otherwise this snakeskin could be sold for a considerable price. Dupont said with great regret. The creatures in the Basin rainforest have become more dangerous due to the deliberate cultivation of the Pachi people, but their value has also been greatly increased. The meat is more nutritious, and the various ingredients in it have many uses. It can be said that every part of the body can be utilized. In other words, the time is relatively short, and this place may become a hunting paradise in the future. We've been walking for so long, but haven't encountered any Pachi tribe members. How are we going to find them? Russell jumped down from the tree. It has been 3 hours since we left the Conrad family's industrial base. But nothing was gained, except facing various dangerous creatures. The fog is still very thick. It is impossible to find the location of the Pachi tribe by being at a high altitude. Without a clear goal, they can only keep moving forward in one direction. Of course, they are also looking for traces of human presence. According to Jin's analysis, the Patch people lived in this rainforest, so there must be traces of their life, and they would also go to places outside the Basin rainforest. Then there may be a small path that they often walk on. As long as they can find the path, they can find the whereabouts of the Pachi people by groping. I can only say that the idea is a pity, but it is still too naive in some aspects. After the Pachi tribe recovered their holy land, their control over the Basin rainforest improved a lot, and with the help of Lucci, they are still improving. Through the sacred altar of the gods in the Holy Land, the entire Basin rainforest is influenced and transformed. Keep moving forward. The 5 people had no choice but to continue moving forward, but soon they came across the corpse of the anaconda they had killed. Are we back? Russell said uncertainly. It should be. Jin checked the anaconda's body. And we can no longer hear the sounds of birds and insects. Jinya immediately noticed other abnormalities. Look at the compass. Dennis shouted immediately. The compass, which had been working fine, was now spinning. Could this be the test from the Pachi people? The first thing Jin thought of was the related advertisement he had seen before. There are also people with the ability to read minds among the Pachi tribe. Could this be some kind of mental ability? Of course, it could also be some kind of divine ability. DuPont said. As a martial artist in the Sky Arena, I have watched various competitions and seen various abilities and divine abilities. This is the first thing I consider when it comes to the situation in the Bassan Rainforest. The power of telekinesis is truly magical. Jin said, and quickly jumped to the top of the tree. Look into the distance. Come up and take a look. As Jin finished his words, the others jumped to the top of the tree. When they looked before, there was fog all around and they couldn't see clearly. But now there is a wall of fog in front. The fog was originally erratic, but in their eyes, it formed a high solid wall. Did everyone see it? Russell asked. The 5 people faced different directions. See, it's right there. The 5 people pointed in different directions. Suddenly the 5 people fell silent. It was only then that they discovered that the fog walls seen by the 5 people were completely different and in different directions, while the fog seen by others in other directions was still drifting fog. So this is going to separate us? Russell asked uncertainly. They definitely need to explore that wall of fog. Maybe it's some kind of hint. It could also be a trap. Do you want to separate? Thanks to the previous preparations, the most dangerous insects in the rainforest cannot cause any divine or demonic effects on them for the time being. But if we separate and encounter other situations, we may be in danger. But how do we trigger this? This was Jin's first question. Could it be because of that anaconda? The 5 people immediately came to the anaconda's body and began to look for any differences. This anaconda is indeed much longer and bigger than the previous ones, and its scales are also very tough. All 5 people contributed to killing the anaconda. Among them, DuPont, a psychic user, had to use all his abilities to kill it. Its powerful vitality did not allow it to die quickly, so it had to be chopped into several pieces. Despite this speculation, the 5 of them did not choose to separate, but instead moved forward in one direction to take a look. But soon it was back to where it was. How is this done? DuPont was a little puzzled. He could not feel anything unusual happening and could not sense any trace of thoughts. And Jin's super perception ability also failed at this moment. I just don't believe it. DuPont just didn't believe it. He drew out the long sword in his hand, which had the word God engraved on it, and infused it with thoughts. He simply cut down all the trees and grass that blocked his sight. As long as he had a clear view, he didn't believe he would go back to where he was. Chapter 139. It's a dumb trick, but it would be nice if it worked that easily. Even though he continued to move forward, he still returned slightly to where he was and saw the body of the anaconda once again. What is going on? Are we all hallucinating? Mark, one of the 5 people, was thinking in this direction. In fact, they were not in a hallucination, but just a spatial dislocation. This is certainly a good direction to think about. There are people who use illusion abilities in the Sky Arena, but they are definitely not to this extent. The Pachi tribe is not that strong. DuPont also thought it was impossible at first. It's not like we haven't come into contact with the Pachi people in the Sky Arena before. They are very strong, but definitely not to the point of being hopeless. And he would not believe that there was any ability to cover the entire Bassan Rainforest. Of course, another one is self-confidence. I don't feel like I'm hallucinating at all. Could it be that the 5 of us are also hallucinating together? Dennis also thought. He also took off his gloves, took out a dagger, and gently scratched a mark on the back of his hand. To prove that they were not trapped in hallucinations. Not necessarily. Don't forget that this exam is for that adult. If it were a normal situation, Russell would also be willing to think so. But when I think about the examiner of this exam, it is the mysterious and powerful Lord Lucci. I thought of the legend about Lucci, the powerful illusionist. There are many rumors about him in the Sky Arena. Lucci can defeat his opponents with just his eyes. Has powerful illusion abilities. Maybe there will be Lucci's arrangement among them. Sometimes being too smart and having too many imaginations can be a problem. What should we do now? Break up? Jin asked. It seems that there is no good solution now. We don't know what is going on, so naturally we can't crack it. They can't keep on deadlocking here. Not to mention the martial artists who were hunting them, delaying too long would also be disadvantageous. There is no better way, so we can only separate. The 5 people walked towards the direction of the fog wall they saw. After they walked for a distance, they looked back and found that the others had disappeared and they did not return to the original place. Jin suddenly looked back and saw that the cut-down trees in the fog were actually recovering. It seems that you have very sharp reactions. A disembodied voice floated nearby. Who? Jin quickly became alert. Holding the fishing rod tightly in his hand, although Russell had prepared other weapons, Jin was more accustomed to using the fishing rod. Are you Patch? King asked. It couldn't be the martial artists who were hunting them, right? The departure times are different. Even if that group of people are very powerful, it is not easy to find them in the rainforest. Keep going, I'll be waiting for you ahead. A voice came. Jin could tell that the other person didn't seem to be very old and was not one of those martial artists. It could only be the Pachi people. So the exam is about to begin? Of course Jin still walked forward cautiously. Ever since he fell into the illusion, he hadn't heard the chirping of insects or birds. Soon Jin saw the source of the voice. It was a young man who was a head taller than him, wearing Pachi costume. My name is Kareem. The boy was 3 years older than Jin and was a priest of the Wood Spirit Land. The direction of Jin and the other 4 people was close to the Wood Spirit Land. Because they defeated the anaconda that was specially set up, they also triggered the test content. I can only say that I was quite lucky. Although this exam does not restrict individuals or teams, the situations faced by each Pachi tribe are different. There are team battles and individual battles. So I have to defeat you to get that core. That's not wrong. Kareem nodded. This is your opponent. As the words fell, a green shadow appeared beside Kareem. This is the wood element. Isn't this too unfair? Or does this exam require fighting against non-users? Jin protested directly. He has awakened his mind, but is still far from being able to use it in combat. And no matter how you think about it, the hunter exam shouldn't involve the ability of Nin. Otherwise, who would have the possibility of becoming a hunter? After all, those who have not mastered Nin need to pass the hunter exam before they can master Nin. Don't worry, its strength is limited. It is the strength of the martial artists on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena who have not mastered Nin. Kareem answered naturally. Jin Fulishi, you are the candidate that Master Lucci specifically asked for. There are 5 major spiritual places in the Basin Rainforest, namely wind, fire, water, earth, and wood. They are guarded by our Pachi tribe, and the core you need to obtain for the exam is obtained from these 5 major spiritual places. Kareem informed the other party of this information. And you can also obtain more than 1 core, and participate in Basin to challenge the martial artists from the Sky Arena. If they want to enter the spiritual land, the core in your hands will be the ticket. This was the advantage that Lucci had promised to give to Jin, giving him a little advantage in terms of information. Jin was the first candidate to fully understand the exam rules. But that's not where Kim's focus lies. Basam's challenge? Could it be that their challenge is different from ours? Kareem smiled. Of course, although there are only 50 places, some of them have not awakened their Nin ability, but compared to ordinary Nin users, their strength is much stronger. Kareem's meaning was very clear, that is, they, the candidates, could not be the opponents of these martial artists. Of course not all of them, there are still a few exceptions. Moreover, fighting cannot be said to be absolute, especially in the environment of the Basin Rainforest. So are you ready now? Kareem gave Jin sufficient preparation. Unlike his other companions, after separating, he directly fought with the wood element. Of course. Jin had no ill intentions in launching a surprise attack. As Jin finished speaking, the first to attack was the wood element. Unlike the water element, the wood element's main means of attack is to control plants. Vines emerged from the ground, and there were vines spreading from far away, while the wood element just stood in the distance. These vines attacked Jin like tentacles. Jin was very agile and dodged while immediately swinging his fishing rod towards the wood elemental. There was no attack on Kaleem. But Jin's attack missed. It was not that the wood element dodged it, but it directly penetrated through it. It clearly exists, but it seems to be a phantom. Chapter 140. The body reacts very quickly. This was Kareem's first intuitive assessment of Jin, but judging from just a few of his moves, the other party lacked the corresponding combat experience. He is very skilled in using a fishing rod, but it seems that he has not used it much in combat. In this situation, a fishing rod is not a good weapon. While Jin dodged the attack, he directly pulled out the dagger bought by Russell. It was a forged product with the word divine in it. Even without the use of mental energy to cover it, it could be said to be a magical weapon. Use the short knife to cut off the vines that want to attack him. But the cut down vines were soon gathered together again. This is too shameless. Jin couldn't help but shout. Just as I was about to jump onto a tree, vines began to spread down from the tree. Kareem didn't answer Kim. That is to say, standing still. This time Jin went for a close encounter, and the vines were not fast enough to catch up with him quickly. Of course, vines are also limited. It's not that the wood element can only exert this kind of power, but as mentioned at the beginning, this is the difficulty level for the candidates. Jin approached the wood element once again, but still did not attack Kaleem. This time, Jin's dagger also missed. Is this fake? This was the first thing Jin thought of when his attack failed. But just as this thought arose, the green shadow-like wood element suddenly became more solid, and a green gas spread from its body. And King Kong really smelled it. It has the fragrance of grass and the smell of soil. Jin's movements were slow for a moment and he was almost caught by the vines. But his head shook and he quickly jumped away. Are you okay? It seems that you have a good physique. Kareem praised. The gas just now was the miasma from the Bassan rainforest, and it is also an ability that can be used by the wood element. Of course, its power is naturally limited when used against candidates taking the hunter exam. Is that miasma? But why does it smell fragrant? Jin asked. While dodging, he was chatting with Kareem. Maybe because they were close in age and not from the Pachi tribe, Kareem did not give his best. Instead, he started chatting with Jin. You guessed right. As for why it smells good, it's because it's the miasma of plants and trees, not the miasma of living things or mosquitoes. General miasma is either related to mosquitoes or is the gas formed by the decay of dead animals and plants. Rather than saying that the wood element is miasma, it is better to say that it is poisonous gas from plants and trees. But why don't you attack me? Even if you have just learned Nen, you can learn a lot about Nen in the sky arena. If you defeat me, it will be equivalent to defeating the wood element. Kareem asked, slightly concerned that Jin didn't attack him both times. Ah, can I attack you? I thought all I had to do was find the core. Jin looked confused. Jin learned a lot about Nian from Russell, but more specific and advanced information is not so easy to know. Especially related to mind beasts. Of course, it is also related to the fact that Jin is still relatively naive now. He directly regards Kareem as a role similar to that of an examiner. Just like the little sister who helped me awaken my thoughts. Looking at your use of the entanglement, it turns out that you are really a complete beginner. When Lucci told him this at first, he was a little bit unconvinced. He didn't expect it to be true. You can also defeat me. Kareem suggested to Jin. No. Jin refused directly. Jin is not a fool. It sounds easy to defeat Kareem, but don't forget that he is a psychic user, otherwise he would not be able to control the water element. No matter what, the other party must have practiced for a longer time than him, and he has absolutely no chance of defeating him. Instead of doing this, it is better to look for the core. The word core is definitely the key to this exam and also a reminder to candidates. The elemental spirits are restricted. If the candidates are not strong enough, they can think about it from this perspective. Their real opponents in this exam are actually the martial artists, because the core is their ticket to participate in the challenge, as well as other candidates. 5 different cores that can be traded or looted. Through 2 attacks, Jin has discovered that what appeared before his eyes might not be the entity of the wood element, and the core is not included in it. It is just used to confuse people, and it is more likely to be a collection of miasma. If he guessed correctly, the core of the wood element was probably hidden in the vines that attacked him. But how to observe? Ning can see thoughts, but she does not have the ability to see through things, so she cannot see the core thoughts in the vines. Jin has just awakened his thoughts, and Ning has not yet learned and mastered them. In the Bassan rainforest, in addition to Jin and his friends, there were other people who came into contact with the 5 spiritual places. It's candidate number 66, Xiaolier. And it has already been won. In the earth spirit land of the Bassan rainforest, Xiaoliel held a fist-sized stone in his hand. Looking at it, this is the core. Xiaoliel is not a martial artist from the sky arena, but a candidate from other countries. As an user, he has considerable strength. His main job is to run a business similar to Ayajiya. He will only sign up for the hunter exam when there is a commission that requires a hunter license. It has to be said that the hunter exam opened his eyes, Of course mainly the Sky Arena. I had heard about it a long time ago, but I was really shocked when I actually saw it. He couldn't imagine that so many non-users could gather in one place. Xiaolier held the core and tried to inject his own thoughts into it. If he was not mistaken, this core was the same as those divine equipment. As long as he injected thoughts into it, it could be used and become his own mind beast. After taking the hunter exam, Xiaolier realized that he had been looking at the world from a narrow perspective and had never imagined that thoughts could be used in this way. Of course, Xiaolier's action was a direct failure. If it was so easy to control, then Lucci wouldn't need to study these things. Now you can choose to continue the challenge, or you can choose to leave and go to other spiritual places. If you continue the challenge, then the earth element you face will not be as strong as before," said the Pichi, Xiaoliel's opponent. This time, Xiaolier acted alone. So that wasn't all there was just now. Charlie was very interested. "If I can defeat all of you, can I gain control of this?" he said at the same time. This so-called core Xiaolier can see the huge value in it, so he would ask this question. Another thing is that this thing is very useful for many non-users who have no combat talent. But what Charol said did a little to anger the Pichi people. Defeat them all, and don't be afraid of the strong wind blowing your tongue away. Chapter 141. Xiaolier's arrogance made the Pichi people very unhappy. I plan to teach him a lesson next. If there were no restrictions, it would not be so easy for him to obtain the core of the earth element. And this Xiaolier is also a candidate that Lucci has his eyes on. After all, he is the strongest among the candidates. A powerful user of Nen, he is also very skilled in the use of Nen and seems to be able to fight against the earth element with ease. Through observation, Lucci could tell that this candidate was good at knife and sword techniques, but he did not show it. Could it be someone with materialization abilities? In the battle with the earth element, although I used my thoughts, I didn't use my abilities. This level of strength was not enough for a person to use his abilities. But that's not the case anymore. After successfully defeating a Pichi earth element once again, Xiaoliel finally used his own abilities. As expected, Lucci's guess was true. The other party was a person with materialization ability, good at using swords, and was also a swordsman. The opponent's swordsmanship and knife skills are not low. The materialized sword has a special ability, which is that every time it attacks the same place, its defense will be greatly weakened. The same is true even for mental energy. Considerable rule-based ability. But the restrictions are too great. First of all, based on the gap between the two sides, the number of times required is also very large. Furthermore, when facing a truly strong opponent, there is no possibility of being attacked multiple times in the same position. And if Xiaolier can keep attacking the same position, then his strength will be strong enough that he does not need to rely on his own abilities to defeat his opponent. It is suitable for situations where the strength is similar and the battle is protracted. Relying on his unique abilities, he once again defeated a Pichi. Of course, his abilities were also noticed by the Pichi tribe. Do you want to continue the challenge? You should know that you have no chance of winning next time. Xiaolier's opponent is a female Pichi. Or rather, all the previous battles were fought with her. Lily Patch, the daughter of the chief priest of the Earth Spirit Land, is also the best at controlling the earth element in the Earth Spirit Land. Of course. Charles nodded. His current choice is not good. If he still wants to continue to take the exam, then retaining his strength is the most important thing. Otherwise, you might be robbed by other candidates as soon as you leave the Earth Spirit Land, which would be a waste of time. This time, Lily directly took out a new earth element core. Thrown into the air, an earth element instantly condensed. Why don't you plan to hide? Holding the knife in his hand, Xiaolier smiled. Since you have already guessed it, there is nothing to hide. You have good strength and ability, but you can only stop here. This time, Lily will further use the power of the earth element. The whole earth was shaking, and the ground seemed to be expanding. Hey, can you do this? Xiaolier said with surprise, but his eyes revealed enough surprise. As if this was what he wanted to see. It was not the use of space, but Lily's control of the earth, moving the surrounding grass and trees. After all, the next battle might involve some big moves. If you can defeat me next time, then after 2 challenges, you can proceed to the ultimate challenge of the Earth Spirit Land. If you pass the ultimate challenge, you will receive the blessing of my Pichi tribe. Lily stood on the earth element's shoulder and said all this to Xiaoliel in a very calm manner. The Basin challenge is divided into several levels. As long as they can defeat the Pachi people of the 5 spiritual lands, the lowest level will be able to use the power of the sacred tree to open up their mind energy. The subsequent files are naturally related to divine seals, battle patterns, and cores. The final challenge, the so-called blessing, is the contract. In fact, the divine seal is already considered a contract, but Lucci will not open the ability to borrow mental energy to everyone. With the core of the contract, even a weak non-user can quickly become a strong one. I don't care about these. If I can defeat you, can you tell me something? Xiaolier asked. Obviously there are other purposes. Let's talk about it after you defeat me. Lily didn't think she would lose. Once you get serious, the other party will definitely not be your opponent. The earth element has the same ability effects as the natural element, and the ability effects are stronger when standing on the ground. In addition to the effect of repeated attacks, your ability can also detect the type of mental energy, but the gap in strength, even if you can discover it, it can't change anything. Lily didn't even need to move. Directly manifest the core on the earth element's chest. It was as if he had already determined that Xiaolier would never succeed. The earth element doesn't even need to move itself. 7 earth elemental dolls are formed. And the Pachi people who were watching the battle knew. Lily is serious. The fighting style of the earth element will vary depending on the user and development capabilities. Some simply like to use elemental words to attack. Some like to use giants to launch Gundam-like attacks directly, and their mind abilities to develop the earth element also tend to focus on various attributes. But Lily is different. She was not only developing the earth element, but also thinking that her own earth element would have the opportunity to surpass the earth spirit bestowed by Lord Lucci in the future and replace it. He is also one of the Pachi people who learns the structure of the 5 spiritual characters. And based on the development of telepathic abilities, Lily can also use it. These 7 humanoid dolls are more like Lily's abilities than the earth element's abilities. Lily is also a materialization type. Her ability is more inclined towards reproduction, which is of course different from Kyubi of the Phantom Troop in the future. She copied the earth element core and used the earth element core to control these puppets. And there is a core among these dolls, but it is materialized by Lily's ability. Facing this kind of enemy, Xiaolier's abilities were useless. Because even if you defeat one enemy, Lily can summon it again. The ability is well developed, but it would be better if it didn't require the help of telekinesis. This Lily has the potential to be a summoner, but unfortunately her telekinesis level is not good enough. At this time, Lily was fighting with the help of Lucci's mental energy. The previous battle consumed a lot of mental energy, plus the ability used this time. It consumes a lot of mental energy. The amount of mental energy will still have an impact on the strength of the ability. There is no need to worry about the consumption of mental energy. One can imagine Xiaolier's situation. Are you still not giving up? You can't even hold on now. At this time, Charles was in a very embarrassing situation. He smashed the clay doll several times but to little effect. Because Lily can be summoned at any time. But he hasn't given up yet. Can you tell me why you have such a huge amount of mental energy? Do you have other ways to replenish your mental energy? Chapter 142. When a person is fighting, his mental energy can easily manifest on his body surface. Especially when using refining to improve your mind energy. But in Xiaoliel's eyes, Lily's spiritual energy has always been calm and very stable, and there has not been much change no matter how many times she uses her ability. It was as if the one controlling the earth element and fighting him was not herself. So he guessed that Lily must have special abilities. Is it related to the battle pattern of your clan? Xiaoliel showed an interested expression. He attacked again and beheaded the clay doll, but soon the clay doll's head began to wriggle and a new head grew out. Sure enough, my guess was correct, and taking part in this hunter exam was indeed a wise choice. It not only made him further understand the existence of thoughts and what they were, but also provided him with a way to resolve the commission at hand. Even if you know this situation, what can you change? Lily didn't care. Of course, your ability should be related to the core of these clay dolls. Said Xiaolier. My ability is not as simple as repeated attacks and weakening. Xiaolier seemed like a villain who was sure of victory, and seemed to be explaining his ability. Or maybe it is part of his ability to activate. My ability's real name is actually the Sword of Sealing. Xiaolier retracted the blade and simply ran his hand across the blade. The blood flowed out and was absorbed by the blade, and a strange red light appeared. Attack detection and attack weakening are just preparations for the seal. Seal the sword, seal it for me. Xiaoliu activated his ability. Weird red and black words appeared from the blade and then dissipated. A clay doll controlled by Lily stopped moving and turned into mud and fell to the ground. What have you done? Lily Patch suddenly shouted. Because she found that she had forgotten her ability and how to use it. It seemed that she was sealed and blocked by something. I have sealed your ability. Xiaoliu said lightly. Then his eyes rested on the tall earth elemental. Sure enough, this is not a simple ability. There are 3 types of Xiaoliu's abilities. Whether it is sword attack, detection, or weakening, they are all preparations for sealing, or they can be said to be prerequisites. Moreover, the conditions for sealing do not necessarily require attacking the user of an ability. The corresponding ability can also be achieved by being able to encounter an ability. After being sealed, the ability cannot be used, due to amnesia and not remembering. It is not a 100% seal, because there may be some people who have cultivated their abilities into instincts and can use their abilities even in a state of forgetfulness. Unless Xiaoliu cultivates his ability to the point where he can seal his instincts. Once an user is unable to use his ability, his strength will be greatly reduced. And this terrible effect is especially terrifying for those with enhancement abilities. If the enhancement type ability user is someone like Ugin who uses only applied skills to fight, then there is a possibility that he will forget how to use his applied skills. The reinforcement system is outstanding in all aspects, can face various sudden battles, and is suitable for encounter battles. But once he encounters a prepared materialization type or manipulation type ability user, he is not that strong anymore. The earth element is not entirely Lily's ability, so Xiaoliu cannot seal it. This ability is very interesting. Lucci immediately became interested. It is not known whether there is an upper limit, such as whether the sonata used to seal the devil can do it, and whether the twin-tailed snake Hell Bell among the 5 disasters can do it. It is also a special ability to eliminate thoughts. Very versatile. Without the clay doll blocking his way, Xiaoliu could finally fight the earth element. But the consumption of mental energy and physical strength was no match for the earth element at all, and had no effect on Lily at all. As the battle lasted for more than half an hour, Charles was already injured. Lily's expression changed. Are you looking for death? You can't win. This is not my ability. At this time, Xiaoliu's body was in tatters, and his mental energy could only be maintained to ensure that his abilities were still being exerted. There was blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and there were some small wounds on his body. He was still attacking the earth element persistently. He was clearly no match for his opponent, but he insisted on continuing. Lily was already holding back, otherwise Charles would have died long ago. When Charles heard this, he grinned. Don't care at all. He spat out the blood in his mouth, put away the knife again and started to scrape. Shouldn't it? Could it be that his ability can also work on the earth element? This is what Lily and the other Pachi people think. Even Lucci wants to see if this can be done. Seal the sword, seal it for me. A red light emerged from his sword. The ability can be activated, which means that the conditions required for the ability have been met. The earth element did not collapse, but it also stopped moving. Is this a success? The other Pachi people were confused. Even Lily's father, High Priest Baal, was paying attention. But in Lily's perception, her connection with the earth element was severed. The other party sealed her connection with the earth element. The reason why the earth element did not collapse was because its core still involved the contract with the sacred tree, and Lily was not the only controller. The core was taken out, but Lily was not defeated, which means that her ability was still activated, so it would not collapse. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Are there other controllers? Xiaoliu suddenly laughed, with an expression of relief on his face. It turns out the problem is so simple. It's not that his ability has no effect, but that there is more than one manipulator. Such a simple answer, why have I never thought of it? What Charles was thinking about at this time was a commission of his. In addition to obtaining a hunter's license, he also took part in the hunter exam to learn from experienced hunters. He usually came into contact with people with nin abilities, but there were relatively few masters. This exam allowed him to gain a lot of insights and also gave him the opportunity to resolve the doubts in his mind. Now he finally knew. The reason why they kept fighting, even a little recklessly, was to further understand the strength of the Pachi people and to understand it in this way. You win this challenge. Lily said. The challenge itself lies in the elemental combat and has nothing to do with the controller. The earth element is unable to move now, which means the challenge is successful. Xiaolier smiled at her happy expression. Only 2 or 3 seconds passed, and then he fell directly to the ground. The mental energy and physical strength were consumed greatly, and he almost fainted from exhaustion. In fact, Xiaolier has been holding on. Chapter 143. He fainted. What should we do? He succeeded in the challenge, and this core also belongs to him. Just leave it here. Nothing will happen to him in the spiritual land. Of course, if he encounters other candidates, it can only be considered bad luck. Bal, the chief priest of the Earth Spirit Land, looked at the fainted Xiaolier and said with emotion, "Sure enough, there is no such thing as an absolutely invincible power." The reason for this emotion is that they previously believed that as long as they mastered the 5 spirits and practiced hard, it would be difficult for anyone to become their opponent. But this battle tells them that as long as the conditions are met, the 5 great spirits can also be influenced and restrained by their abilities. Very few candidates found the 5 sacred places on the first day. However, he has not yet been found and defeated by the martial artists of the Sky Arena. Those who made it to the 4th exam were not ordinary candidates. Even if they were inferior to the martial artists in the Sky Arena, they would not be hunted down so quickly. There were a total of 6 candidates who obtained the core score on the first day. In addition to Xiaolier, there is Jin's team of 5. However, due to the separation, it is a bit troublesome to get together again. The 5-member team that Jin is in can now only act individually. The second day soon arrived. Unlike the examinees, the martial artists who took part in the Basin Challenge chose to cooperate. Many of them are familiar with each other. Among them was a martial artist named Olivan, the leader. He is the strongest among the 50 people and is also an user. It is much more difficult for us to enter the spirit land than those candidates. Hunting candidates is a qualification, and if they have a core in their hands, it is also a spirit land qualification. What martial artists encounter is completely different. As long as the candidates get close to a certain area and kill some special basin rainforest creatures, they will come into contact with the spiritual land and encounter the Pachi tribe. But this is of no help to them. They have 2 options. One is to naturally rely on their own strength to find the spiritual land, but this is more difficult because the Pachi people will use their abilities to stop them. The second one is the candidates. The mark the first left on them will only last for 7 days, which should be enough for you to find them. Dozens of small insects like ladybugs flew out from Olivan's hands. Olivan is a psychic user, and a special type at that. The ability is not some powerful ability, but it is related to searching. Directly leave a mark on other people, or to be more precise, leave a scent of mind. The mind beast insect in the hand is called a scent-seeking insect. Before coming to the Sky Arena, Olivan was also a well-known master of finding people. It can be said that with the help of Olivan's ability, other martial artists can quickly find the candidates in the Basin rainforest. However, because there is a fixed target, it is not necessarily possible to find candidates 100%. Master Lucci did this. Don't you want these candidates to pass this exam? These martial artists didn't believe that Lucci didn't know Olivan's abilities. With such an ability, candidates simply cannot persist for long. Don't get me wrong. Although Lord Lucci mentioned hunting at the beginning, the relationship between us and the examinees may not be completely hostile. If we cannot use our own abilities to find the spiritual land and enter it to take the test, then we must also fight for the candidates. Some martial artists have very quick brains. If possible, then of course we want to get the best rewards, and we need to go to all 5 spiritual places. Instead of gathering together to chat, they all took action quickly. After all, both exams and challenges have time limits. Jin walked carefully in the Basin rainforest and did not join up with the rest of the team. One has to be much more careful when moving in the rainforest. It is no longer possible to directly kill the blocking creatures like before. Time-consuming. Jindu chooses to avoid it. At the same time, he was still thinking in his mind that he had now obtained a wood element core, so he did not choose to continue the challenge. Just this one core alone took him a lot of time to think about. If he continued to challenge, he had no confidence of passing it, so he decided to waste time on the challenge. It would be better to quickly find other spiritual places. So will the triggering methods for other spiritual places be the same? Jin jumped onto the treetops from time to time to look at the environment in the distance. There was too much fog, so he couldn't determine his direction. At the same time, he wanted to see if he would encounter the same situation again. They encountered many rainforest creatures along the way, and Jin avoided them whenever possible. With his natural ability, it was not too difficult for Jin. Until I came across a fiery red bird that looked like a woodpecker. The woodpecker was working, but Jin's sudden passing by attracted its attention. Logically speaking, Jin was in a state of extinction and had eliminated his scent as much as possible, so ordinary birds should not be able to detect him at all. But the woodpecker stopped and looked at him. The most important thing is that when the other party saw Jin, he was startled because the distance was a bit close, and then he rolled his eyes as if he was thinking. Then he simply followed Jin and looked at the distance. At first Jin didn't know why, but he soon found out. Because this woodpecker actually awakened his mind energy, and he followed Jin to learn how Jin restrained his own aura. A woodpecker is learning none from him. This completely refreshed Jin's understanding. The wisdom displayed by the woodpecker made the Jin people want to contact it. Jin also has a strong affinity for animals. He quickly established a close relationship with the woodpecker and took the initiative to teach the woodpecker how to use special weapons. This scene was also noticed by Lucci. Should we say he is worthy of being called God's chosen one? What luck! Ever since Phoenix regarded the Basin Rainforest as his home, his influence has also spread to the Basin Rainforest. First of all, as a high-level flying magical animal, he can naturally control birds. In the Basin Rainforest, the phoenix also has its own bird family. Many birds have opened their minds, but of course, they are not that strong, and those that are intelligent are relatively few. But Jin didn't expect to run into one directly. And also established a good relationship with him. These birds also have a good relationship with the Pachi people and often visit spiritual places. Under the guidance of the woodpecker, Jin went directly to the fire spirit land. Because of the phoenix, there are the most birds in the fire spirit land. But before getting close to the fire spirit land, Jin had some bad luck as he was blocked by a martial artist. If I remember correctly, you should be candidate number 2. My luck is not that good. Rest said helplessly about his luck. King was not his target. Then can you give me your number plate? Although it was not his target, he could get it for others and use it in exchange later. Chapter 144. Jin was surprised that he was found so quickly. If he immediately draws his dagger, he might hand over his number plate. Although the function of the number plate is not mentioned, who knows if losing the number plate means direct elimination. Have you activated your mind? But you are unlucky. I am one of the people among us who has mastered the mind. Rest easily saw that Jin had awakened his mind. Please give up the exam this time. Rest raised his foot. Jin directly threw away the short knife with the word Shen on it in his hand. Then he turned around and ran away immediately. Judging from the gap between the enemy and us, Jin had no intention of fighting and just wanted to escape quickly. At the same time, he didn't understand why he was still found by the other party even though he used all his strength. What a luxury! Rest directly grabbed the short knife with the word God thrown by Jin. Such a dagger is worth hundreds of millions of gold coins, but it was just thrown away casually, which caused Rest to complain. But Jin was just doing useless work. In less than 3 minutes, Rest found him again. Your skills are quite outstanding. If it were just me, it would be difficult to find you. There was admiration in Rest's tone. Jin was found again and was a little panicked. How on earth is this done? Then, with his excellent dynamic vision, he finally saw a flying insect in the air not far away. The marks left on them are no ordinary marks. Olivan's ability itself is not very strong, but it is very secretive. Unless one focuses his mental energy on his nose, he will not be able to smell the fragrance mark at all. And the most difficult thing is that even if you find it, it won't be of much use and it can't be eliminated unless you have a similar ability related to smell or the ability to eliminate thoughts. Fortunately, this ability only lasts for 7 days and cannot be used continuously on one person. Otherwise it can be considered a tracking skill. Have you been discovered? You are excellent, but come back next year. Rest noticed Jin's eyes, then walked towards Jin with confidence of victory. Naturally, gold cannot be slaughtered at will. The only weapon is a fishing rod, but it is not very useful where there are many trees nearby. And he was still thinking about running away, hoping to kill the bug before escaping. If you have the core in your hand, I can let you go this time. Rest said leisurely. Jin has the core, but he doesn't want to give it up. The two quickly exchanged blows, but within 5 seconds of the fight, King was punched in the stomach by Rest, causing him to convulse and fall to the ground, twitching. This is because Rest held back. Now the situation that King faces Rest is just like the situation that Gon faces Hisoka in the anime. The strength gap between the two sides is too big. I admire your courage, but sometimes you have to learn to think. Rest reached out to pick up Jin's backpack. At this time, chirp! A woodpecker flew over, landed on Jin's body, and called to Rest. Looking at his little performance, you can clearly feel the emotions of this little woodpecker. At the same time, the scent-seeking insect was eaten by the woodpecker. Mind beast? That's not right. Rest's concentration was still being used, and he could directly see the mind energy on the woodpecker. At first, he was unexpectedly alert, thinking it was the beast of some user, but he soon realized that was not the case. The other party is a pure living creature, not a mind beast. But this woodpecker doesn't care about that. The energy gathered on its mouth, and a small flame spurted out from it. And Rest just stood there, motionless. This tiny flame couldn't hurt him at all. A creature that controls thoughts? It's not a magical beast, so it should be able to sell for a good price. He reached out his hand and grabbed the little woodpecker. The little woodpecker naturally wanted to escape, but how could it escape? It was caught by Rest. Although it struggled hard, its strength was minimal. There was no way to break free. Let it go. Jin covered his stomach and tried to stand up reluctantly, not wanting Rest to hurt his friend. Since you can still stand up, it seems that I still underestimated you. With your talent, you will definitely be able to be trained if you join a martial arts school. After just a brief contact, Rest was able to sense how talented Jin was. I didn't expect there are birds that can control thoughts in the Basin rainforest. They should be able to fetch a good price. And the woodpecker seemed to understand what Rest meant. It struggled harder and harder, and then there was a chirping sound of birds spreading in the neighborhood. Soon a large flock of birds flew out and surrounded the area in the air or on the trees. They all looked at Rest with unfriendly eyes. Master, could you please let it go? A female Pachi tribe member walked out from the misty woods in the distance. When Rest saw the other person appear, he smiled happily. Of course. And let go of the woodpecker. The little woodpecker immediately flew away, chirping and seeming to be cursing. It fell on the shoulders of the female Pachi tribe member as if to complain. So I have found a spiritual place. Rest asked for confirmation. After discovering the abnormality of the woodpecker, he kept paying attention to its surroundings. He had no intention of taking the woodpecker away and selling it. Instead, he wanted to see if he could lure out the Pachi tribe. Anyone with a little common sense could have guessed that when encountering a bird with the ability to control thoughts in the Basin rainforest, the first thing to suspect was that it was related to the Pachi tribe. Especially the Patch people have bird-like patterns on their bodies. There might be some connection. Carter sighed softly. If it were an ordinary bird with telekinetic energy, she would not appear, but this little woodpecker was special. Because it has mastered the power of fire and is taken care of by Lord Phoenix, its intelligence far exceeds that of other birds. I stepped in to stop it because I was afraid it would get hurt. I am the priest of the Fire Spirit Land. The two of you should follow me to the Fire Spirit Land now. It can be regarded as a response to Rest's words. And Rest was very excited, thinking that he might be the first person to find the spiritual place. You are lucky, kid. Since we have found the spiritual land, I will let you go this time. After all, he was not his target, and he was not an enemy or a bad person. Rest had no intention of making things difficult for him. Can you stand up? Carter also asked Kim. Although no one paid attention to how Jin became friends with Xiaofei, since he was able to gain Xiaofei's recognition, he could naturally enter the Fire Spirit Land. Xiaofei is the name of the little woodpecker. Because before it awakened, it was just a fat little bird, and even its flying was very slow. Chapter 145. The challenges of entering and exiting the 5 spiritual places are different, and the living environments are also different. The spiritual land was built not long ago and has not yet been fully developed. The Water Spirit Land is a small lake directly in the Basin rainforest, and the Fire Spirit Land is different from other places. It is completely a stone town. Jin may not feel it deeply, but as Rest followed Carter, he could keenly feel the changing trend of the surrounding fog. There has definitely been a change in direction. But he didn't look shocked. It seems like I had guessed it a long time ago. Come with me, you will face different challenges. Carter took Rest away directly. At the same time, you need to tell rest more specific challenges and the rewards that can be obtained. Although it is a stone town, there are not many Pachi people inside. After years of outward development, the Pachi tribe has increased in numbers, exceeding 1,000 people, but when dispersed, there are still not many people left. The construction of the 5 spiritual lands will not be hidden in the future as they are now, but will be open to the public. Of course, even if they are open, they will mainly be for the fighters of the sky arena. You are so lucky to get the recognition of this little fat bird. The person who received Jin was a 20-year-old young man from the Pachi tribe. Looking at the woodpecker on Jin's shoulder, he showed an envious expression. Little fat bird, that's what we call him. Of course, you can also call him Fei. My name is Natsu, what's yours? My name is Jin Fulishi, so is the next step going to be a battle? Jin was still more concerned about the content of the exam. No hurry, I'll take you around here first, and you can't show any strength right now. Jin was surprised by the friendliness shown by this Pachi man named Natsu. Can we hang out here? Jin asked puzzledly. After all, what happened in Mulingdi before was not the case. Of course, the situation in the Wood Spirit Land is a little different, so you didn't come into contact with it. Natsu didn't explain it to Jin in detail, but just took him for a walk in the Fire Spirit Land. I also met several Pachi people. Of course, everyone showed an envious expression towards the little woodpecker on Jin's shoulder. Jin was a little confused about what was going on. On the other side, Rest learned more details about Basin's challenge. For this group of martial artists who have not awakened their thoughts, there is only the simplest challenge route. If they succeed, they will get the opportunity to open their thoughts directly and safely. The lowest level of battle emblem obtained is not the posture battle emblem of the Pachi tribe, but more accurately, the emblem of the contract with the sacred tree. Regarding the ability to borrow telekinesis, Lucci divides it into levels, which is actually a VIP level system. The higher the level, the more mental energy you can borrow. As a user of Nen, Rest can naturally challenge everyone. Carter took him directly to where the chief priest of the Fire Spirit Land was. Unlike the other 4 spiritual places, where the chief priests are all older people from the Pachi tribe, the chief priest of the Fire Spiritual Land is a young man. A 17-year-old young man. Pascal is the strongest of the younger generation of the Pachi tribe and the most adaptable one after Lucci created the 5 spirits ability. There is a large bonfire in the center of the Fire Spirit Land. And here is Pascal. When Rest got closer, he first felt that the flames in this huge bonfire were a little different because there was spiritual energy in them. Although I have not yet formally come into contact with the 5 elements, I can understand some of the situations just from simple analysis. There were not many firewoods in the fire, but the flames were blazing. From Rest's perspective, he could see the young man next to the fire using his mental energy to inject it into the flames, but he didn't know what he was doing specifically. There is also a fiery red eagle-like bird next to it, holding a piece of meat and placing it on a stone slab next to the fire. Is it grilling meat? And the flames had no effect on the bird. Master the bird of thought. The world is full of wonders. Now, Rest is no longer too surprised by the appearance of animals that can control telekinesis. Pascal explained some of the situations to Rest. The challenge is the battle, nothing too complicated. Mainly it's about rewards. I want to obtain the core of the 5 elements and then develop them into abilities. Then it is necessary to obtain approval from the 5 major spiritual places because it is related to the hunter exam, and the target candidate's number plate can reduce the approval of one spiritual place. The 2 major battle crests of the Pachi tribe are also mentioned. The battle pattern of the Pachi tribe is actually somewhat similar to the sacred tree, but instead of increasing the mental energy, it uses the mental energy to gain some improvements in strength, stamina, and speed. It can be understood as using mental energy to activate a buff effect. The combination of these 2 can unleash great power. Of course, if you can defeat the chief priest of our 5 great spirits, then you will be awarded the title of Basin Warrior. Basin Warriors? What's the use of this? The previous challenges all had material benefits, but such a title is useless to them. This is the first time that the Basin challenge is held. There will be one every year in the future. The Basin warriors will be qualified to enter our Pachi village and will know some secrets of our Pachi people. As for the purpose of this, I cannot tell you for the time being. Generally speaking, people who participate in the Basin challenge only want to become stronger. It will definitely develop in this direction. The title of Basin warrior is actually nothing more than formally seeing the sacred tree and concluding a more advanced contract. Now that the sacred tree is growing in the Basin rainforest, and Lucci has made some plans for this ability, it can also be said to be a constraint on the X-Oath. The ability of the contract does not necessarily have to be performed in front of the sacred tree. This way of not saying it clearly is actually more attractive. So when does it start? I can't wait. Rest has now reached a bottleneck in the Sky Arena, and he cannot improve in either martial arts or his mental abilities in a short period of time. Basin takes this challenge very seriously because it can improve his strength. Carter, his challenge is left to you. Pascal handed it directly to his men. Can't I just challenge you, the High Priest? Rest expressed his desire to directly participate in the highest level challenge. You can only challenge me after you defeat others first, and even if you want to challenge me now, you need to step back. A whistling sound came from the sky. Something is approaching quickly. This sound can be heard in many places in the Basin rainforest. Then a burst of thought swept down to the fire spirit land. A tall figure descended from the sky. It was Biscuit. Chapter 146. Came so fast. Pascal had actually received the message. At this time, Baiziji had already defeated the other 4 chief priests of the spiritual lands. His strength was not high, but he just took a little effort because he was difficult to deal with. Just use the circle to sweep vigorously to find the position, and then rely on the strong physical fitness to use the moon step to fly in the air. Because of the high speed, a sound like an explosion was heard in the sky above the Basin rainforest. Lord Biscuit. Pascal and Carter immediately said respectfully. Naturally, they won't take advantage of Biscuit. Lord Biscuit. Although Rest had heard of Biscuit, he had never seen Biscuit fight. This was the first time he saw Biscuit's true appearance. The rumors turned out to be true. No matter how you look at it, she doesn't look like a woman. Are you thinking of something impolite? Biscuit looked at Rest as if he had an intuition. Lord Baiziji, I am sorry for being so rude. Rest knelt down directly, not because he was afraid, but because he really felt that he had offended someone. Baiziji did not dwell on this issue any further, but looked at Pascal. I didn't expect that the last high priest would be a little devil like you. The Pachi tribe has changed a lot under Lucci's hands. Same with Sky Arena. Lucci's powerful strength can bring such great changes to the surroundings, which even Netero can't do, which makes Biscuit sigh a little. Lord Baiziji, can I just admit defeat? Even though Pascal had been staying in the Fire Spirit land, he could actually see the battles in the other 4 spiritual lands. He knew without fighting that he had no chance of winning. Among the 5 spirits, the Fire Spirit has the highest attack, but in terms of defense and difficulty, it is weaker than other spirits. What do you think? The position of the chief priest is judged based on strength. The fact that you can become the chief priest is enough to prove your strength. As long as he is not careless, Baiziji is very confident. She did not approve of Pascal's surrender, and she also wanted to see the other party's strength. In fact, the battle against the 5 great spirits is, in a sense, an understanding of Lucci's abilities. Biscuit doesn't believe that Lucci will not use the power of the 5 great spirits, and will only become stronger. Okay then. Pascal had no choice but to agree. Then he summoned all the people in the Fire Spirit land. After all, Basin's challenge to another aspect was also to enable the Pachi people to progress, so he definitely needed people to watch. There is a competition venue in this small town, and its layout is somewhat similar to the Sky Arena, with the word God engraved on it. It can form a barrier so that the battle will not affect the outside world, while also preventing widespread destruction. Once some abilities are activated, they are simply destructive machines. Jindu, who was brought here, didn't know what had happened. The battle between Lord Biscuit and Pascal. Natsu seemed very excited, because they were of similar age and were friends. Natsu usually called Pascal by his name and rarely called the high priest directly. Lord Baiziji. Jin couldn't help but stick his head out and look carefully at the 2 people in the field. Pascal is completely Pachik attire. But Jin almost failed to recognize Biscuit in his tight martial arts uniform. After all, there is a huge difference. Is this still the examiner for the 3rd exam? Comparing the appearance of the lowly in his mind with what he saw now, Jin had the urge to destroy his worldview. But I just complained lightly in my heart and quickly started to think about it. After all, he was not a funny character. So this is the true form of Examiner Baiziji? Even from a distance, it is very impactful and one can feel the powerful aura coming from her. Suddenly there was a sound of birds singing, followed by the sound of many more birds singing. And the little fat bird on the golden shoulder also spreads its wings and flies high. Many birds appeared in the sky. Phoenix's figure appeared at the highest point in the sky. All the birds were flying low around Phoenix. The birds closest to the Phoenix were all covered in flames. They were obviously birds with awakened thoughts. There were 13 of them in total. The one closest and with the strongest flames was an eagle. It was the eagle that was eating barbecue next to Pascal. Lord Phoenix! All the Pachi people knelt down. Jin stared blankly at the birds in the sky. The Phoenix attracted all his attention. He had never seen such a gorgeous bird. Especially, I saw a special brilliance in him. It cannot be described in words. If Jin has experienced a lot, then he would use the word divinity to describe it. Rest was affected and knelt down. Only Biscuit and Kim did not kneel down. Biscuit is because he knows Phoenix's background well, and for his own reasons, he will not be affected by his kneeling. As for Jin, even though Phoenix's performance was very unattainable, it aroused his curiosity and made him want to study it without any mentality of submission or faith. Lucci was secretly amazed, he was worthy of being called Kim Fulasi. Phoenix's distinctive chirping voice sounded, and he was speaking. Other birds scattered and landed on nearby buildings. At the same time, Phoenix also told Pascal to give his all and Xiao Yuan would also help him. The howling kite is that special eagle. Although they are clearly different sounds, the sound of Phoenix's chirping can make other people understand what it means, as if it is automatically translated into sounds and words that they can hear in their ears. How amazing! Jin Dai exclaimed. Sure enough, the world outside is much more exciting than Whale Island. Natsu didn't mind that Jin didn't kneel down. Instead, he said proudly, this is the sacred bird, Lord Phoenix, worshipped by our Pachi tribe. You and your friend Phoebian have become extraordinary because of Lord Phoenix and have the potential to become mythical beasts. The howling kite eagle landed directly on Pascal's head and shouted at Biscuit. In fact, Pascal is one of the people who can compete for the title of the strongest person in the Pachi tribe, and he is not just the strongest young man. In addition to his compatibility with the fire spirit, as well as his own talent and practice, Xiao Yuan also plays a big role. Xiao Yuan can also be counted into his strength. This is not uncommon among the Pachi people. Many Pachi people have companion pets, of course, there are relatively few who have awakened their pets. The sacred tree has not yet opened up contracts to other creatures. In particular, Xiao Yuan, as Phoenix's younger brother, has also been specially taken care of by Phoenix. Xiao Yuan can be said to be a fantasy beast, and its combat capability is not weak. That is to say, Lucci has made fewer moves in recent years, and he has not summoned the Phoenix much, otherwise someone would definitely be able to make the association. Chapter 147. Phoenix's appearance here was not because of Lucci. But it comes on its own initiative. As Lucci's strength increases, and he rarely needs to rely on the power of the Phoenix to fight, he hasn't summoned the Phoenix for a long time. Let it stay in the Bassan rainforest for 8 years. 8 years is enough time to leave Phoenix's image in the Bassan rainforest. To the Pachi people, the Phoenix is a sacred bird, one with powerful healing powers. At the same time, it is a divine bird that possesses the extraordinary ability to tame hundreds of birds into mythical beasts. Phoenix rarely displays healing abilities. But all the birds in the Bassan rainforest are subservient to the Phoenix, and with every outing of the Phoenix, a fantasy beast is born. It is enough to be called a divine bird. The Pachi people have never seen the so-called mythical beasts. They just call them birds that have been awakened by the Phoenix and have mastered the ability of fire. These fantasy beasts are strong and weak. The strongest among them is Xiao Yuan, who becomes a partner of Pascal. Nowadays, the Pachi people have domesticated many creatures in the Bassan rainforest and have also tried to awaken their own pets, but very few have actually been able to do so. After all, even if animals have a certain level of intelligence, it is difficult for them to control the flow of qi. Perhaps only those magical beasts and fantasy beasts that are born with human-like intelligence can easily do this. Phoenix came to see the performance of his younger brother. Although he is Lucci's mind beast, he also has his own wisdom and personality. He likes the environment of the Bassan rainforest and also likes to create some birds that have magical powers like others. It can also be considered an alternative way of finding a companion. Rest didn't expect that he was so lucky. Not only could he understand the strength of the High Priest, but he could also see Biscay, the famous owner of the Sky Arena, take action. There is a huge difference between a fighter on the 200th floor and the poster. This is the consensus of all fighters in the Sky Arena. Unfortunately, there are too few battles between the hosts, and every ticket is sold out. Even for players on the 200th floor, it is difficult to buy a ticket. Rest has not seen the fight between the ops so far. Some of the battles in the Sky Arena were recorded, except for the one involving the poster. Of course, the battle video of the 200th floor is not so clear and easy to record. Due to the limitations of technological development and the fighters' fast fighting movements, video recordings have been greatly affected. Perhaps when technology develops, or the Sky Arena is transformed by God, the entire battle can be recorded. Rest is looking forward to it. Lord Biscuit. Please forgive me for being so presumptuous. Pascal said with his head down. Flames came out of his body. Unlike the other four spirits, which had physical forms, Pascal's fire spirit had no fixed form. The core of the fire spirit is a special gem, born from volcanic magma. It is different from other fire element cores, which are similar stones. Pascal swallowed the core of the fire spirit directly into his body. Pascal is a user of special abilities. His ability is fusion. Of course not everything can be fused, only one thing can be fused. So he chose the core of the fire spirit. It can be said that Pascal is now the fire spirit. This ability was specially developed for the 5 great spirits. It can be said that the existence of this ability makes him compatible with the 5 great spirits, but he ultimately chose the fire spirit. Slowly, Pascal's entire body turned into a floating flame. It no longer has a human form. The flames began to gather and converge on Pascal's friend Xiao Yuan. This is an ability he developed after he became friends with Xiao Yuan. Of course he could fight by himself, but he knew very well that he still had no chance of winning against Biscuit. The powerful punch that Baizaji displayed before made the naturalization of the 5 spirits have little effect in front of him. This ability is called fusion. But it can also only be used against Xiao Yuan. This is because Xiao Yuan has the fire ability that was born from the influence of the phoenix. Otherwise, even if he developed such ability, he might not be able to merge easily. Since Pascal developed this combination, he has rarely used it, less than 10 times. Their integration is also quite slow. Not suitable for encounters, which means Biscuit asked them to merge. Because Lucci has also demonstrated the ability to merge with Phoenix, and his ability after the merger is extremely strong. Biscuit also wanted to see how Pascal's ability could reflect Lucci's strength. As the flame merged into Xiao Yuan's body, the original grey and red color of its body began to change and turned into the color of the flame. To be precise, the flame became its body surface. The whole body appearance is changing. The shape is changing towards Phoenix. This is also the reason why Pascal chose the fire spirit. Without merging with Xiao Yuan, he could actually use fire to transform into the appearance of Phoenix, but that was just a slight similarity in appearance. The fusion with Xiao Yuan will not only change the appearance, but also the ability of fire will change. Lord Biscuit, I'm ready. Pascal's voice came from soaring high in the sky. It also represents the start of a battle. As it spread its wings and flew high, countless flames flew out from its wings and formed spiral flames under its control. Cover the entire battle. Despite the barrier, everyone watching the fight could feel the high temperature of the flames. Jin's eyes lit up. Is this the battle between Nen users? From the time Jin knew about Nen and learned it, the time he had been exposed to it was too short, and he had never seen a real Nen user fight. Of course, the battle before them was not just an ordinary battle between psychic users, it was also of a very high standard. Jin also caused a misunderstanding. Just by feeling it, Rest knew that the power of this kind of fire could not be endured by force. In addition to its power, the burning and high temperature of the flame cannot be defended against simply by thinking. Just like how Zazan, Scorpion Chimera Ant, was killed by the burning high temperature of Phedan's ability. Rest was still guessing what kind of ability Biscuit would use to respond. But Biscuit threw a punch directly upwards, followed by a palm strike. Huge fist and palm winds appeared, blowing the oncoming flames back directly. This is the force exerted by pure physical strength. Rest had an illusion that even without chanting, he would be completely unable to defend against Biscuit's punch. You have to be strong. Pure physical strength can reach this level. Rest began to doubt his life. Chapter 148. It really is a monster. There were beads of sweat on Rest's forehead. Not many people could tell the difference, and those watching the fight even thought that Biscuit was using some kind of enhancement ability. Her figure is so deceptive. Biscuit was not in a hurry to attack, but waited for Pascal to show his skills. Pascal naturally wouldn't be polite. Many flames emerged from his body, forming various attacks. There were also some changes in color. The higher the temperature of the flame, the deeper the color. However, Baiziji just stood there and practiced boxing and palm techniques. Of course this time he still used his mind. The strong wind generated during the drill actually caused the flame to be blocked by the flow of wind. Pascal was not in a hurry, at least he kept the flames burning. Flames require oxygen to burn, and the high temperatures they generate can also cause harm. He didn't believe that Biscuit could resist completely. Oxygen is what a person relies on for survival. The lack of oxygen makes it impossible for a person to survive for too long. If you are waiting for the oxygen to run out, you will be disappointed. As for the high temperature, it can't affect me. You should show me what other tricks you have. Biscuit was a little disappointed. How did he do this? Didn't Examiner Biscuit speak a word? Even with the influence of the flames, Jin could still see that Biscuit didn't move his mouth. This is also the doubt of some pitchy people. This is ventriloquism. Rest answered Jin's question. This can also be considered a secret technique in the cheat shop in the Sky Arena. It's not a combat ability and it doesn't seem to have any effect, but it can be useful sometimes. According to what Rest learned, among the fighting players on the 200th floor, there are very few players whose abilities are related to the air. There are even some weird abilities that are related to speaking. Of course, he had only heard of them, at least he had never fought with these people. In a place where no one could see, beneath the surface of Biscuit's skin, there was a special energy flowing, carrying with it a cold breath. This cool breath can help Biscuits effectively resist high temperatures and also lock in the body's moisture. Pascal heard what Biscuits said. No longer hiding or holding back, the flames were recovered, and his body that had merged with Xiao Yuan was still changing, slowly turning into a phoenix that was more than 2 meters in size. The sharp mouth opened and a ray of fire shot out from it. The power of this force cannot be achieved simply by the wind from fists and palms. Extremely high temperature. But Biscuit actually planned to catch it with his own palm. After the flame ray passed, the ground was scratched and showed signs of being burned by high temperatures. If it had not been for the protection of the word God and the mental energy, it would have been destroyed long ago. There were also black scratches on Biscuit's hands. He was not able to resist completely, and of course he was not able to really hurt Biscuit. Not bad power. Feeling the consumption of the mental energy in his body, Baiziji praised. Pascal saw clearly that this move could hurt Biscuit, and of course he had to attack her weaker defenses. Directly approach and attack with sharp claws. It was clearly a flying bird, but it actually started a physical fight. There is no other way. Some long-range fire attacks cannot have any effect on Siji, so we can only choose to use this method. Of course, it is better to say that it is melee combat with magic attacks instead of hand-to-hand combat. High-temperature flames condensed on the sharp claws. It was only after the contact that Pascal felt a coldness on Biscuit. If you use a thermal imager to watch Biscuit, you will find that you can't see anything, and the temperature of her body is completely hidden. There was a tear on the right arm sleeve. The flame rays can not only be shot out from the mouth, but can also be used from other positions, but they will only damage some of Biscuit's clothes. So strong! Jin, who was watching the game, exclaimed, his eyes constantly moving. The action on the field was so fast that Jin's eyes could only barely keep up, and as time went on, he even felt a little dizzy. And when Pascal's speed increased again, Jin's eyes could no longer keep up. He could only see the residual firelight, and the effect of the fire made his eyes hurt a little. Tears flowed unconsciously, and then he had to close his eyes. Even if you want to watch this battle, you won't be able to watch it without a certain level of strength. Pascal is going to lose. Natsu, who was next to Jin, suddenly spoke. Why do you think so? Rest asked immediately. Of course he knew that the strength of this high priest was obviously not as good as that of the Lord of Baiziji Tower, and even the Lord of Baiziji Tower had not used his abilities yet. But Biscuit owner didn't seem to intend to end the battle anytime soon. Now even Rest can only barely keep up with this speed. Pascal can't hold on for long in this state. As Pascal's friend, Natsu is aware of his strength and ability. This kind of acceleration depends on the speed of the flame, but it cannot be increased continuously. The faster the speed, the more mental energy is consumed, and the power of the flame will also be reduced. Still, using the power of the battle pattern doesn't make much sense. And it also has great requirements on the body. The ability of fusion consumes a lot of physical strength. Pascal is still young. Even though his mental energy can be supported by the sacred tree, he can only rely on himself for physical strength. At the same time, they were not proficient in the fusion between each other, nor were they proficient in this way of fighting. In short, there are many problems, but in Rest's eyes, this may already be a strong strength. But in the eyes of true masters, some flaws are very obvious. Are you stronger than him? Rest looked at Natsu in confusion. You are so powerful, why is the other party the high priest? Natsu didn't answer. Finally, before Biscuit could hit Pascal, the attack stopped, and Pascal and Xiao Yuan separated directly. The battle only lasted about 20 minutes. Are you treating me as a sparring partner? Biscuit wasn't angry. Lord Biscuit, I give up. Pascal was also very decisive. Lord Baiziji, you are too strong. My attacks cannot hurt you. This result is doomed. Pascal was also helpless. Fire Ray is his strongest attack ability, but it cannot effectively break through defense. He has to rely on finding Biscuit's defensive weaknesses in battle. This is basically impossible. He stared at the bird and the person in front of him. Biscuit could see that some changes had taken place in the bird and the man, but he couldn't tell what exactly it was. Perhaps this application skill should be further refined to turn it into a more advanced ability. This was Baiziji's thought at the moment. Then Baiziji disappeared from the scene. He appeared again under the sacred tree in Pachi village. This made Baiziji look complicated. Are you already this strong? Chapter 149. That's why Biscuit said this. This is because the space transfer abilities that Lucci has demonstrated in the past were all on his own, or he needed to get close to be able to affect the area around him. But now, space transfer can be initiated at any time and affect others without getting close, which is very scary. Is it as exaggerated as you say? Lucci didn't understand Biscuit's feelings at all. How do you feel? Aren't these 5 spirits interesting? Lucci asked. He now wanted to know what Biscuit felt. Undoubtedly, the capabilities are very powerful, but the most important thing is of course the replicability. At first I thought these capabilities were customizable like application skills, but now it seems that different people have different variations. Why does Biscuit talk about customization? Because these 5 spirits can be copied, which means that as long as the conditions are met, everyone can master this ability. Just like those applied skills or some striking abilities. It is unknown how long the ability of Nen has been around, but it is still difficult for the complex Nen abilities to have exactly the same abilities. At most, the functions are similar, but the forms of expression will still be different. But Lucci's 5 spirits are different. The power of Nen has undergone so many changes in your hands. I'm afraid there is no other Nen user in the world who can use it as well as you do. Biscuit praised sincerely. Perhaps Lucci will be one of the most powerful psychic users in the world. Haha, this is what I hope to see, using thoughts to change the world. Lucci was also happy. The sense of accomplishment brought by changing the world made him very satisfied. But you are wrong about one thing. The reason I was able to bring you here in an instant is not simply because of my ability, but mainly because of the Basin Rainforest. Lucci explained. If he could transfer through space at will, he would be truly invincible and could just transfer away any enemy. Most of the Basin Rainforest is now controlled by him. The reason why I say most of it is because the area is limited to the range of influence of the roots of the sacred tree. Similar to some kind of field. It's like the GM of Greedy Island. When a powerful person comes to Greedy Island, he will be deported indefinitely as long as he cannot destroy the operating system of Greedy Island. Biscuit would misunderstand and think it was the power of the word God, although the power of the word God could also achieve this. So do you want to learn? Lucci asked again. For Baiziji, this is his senior sister, a fellow practitioner, and a very good friend. The 5 major spirits are mainly in the use of the word God, the selection of some special materials, and the use of thoughts. Apart from other things, the Xinyuan school's basic application of thoughts is the most profound school of practice. If Biscuit wants to learn, it can be mastered quickly. No, I don't want to learn these skills for the time being. Biscuit chose to refuse. That's a pity. Lucci's face was full of regret. After all, my path is different from yours. Biscuit said. Lucci's training is more inclined towards Nen, while Baiziji is more inclined towards the training of martial arts and physical abilities. Of course, Biscuit didn't know that Lucci was cheating. Biscuit began to transform back into her original lowly form. Now it seems that the gap between you and me is still widening. Biscuit said with a sigh. So are you going to give up? Lucci asked back. How is that possible? If I continue to stay here, I'm afraid I'll be influenced by you and will inevitably target you, which will affect my cultivation. This is another feeling of Biscuit. As for the so-called influence, in order to defeat Lucci, it is natural to use it as a reference. How to defeat Lucci, or how to avoid the influence of Lucci's abilities. As a result, everyone tends to focus on this direction of cultivation. It can't be said that it's completely bad. But as a martial artist, you should have your own direction of progress, rather than a fixed training direction just to defeat someone. This is not conducive to pure martial arts practice. At least the high-level landlords all have this tendency. Baizaji was able to see through this because the Zenyuan flow emphasizes inner cultivation. Of course, she also wanted to defeat Lucci, but her own martial arts training focused more on that, and she saw that clearly. There's nothing I can do, it's because I'm so strong. Lucci smiled cheerfully. Being able to live so freely, strong strength is a big factor. No entanglement on this issue. After discussing the issue regarding the 5 great spirits, the attention soon shifted to the examinees and the group of martial artists. Observe all personnel directly through the light curtain. In some ways, telekinesis and divine words are much more convenient than technology. The candidates have begun to be found one by the martial artists. Some have escaped, while others have been caught. Apart from some injured ones, there have been no deaths among the candidates so far. I have to say that the safety of this hunter exam is quite high. The Pachi tribe has completely become your personal soldiers, as well as those creatures who have learned to read. Watching these battles with Lucci, Biscuit had a direct understanding of how powerful the Pachi tribe was now. Even if everyone awakens their thoughts, it is not that scary. The most important thing is that Lucci has given them the ability of the 5 elements. It is equivalent to directly providing a batch of guns. This has greatly improved their strength. Even if one does not have the talent, one can still rely on hard practice, and with the help of Lucci's mental energy, one can display considerable strength. Thinking of the sky arena again, I realized that the force represented by Lucci was becoming stronger and stronger without me noticing. Maybe it will really affect the whole world, as Lucci said. Biscuit can only be happy for Lucci. Just like watching TV, as the light screen develops, people from the Pachi tribe will specially bring food. The candidates and martial artists also showed off their talents. It has to be said that the quality of this batch of candidates is very high. Even those candidates who were caught by martial artists and had their number plates taken away did not give up. Some candidates even want to cooperate with martial artists. Of course, there are also some rather weird candidates and martial artists among them. Because they knew the price and function of blood jade honey, they actually targeted blood jade honey. Then he was chased everywhere by a large group of blood jade bees, and finally had to jump into a river with several anacondas to avoid being attacked. And they almost died in the river in the end. It was only because of the rescue efforts of the Pachi people that no one died. The several candidates and martial artists that Lucci paid attention to also performed well. Jin was lucky and did not encounter any danger in this exam. Mainly because I became friends with Little Fat Bird. With the help of the Little Fat Bird, I successfully obtained 5 cores. And there is still some left to trade with others. Chapter 150. 15 days are up. A total of 13 candidates finally passed the exam. There are a total of 31 martial artists who have passed challenges at different levels. First of all, congratulations on passing the Basin challenge. Next, I will take you to Pachi village to witness the secrets of our Pachi people. Led by the 5 chief priests, these 40-something people went to Pachi village. And Lucci was already waiting under the sacred tree. Everyone is looking forward to it. The 5 members of Team Jin were all very lucky and passed the exam, but that was understandable. Russell was a little worse and had to use his money power to pass successfully. By passing through the fog, they arrived at Pachi village. It also made some people in the team realize that the legendary Pachi village really existed in a different space. Among them, Xiaolier felt it even more deeply. The feeling of traveling just now was so familiar. I hope that after becoming a hunter, it will still be in time. Many people in the team are looking forward to finally awakening their thoughts, but they don't know what the Pachi tribe's method of awakening thoughts safely will be like. Among them, some martial artists have already awakened their thoughts. They awakened their thoughts when they experienced fighting with the 5 elements. Although they have restrained themselves, the 5 elements are controlled by mind energy after all, and these martial artists are already outstanding. Under the collision, the sperm hole will naturally open. It took some effort to gather the energy and learn how to entangle it, and also to master the mind. Among them, there is no genius like Lucci or Jin who can master telekinesis quickly, so it is still a little dangerous. The Pachi people were not worried at all about so many outsiders arriving in the Pachi village. As the Pachi tribe's power grows, they no longer feel that anything can threaten them. Of course, there is still a lack of understanding of some external situations. Even though the Pachi tribe seems very powerful now, if they really provoke the powerful state machinery, they will be destroyed in minutes. Just like the Kaken Empire known in Lucci's comics, the revolution had only taken place not too long ago, and the NGL had not even been established yet. However, Lucci already knew that the Rose of the Poor had been born and had gained considerable fame in some wars. There are 2 exceptions in this team. Those are Anne and Elliot, the examiners of the Hunter exam. Of course, they also have challenges, wins, and losses. This space feels so big. If it weren't for the previous changes in the fog, they wouldn't have felt much. It's completely different from the situation in the 5 spiritual places. Such an environment also made them speak softly instinctively, and even their movements became gentler. Some young women in Pachi village were also looking at these outsiders in the village. Today, the Pachi people have more extensive external exchanges, mainly in the areas of marriage between men and women. Of course, Pach women do not marry outside the family. Even if they dislike men of their own tribe or are worried about the possibility of close relatives, Pachi women will choose to go out and marry men they like and then return to the village. At this time, they are also looking for men who look like they are asleep. I have to say that in some aspects, it is still too open. Those who have not mastered condensation may not understand it very well, but those who have mastered condensation in the team were shocked after arriving at Pachi village. Everyone has mastered the power of telekinesis, and they even saw some hunting dogs having telekinesis, which seemed very scary to them. What a horrible race this is! Of course, they also had some misunderstandings. The spiritual energy on some hounds was not because the hounds had activated their thoughts, but simply because the thoughts of the owners of these hounds had an effect on them. In any case, they were shocked by the strength of the Pachi people. The 5 chief priests led them into the forest and along a path. Their eyes were already fixed on a tall tree in the distance. In fact, they had noticed the tree that was much taller than the other trees since they entered Pachi village. After entering the forest, even the air became a little different. When they walked out of the forest, they saw Lucci waiting for them not far away. Lord Lucci. Everyone bowed their heads and addressed him respectfully. Congratulations on passing the Basin challenge. Next is your reward moment. Lucci said with a smile. There is a new batch of leeks. As you can see, this sacred tree before you is the treasure of the Pachi people. Those who have not yet awakened their thoughts, please come forward first. Lucci said softly. So Kainian is related to the sacred tree in front of us? Apart from the Pachi people, few people know about the relationship between Lucci and the sacred tree. Even the Pachi people are actively downplaying this fact, and many of the new generation of children are not aware of this matter. 19 martial artists came forward, and there were also 8 examinees. Now just go over and touch it. Everyone was watching, and those who were about to start chanting looked at each other, and finally a martial artist took the lead and stepped forward. In fact, there is no such condition, but Lucci did it deliberately, and he will follow this process in the future. Witnessed by everyone, these people walked over one by one and touched the sacred tree. The person who controls the mind is watching closely, wanting to see how the mind is awakened. A green light began to bloom from those who touched the sacred tree, and a warmth enveloped them. They also felt a warm consciousness that actively led them to feel those opened sperm holes. An energy that did not belong to them turned into an entanglement to protect them, locking them up and preventing the energy from escaping when their essence holes were opened. Everyone closed their eyes to feel it. Slowly master the flow of your own energy. Everything is so harmonious that you don't have to worry about being in danger due to the loss of chi because you can't control it. Very safe. Everyone is waiting. The one who mastered the breath the fastest took about 7 minutes. Then they started to master it slowly, and the person who was the slowest to master it took nearly 20 minutes. If it were the usual evil way of opening the mind, this time would already be very dangerous. All those who have mastered Qi maintain the state of entanglement, and have expressions of curiosity and joy as they feel the flow of Qi in their bodies. Okay, now that you have mastered the qi, I hope you can keep this matter secret if possible. Lucci was still smiling. Only biscuit? Haha. If they really wanted to keep it secret, they wouldn't have let so many people here, and done it so blatantly. At the very least, they wouldn't have set any restrictions or oaths not to disclose it. Isn't this clearly meant to let more people know? Because only fighting can allow the 5 great spirits to evolve further. And Lucci's relationship with this sacred tree will make him stronger. How could someone have such a foul ability? Thinking of this, Baizaji couldn't help but complain in his heart. Chapter 151. Then it's up to you to make your own choice. Lucci stepped back and let the Pachi people explain. There is no need to let too many people know about the relationship between the sacred tree and him. The main focus is on explaining the war patterns of the Pachi people. Because there have been many divine characters appearing in the sky arena, most people have a certain understanding of the divine creations. They are also relatively quick in understanding the war pattern problem. When they learned that they could borrow mental energy, several masters who mastered the ability of mental energy were obviously surprised. Among them, Xiaolier asked directly, can this kind of mind energy be borrowed infinitely? This can be said to be a direct way to improve a person's strength. You may not be very good at using flow, but when you have a strong energy, it is easy to perform miracles. Of course not. The effect provided by this contract battle pattern is related to the Basin challenge you passed. The High Priest answered. Soon another martial artist asked. The main question is whether there are any negative effects, and of course more people are worried about whether this is the power of the operation system. To achieve the goal of manipulating them. After all, it is essential to be on guard against others. Apart from paying it back, there were no other requirements. Of course, even if there were, Lucci would not say it out loud. After all, even the Pachi tribe didn't know. As for whether to sign a contract, it is up to you to decide. This is not mandatory. But in the end, all those who were qualified to make a contract chose to make a contract with the sacred tree. Contract tattoos can be formed at various places on the body. At the moment the contract was signed, everyone felt a warmth at the tattoo, at least no one felt any danger. Some people have even begun experimenting with borrowing and lending mental energy. When they were able to control the alien species' mind energy as if it were their own arm, they were all very excited. Among them, the martial artists in the sky arena are even more excited. With this, their winning rate should be able to be improved. At the same time, I also attach great importance to this Basin challenge. In addition to the power of the contract, one can also gain other abilities besides practicing on one's own. This is not a loss no matter how you look at it. Some smarter ones quickly thought of the many divine products in the sky arena, and the Pachi tribe and the Basin rainforest seemed to be in a similar situation. So there must be a relationship between the two. Is everything related to the owner of the Lucci building? I'll leave Biscuit and the others to you. I need to stay here for a while. He mainly discussed the issue of Basin's challenge with the Pachi tribe. I understand. She was also an examiner, and the next step was to take them back to the sky arena. The last game was also held in the sky arena. I just don't know what kind of examination method the old man will use. At this time, Netero was taking the Hunter Association's airship to the sky arena. Pachi village. Lucci is asking the Pachi how they feel about this Basin challenge. Previously, I had been facing the Conrad family. It wasn't too difficult and I faced relatively few people. And this time there are quite a lot of challengers. The Pachi people also expressed their feelings. The first is that I feel their challenges are not difficult. The main challengers are martial artists at level 200, or the best candidates for the hunter exam. The environment of the Basin rainforest did not have much impact on them. It can be said that the dangers of the Basin rainforest are not enough for people like them. Other than that, the challenge of just fighting is a bit monotonous. Some of the Pachi tribe suggested whether other methods could be used to conduct the trial. To put it simply, it is to improve the process of Basin's challenge. Of course, this is not so simple. Lucci thinks about every problem. Since the Basin challenge is going to continue, how about leaving the selection of personnel to you? Lucci simply applied a competition from a certain anime and let them choose for themselves. However, the place for selecting personnel is limited to the city of Kerry. It can be an ordinary person or a martial artist, and is not necessarily limited to players in the sky arena. Give everyone a chance. Of course, if an ordinary person participates in the Basin challenge, the difficulty is still very high. This is also the idea of getting the Pachi people out. Lucci was like a hands-off boss, leaving many things to the Pachi tribe. After some processing of the Basin challenge, Lucci stayed under the sacred tree, feeling it quietly. Although the two are connected, they don't necessarily have to be next to each other. But Lucci wanted to give it a try to see if this sacred tree could give birth to other abilities. There is a new group of contractors, and Lucci is also feeling the presence of these contractors. A strong spiritual energy has been accumulated in the sacred tree. This power is not used to do anything, but simply stored, which always feels like a waste. Want to try it? Lucci calls Phoenix back. Phoenix landed on the sacred tree. And Lucci also sat cross-legged in Phoenix's lair. Unfortunately, although Phoenix has an independent consciousness, he is still a creation of mind energy and not a real magical animal, otherwise his hair would be a very rare material. Lucci urged the divine tree's spirit to start growing, not its own growth, but to make it bear fruit. What difference would the fruit of a tree with awakened thoughts make? An acorn that is nurtured by the energy of thought. The whole tree began to glow. Green light. This application has the meaning of strengthening growth. Soon the sacred tree was filled with 36 acorns. Affected by my consciousness. The number 36 was what Lucci thought in his mind. When thinking about numbers in his mind, he would naturally think of certain numbers, such as 36, 72, 108 and so on. The acorns that Lucci forced to grow were not the same as the acorns that were originally given to him by the oak tree in the oasis of God. It does not possess magical powers. Lucci picked it up and tasted it. The taste is very good, but the specific value needs some research. This experiment made Lucci think of a possibility. This oak tree is also a bit like the 5 great spirits. Can you also develop your abilities based on it? Or cultivate it into something like a spiritual root? When thinking of spiritual roots, the first thing that came to Lucci's mind was the world tree that appeared in the anime, which seemed to be a malnourished world tree. But in Lucci's opinion, its scale is even more magnificent than the sacred tree in Naruto. The power of thought can create and change living things. It seems to be feasible. Lucci thought of the ant arc again, as well as some other manifestations in the anime. In the hunter world, souls exist, and even reincarnation is possible. Thinking of this, Lucci had some idea about the development of the sacred tree. Although it was a bit fantastical, he couldn't help but want to give it a try. Chapter 152. Pick all the acorns and then go directly back to the sky arena using the space ability. It's much faster than taking an airship. After returning to the sky arena, he asked his men to study the acorn. And the result soon fell into Lucci's hands. The acorn itself has many uses. It can resist, alleviate, and prevent the toxicity of heavy metals such as lead to the human body. Therefore, eating acorn nutritional health food series can protect the physical and mental health of the human body, enhance the body's immunity, and improve children's intelligence and development level. Acorns can be used as medicine to treat diarrhea, enhance the body's immune function, promote growth and development, cell metabolism, bone growth, enhance physiological functions, and prevent anemia. The acorns that Lucci strengthens and grows increase their effectiveness by 3 to 4 times. And there is also a strange power in it that can help heal wounds. Lucci guessed that it might be influenced by Phoenix. It seems that I am really qualified to be a spiritual root. But it is not necessary. Lucci looked at the information and came to this conclusion. For an experiment like this, a sacred tree is not necessarily required. In this case, the value of the wood element must be increased a lot, and we can't focus on combat capabilities. Lucci's idea of developing the 5 elements might be too narrow. We should apply it to other aspects just like we use the power of the word God. The core of the wood element is actually made of certain seeds or parts of plants. Now it seems that Lucci feels that the development of wood spirits or wood elements should move towards the development and transformation of special plants. Further mutation of some plant medicinal materials will greatly promote research in various aspects. When he thought of this, Lucci felt a little excited. Because I have more and more the feeling of cultivating immortals. It is also possible to study plant hybridization. The more he thought about it, the more Lucci couldn't help but take out his notebook and start planning, including some divine words and the use of thoughts. Directly enter the working state. For example, one does not necessarily have to enter the dark continent to develop longevity rice, it is not impossible to develop it through one's own research. With thoughts and the power of technology, everything is possible. While planning, Lucci was also thinking about whether it was possible to develop capabilities in this area artificially. The power of thought provides too many possibilities. When Biscuit brought the martial artists and candidates back to the Sky Arena, Lucci was still in the process of planning and researching. I also tried to create a new wood element core. Finally I discovered the difficulty. First of all, if I want it to be able to grow, then it must not be a dead thing. This does not fit the original wood element core. But if it is a seed life, it cannot be easily mastered by humans. But if it is not controlled by humans, its growth and evolution cannot be easily interfered with. The sacred tree like Lucci's is a miracle, something that can only be encountered by chance. When Netero arrived at the Sky Arena, Lucci was still researching. What's wrong with you? When Biscuit came to find Lucci, he was still shocked by the chaos in the room. There were scattered manuscripts of divine characters, various books, and of course various seeds, as well as the heart of the wood element. I have discovered a bright future. If I can continue on this path, it will bring about great changes to the entire human world. Lucci said excitedly. This feeling is just like what Lucci and Biscuit had discussed about the use of the word God. But it was far less enthusiastic than it is now. The final exam is about to begin, do you want to witness it? Biscuit asked. As for the great changes that would come to the entire human world, she was not in a hurry to ask. Anyway, if Lucci figured it out, she would know soon. No, I have more important things to do now. Originally he was planning to see the character of King Foolish become a hunter, but now he was in no mood for it. Biscuit leaves. After Lucci's research had not produced any good results, he temporarily stopped. Instead, he called Bai Yang. Bai Yang's move to Carry City did not cause any major waves except for the initial impact. I only know that there is a company that specializes in recruiting people with nin abilities. Lucci also knew some of the general ideas. You actually called me. Are you finally interested in the Dark Continent? Bai Yang's voice came from the other end of the phone. Not yet, but there is a topic that I need to study with you. Lucci did not beat around the bush. I don't know what Bai Yang has researched over the years, and I don't know if it will be helpful to him. Bai Yang was silent for a moment, thinking about Lucci's possible topics. My contacts with Lucci over the years have basically been related to the Sky Arena. There are various creations of God, as well as medicine and martial arts to assist in the improvement of practice. Of course, these are also useful for Bai Yang, because they are also useful for his team building. It's mutually beneficial. Based on the previous trip to the Dark Continent, Bai Yang has 4 aspects for his team development. Medical team, intelligence team, defense team, biological team. The medical team naturally didn't ask too many questions. Unfortunately, after several years of development, there is still human intervention and the medical team has more than 50 members, but there are no people with strong medical abilities. If you go to the Dark Continent, the medical environment will definitely be terrible. Either a doctor with healing powers or the ability to materialize. In addition to the ability to collect intelligence, the intelligence team is mainly composed of non-users who have special reconnaissance capabilities. Dangers can be detected as early as possible. The defense team is not primarily used for fighting, but for protection, and can deal with various emergencies. This group has the largest number of people. The final biological group is the most troublesome. What this industry wants is not people with psychic abilities, but top scholars in this field. It can be said that there is still a long way to go before becoming the perfect team that Yang Da wants. As for the person with spatial ability that he has always wanted to find, including wanting to study the divine spatial ability, he has not succeeded yet. So will Lucci's task be of any help to him this time? It was inconvenient to explain in detail over the phone, so Bai Yang planned to meet Lucci in person. By the time Yang Da arrived, the final start of the hunter exam had also ended. In the end, there was only one unqualified person. This is the highest number of qualified candidates since the inception of the hunter examination. Netero didn't deliberately make the exam difficult. Even if these candidates fail this time, they may not pass the next time, and they all have mastered the ability of Nin. And the number of Nin users taking the hunter exam will only increase. This Netero was already foreseeable. As for whether the increase in the number of hunters would have any impact, it was not within his consideration at all. Chapter 153. I got the hunter's license. I was really lucky this time. Russell exclaimed with a smile, looking relaxed. Based on the information he had learned about the hunter exam, if this exam was not held in Carry City, he would not be able to make it to the end. Of course, the most important thing is to have reliable companions. Without their help, we wouldn't have been able to make it to the end. Jin, what are you going to do next? Russell asked Jin. Jin was still watching with his hunter's license. Russell was heard asking, I want to spend some time at Sky Arena. However, since we have already awakened Arnon, will the Hunter Association still arrange for someone to teach us? Russell waved his hand, these are all minor issues. In Carey City, as long as you have money, you can do a lot of things. Even if the Hunter Association doesn't arrange for someone to teach us, we can still find an master here to teach us. There is no shortage of such people here. The Sky Arena itself has such a business, targeting non-users. Of course, the price is definitely not cheap. If you want better training, the place where the second exam was held is actually a very good place to practice. Although Russell had just learned to chant, he knew a lot about it, at least he knew how to practice in Carey City. As long as you have money, there is only one problem you need to worry about, and that is reaching a bottleneck. But if you want to understand the battles between psychic users the fastest, you can first see if there are any recent competitions above the 200th floor. Russell took Jin to consult. Jin, who has just become a hunter, is not yet clear about what he wants to do in the future. First, learn about the outside world from here. This is a basic goal set by Jin. Of course, from Russell, he realized the importance of money. Money can solve many of the world's problems. It can make people more convenient. After mastering Nen, Jin's perception became sharper, and he discovered that there were many Nen users in the Sky Arena. Even some of the staff in the exclusive elevators are masters of the ability of Nen. On the way, Russell also called to announce the good news. And the smart Russell also learned a lot of things through this hunter exam. The first is the relationship between the family and the Pachi tribe, and the relationship with Lord Lucci. Before, he thought that the family and Lord Lucci would be in a cooperative relationship, but now it seems that is not the case at all. It is simply a relationship between superiors and subordinates. I'm afraid the same is true for the Pachis. He didn't have any complaints. I just become more curious about Lucci's strength. We arrived at the service station on the 200th floor, which is also the registration place for the 200th floor competition. There were also many fighters nearby who came to inquire about the competition information. There is also a small number of fighters who have just reached the 200th floor and are trying to understand the situation. Tickets for battles above the 200th floor are extremely popular and will be sold out in less than half an hour once they are available. Many fighters who want to get intelligence on their opponents will inquire about the match information in advance and make preparations before tickets go on sale. Otherwise, you may not be able to buy tickets. Unfortunately, when they consulted at the counter, they did not get any help from the staff. You are not players on the 200th floor, so you cannot enjoy the benefits of knowing the competition information on the 200th floor. Because of the popularity of the 200th floor competition, nowadays, unless it is a highly watched martial artist, such as the Ops competition, other competitions are rarely advertised. Russell didn't know about this rule, which was a bit embarrassing. He rarely watched the games on weekdays. But Jin immediately responded, even if we have a hunter's license, it's not okay. The hunter license is a symbol of status and also has many benefits, even in the Sky Arena. Jin's words attracted some attention, but no one was too surprised. It is no longer a secret that the hunter exam will be held in Carey City this time, even the examiner of the exam has revealed it. Of course, the most important thing is the situation of the Bassam challenge. This is the information they are concerned about. Some information is difficult to conceal, and of course, now it is mainly known by some high-ranking martial arts figures. It turns out that the mystery of the Pachi people actually comes from a sacred tree. To be honest, when they first heard the news, they didn't believe it. But it was soon confirmed by some people. At the same time, some people speculated that Lucci, the top-level owner, held the exam in the Bassan rainforest, and even people from the Pachi tribe participated. Is Lucci also a Pachi? Lucci's adoptive father still lives in Carey City, but more than 10 years have passed and some information is not so easy to find. In addition, Lucci did not restrict the spread of this information. Instead, a small number of people thought that the rumor was true, and some even doubted Lucci's strength and level of telekinesis. Is it also related to that sacred tree? It's a pity to see the tattoo on Lucci's body, or maybe on other places on his body. However, in previous battles, Lucci had never been injured and could not be seen at all. The staff saw the hunter licenses displayed by Kim and Russell. Instead, he extended a finger. What can you see? This is a test, just like when Kurapika in the anime went looking for a job and was questioned by the people at the agency. Jin and Russell naturally both felt that the other party was using telekinesis. In addition, we also know the existence of application technology. The two of them gathered their mental energy in their eyes with great effort, and saw a mental energy number being written on the staff member's finger. Number 7. After hearing this answer, the staff directly provided the information. There will be a match the day after tomorrow between player XXX and player XXX. Tickets will be sold at the ticket office on the 147th floor tomorrow at 2 p.m. It turns out that strength is the key to status in the Sky Arena. Russell couldn't help but sigh after knowing this information. Although the Conrad family is very powerful in Carey City. But if you want to be the king, you can't do it without the Sky Arena. Only the powerful martial arts schools and even some powerful building owners can be said to be the ones in charge of Carey City. Even if you don't have the financial resources to buy a ticket, you won't be able to know the information in advance. You can only buy tickets tomorrow. Jin, do you want to visit our Conrad family? Russell invited Jin. Okay. Jin Cai agreed. But a momentum came from the elevator entrance, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The entire Sky Arena above the 200th floor was affected by this momentum. It is announcing someone's arrival. As if it was a provocation. What is this? Asked some confused fighters. No waiting for explanation. With a ding sound, the elevator arrived at the 200th floor, the elevator door opened, and the owner walked out of the elevator. Chapter 154. He was a tall man with black hair and a long black beard, wearing a martial arts uniform. Those present noticed that the other party took the VIP elevator, which is only for high-rise employees or building owners. Could it be a certain landlord? Some people speculate. Some martial artists compared the face of the person in front of them with the face of the host they knew, but unfortunately they could not match. When Jin and Russell saw the person coming, they felt that he seemed familiar. But soon the two knew why they were familiar. The two looked at each other. I saw the shadow of President Netero in the other person. In the last exam, they met the president of the Hunter Association, who was also known as the strongest man in the world. All the candidates were fooled by him. There is no trace of the strongest man in the world in him at all, he just looks like an old man having fun. Of course, it is undeniable that the opponent's strength is extremely strong. The man in front of him, who looked very similar to Netero, gave people a more violent feeling, and a danger had already appeared. An inexplicable pressure was getting heavier and heavier, and the fighters present were unable to bear it. This was not the use of thoughts, but more like the use of some kind of momentum. To use Jin's words, it was like the heart-pounding feeling he had when he first saw Lucci. Bai Yang's momentum is not only directed at the martial artist in front of him, but also at the floors above him. Based on past experience, it won't be long before someone else emerges with momentum that rivals his. Bai Yang came to see Lucci and could have gone straight to the top. But since Bai Yang came to the Sky Arena, he has formed a habit, which is to patrol and walk the stairs after the 200th floor. He also likes to use his martial arts aura to influence others. It is a very provocative behavior. His purpose was just to see if there was anyone among the top management of the Sky Arena who could arouse his interest. After getting Lucci's advice, Bai Yang has been recruiting suitable teammates in addition to training himself. Among the senior executives of the Sky Arena, including the OP, there are many people he values. But unfortunately, the people he values will basically not be tempted by the benefits he offers. Despite being rejected many times, he still enjoys doing this. Because he also gained something. There was once a OP who was so inspired by Bai Yang's momentum that he asked to have a fight with him. Bai Yang's condition was, of course, to become a member of his team. The other party also agreed, but he would not join unless Yang could defeat him. As for the result, not many people knew the process of the battle, but the result was that Bai Yang gained a teammate. Bai Yang was about to walk. Suddenly, a door began to form on the wall next to me. A woman came out. She had long black hair, wore a black work suit, and wore a pair of glasses. She held some information in her hands. Master Bai Yang, please stop this provocative behavior. Master Lucci is waiting for you. It's Eriko. Are you interested in joining my team? Bai Yang's eyes lit up and he walked over to make an invitation. Lord Baiyang, you should be very clear about my choice. The woman named Eriko answered directly. That's such a pity. Your ability would be of great help to my team. There was real desire in Bai Yang's eyes. But Eriko ignored it completely. Then please come in, Lord Bai Yang. Eriko asked Bai Yang to enter. But since you appear like this, it seems that Lucci is really in a hurry. Bai Yang laughed, restrained his momentum, and walked into the door. From an outsider's perspective, the door is full of white light and one cannot see the environment inside. Eriko followed closely behind, and then the door closed automatically and disappeared, turning back into its original wall appearance. It was as if the scene just now was an illusion. Some fighters have already walked over and touched the wall. Is this the ability of mind? Can the ability of mind be able to do this? Who were those two people just now? Suddenly, there were all kinds of discussions. Only Jin and Russell were not so shocked, as they had witnessed many magical things in the Basin rainforest. Later, through the explanations of some knowledgeable fighters, they finally understood the identities of the two people just now. The woman named Eriko is also a high-level executive of the Sky Arena, and her identity is not simple. That is the secretary of the owner of Lucci Building. They are both ops, but Lucci actually has a secretary. Now almost everyone regards Lucci as the real controller of the Sky Arena, even if someone can defeat Lucci and win the position of the highest level building owner. I am afraid that this fact cannot be shaken in a short period of time. Lucci has been operating in the Sky Arena for so long that many people have come to believe this possibility. Unless it was something that was helpful to him, Lucci would leave all the trivial matters to his subordinates to handle during the development of the Sky Arena over the years. He also has a team of secretaries. They are also a team of non-users, and can be said to be Lucci's direct subordinates. The ability that Eriko has temporarily demonstrated, called Anywhere Door, can connect various doors to move in space, and can materialize even if there is no door. As for the restrictions, no one knows yet. This ability is very quick at work. This spatial ability was also valued by Bai Yang, who recruited him many times, but unfortunately there was no effect. It made him a little jealous, since he was obviously already recruiting and testing development capabilities, but he had actually gained something in the past few years. But compared with Lucci's team, I feel like I'm totally not good enough. Sometimes Bai Yang couldn't understand why Lucci was so lucky to meet such a person. He also envied the little girl from the Conrad family. Russell finally reacted after hearing Bai Yang's name. It turns out to be him. Do you know him? Jin asked. I don't know him, but my aunt once said that there are some people in Carey City who you can't mess with, and Binder Netero is one of them, and it's not just because he is the son of President Netero. Russell had only heard of Bai Yang and had never actually met him. Of course, this also included other people who should not be provoked. Now that we see it this way, it turns out that he is someone who should not be provoked. In Carey City, there are very few people who dare to call Lucci directly without bringing their adult son along. Judging from his performance, he is probably even stronger than the high priest of the Pachi tribe. Because he didn't have much knowledge about strength, it was easy for Russell to compare people with the priests of the Pachi tribe. Chapter 155. The top floor of the Sky Arena. Bai Yang stepped into Lucci's room. Noticed the chaos in the room. He found a random place to sit down, then said, "Now you can tell me what topic you want to cooperate on." At this time, Lucci stopped what he was doing. I wonder how the non-users under your command have progressed over the years. Speaking of which, Lucci has never paid much attention to Bai Yang's subordinates. Over the past few years, Yangda has helped at least nearly 10,000 people awaken their telepathic abilities. Among them, there are also many people who died because of awakening thoughts. If it were in the normal world, this number would have attracted a lot of attention and been reported in the news. Unfortunately, it is unlikely to happen in the hunter world. And those people were all volunteers. Nearly 10,000 people with the ability of Nen sound very scary. But not everyone is qualified to become a strong Nen user. Sometimes talent is indeed a very subtle thing. Among them, it would be considered good if there are people who can reach the level of Yin Beast. Of course, with so many Nen users, there will be all kinds of strange abilities, and some of them can be guided to develop abilities better than Yangde. There are also many people who can help him in his career. What Lucci wanted to know was whether there were any Nen users among these people who were worthy of more attention and were related to the Nen plants he was currently studying. If not, let Bai Yang develop and research in this direction. What? Are you planning to join my team? Bai Yang asked back. Lucci basically grew up step by step in his eyes, and it has to be said that he underestimated Lucci. Perhaps at that time, I didn't see through the other person. Bai Yang recalled his first meeting with Lucci. In the old man's eyes, his powerful strength makes him the most suitable opponent. Even Potter Bai is slightly inferior to him. This strength speaks for itself. Of course, in addition to strength, what Yang values more than anything else are Lucci's many ideas. He has also been watching the development of Kerry City. Speaking of which, the city of Kerry has now attracted the attention of V5. After all, with so many non-users gathered here, how could the 5 major countries remain indifferent? No one knows how many people from the 5 major countries are secretly working in Kerry City. Those strange ideas not only brought changes to Kerry City and the Sky Arena, but also provided help for his exploration of the Dark Continent. After making adequate preparations, Bai Yang believed that the next time he explored the Dark Continent, the same situation as his first time would definitely not occur again. I said I have no interest in the Dark Continent for now. Lucci himself is not an adventurous person. He can explore the unknown, but doesn't like too much risk. Having been reborn once, he values his life very much. That's really a pity. Bai Yang said from the bottom of his heart. If Lucci is willing to join his team, or even if he himself wants to explore the Dark Continent, then the preparations will be quicker and more complete. Even Bai Yang had thought about the possibility of him joining Lucci's team. Unfortunately, Lucci didn't have this idea. This time I came to you mainly because I want to cooperate with you and I need the help of your non-users. As Bai Yang company developed, they also accumulated a lot of experience in helping people awaken their thoughts and develop their abilities. At the beginning, I am a little anxious, but after people awaken their thoughts, I will help develop their thoughts. But even if good abilities are developed, the effects of the abilities cannot be fully exerted due to the use of mental abilities or the restrictions of mental energy, resulting in it being completely useless. Now there has been a small improvement, which is to give people time to lay the foundation, so that they can learn more about Nen, and then after practicing for a period of time, they will start to develop Nen abilities. Those with higher talent will be given longer time. In other words, in Lucci's eyes, there are many non-users under Bai Yang who have not yet developed their skills. These people are waiting for someone to write them. First, tell me what your topic is. Bai Yang planned to wait until Lucci said so before considering it. Lucci could only tell him once about his plan to create the spiritual root and demonstrate it in front of Bai Yang. After Lucci finished his presentation, Bai Yang thought of some recent rumors in Kerry City. Basin challenges, as well as the 5 great spirits of the Pachi tribe. He knew that Lucy had some relationship with the Pachi, but now it seemed that the relationship was very close. Of course, what surprised him even more was the core of the 5 great spirits. It seems that you are the real mind tool forger. The profession of mind tool caster is only available in the Sky Arena, of course, also including the company under Bai Yang. It's a pity that some things can be done, but the progress is too slow. Coupled with the constraints of materials, appearance, and structure, there are still many inconveniences. At least in Bai Yang's eyes, it would be inconvenient for exploring the Dark Continent. So his company is also researching mind tools. The so-called mind tools mainly have made outstanding progress in the aspects of weapons and protective gear. As for the ability of mind tool like that of the materialization type ability users, it is very difficult to break through and there is not much clue at all. In fact, such items do exist. Some are ancient relics, tools of mind that no one knows how to create, while others are left behind by people with materialization abilities. There is an extremely small possibility that after the death of the non-user, the materialized product of Nen will be left behind. Of course, this also belongs to the posthumous thoughts, and the tools left behind by this kind of thoughts will be very powerful. Unfortunately, there are very few of them, and even if they appear, they will not be helpful in exploring the Dark Continent. Even if Bai Yang knew about it, he would not care. But I didn't expect Lucci to be able to make it so easily. This is equivalent to improving the strength of Nen ability. In addition, it has many other uses, at least more than Yang has thought of in the Dark Continent. This is the technology he wants to acquire. At the same time, he also thought of the rumor about the so-called sacred tree. It seems that Lucci really did gain something in the Oasis of God. After discovering Lucci's extraordinariness, Bai Yang also paid close attention to Lucci and inquired a lot about his situation. He also knew about the Oasis of God and the huge blood jade beehive. Even though the situation in the oasis is rather special and there hasn't been much to gain for the time being, the blood orchid is also being studied in his company now. If the power of that mark can still play a role in the outside world, it will be very useful. Bai Yangde could tell at once that the mark was some kind of telepathic ability. Do you want to cultivate the sacred tree? Bai Yangde asked. What Bai Yangde was thinking in his mind was that based on his understanding of Lucci, it might be possible to cultivate sacred trees with different abilities, and then gain a variety of abilities. If Lucci knew what Bai Yangde was thinking, he would definitely complain, thinking that he was cultivating a devil fruit tree.